Okay, hopefully it crashes again. We'll see. I don't know. I've restarted 3 times and killed the OBS studio hook in my file folder structure and erased all of the information that the Streamlabs had. I've reset. I don't know what to do to stop it. I don't know, but we'll just keep at it and keep hoping that Streamlabs doesn't take a shit. Hi, number two. Yeah, I haven't checked the Streamlabs update in a while. Oh, the audio? No, no, I'm in 44. I'm in the right one. No, yeah, I mean, yeah. That could be maybe something. I don't currently know where. Didn't occur to me that that might be it. That might be it. Why? That might be why. So sorry, guys. I had 6 people, now I've got 3. You can see how Streamlabs is trying to kill my career directly. If it was a human, I would kill them. I feel like they're trying to take money out of my pocket and trying to kill my family. I really don't like Streamlabs. I think they are attempting to destroy me now, and I'm going to actively fight them like I would fight the Nazis in World War II. I don't think Streamlabs is a good company, and I am forced to use them, and I think they are chokeholding on purpose, and I think they're crashing on purpose. Open the control panel. I'll do anything. I'll try everything they say. I don't care what it is. Control panel. Go to start. Open network and sharing center. And in your view, go to click first on network and internet, right? And network and sharing, connections, Ethernet. Right, we get to Ethernet status, right? Yep, and then scroll down to see Internet Protocol version 6. Oh, this is an Ethernet properties. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is Ethernet status. But I need properties. IPPv6 Internet Protocol version 6. Use the following. I think it's a video issue, though. I don't think it's internet. I'll do anything. I don't care. I will fight. I've done this before 60 or 70 times and it didn't get me anywhere, but I'll try it again. I don't care. This might disconnect me, guys, at which point I'll be back. It's not going to be like the VPN problem. I'll be back if it disconnects me. Yeah, nope, it didn't. So now, hopefully, maybe that was it. We don't. You never know. I've thrown so many solutions down the Streamlabs butthole. I've thrown so much time and money and blood, sweat, and tears into the Streamlabs hole that it's like a money pit to me. It has stolen what I consider to be about $10 million worth of my time now, and I just don't. Every day I fight it like this, like some kind of demon. I think about my battles with Streamlabs at night when I go to bed. I'm like, how do I fight Streamlabs? How do I beat it tomorrow? How do I stop it? Do I completely reformat or whatever? I lie awake. Last night I lied awake at night thinking about Streamlabs and how it's trying to fuck me. And now I'd like to maybe really start to make a big deal with Streamlabs till they fix it. They're saying maybe I don't have DirectX. I suppose that's possible. I don't fucking believe it, but we'll try. I fucking doubt it. I really don't believe that. No, no in Bing Bar, no. It's gonna say, no, you already have this. Is this what it is? You didn't put DirectX. No. I was like, yeah, you didn't know. I was like, there's no way that's it. There's no way. Please submit a ticket. Descriptions, technical issue, technical issue question, your email address. I'm gonna go. This will take far too long. This is disgusting. I'll do that later when I'm dead. There's no way I'm doing that right now. Fucking stupid billionaire shithead cocksucking fucking bastard ass march for the bastard billionaire software despots, stealing from our fucking family, stealing from children, stealing from me. I would kill them if I could. People keep talking about Russia and China, and I keep thinking about, boy, that must be nice to care about that shit, you know? That pointless ass shit that doesn't mean anything. What really matters to me is the billionaire software despots killing us all. I don't give a living shit about Russia, China, or U.S. politics. I give a shit about the billionaires killing us all. I don't like Putin, but I mean, I really consider Streamlabs way worse. I think Putin causes a lot more death, but I think Streamlabs costs a lot more money and a lot more time. So I don't know. It's hard to weigh them. One is real, one isn't. One's digital, one isn't. One costs billions of hours. I mean, Putin costs billions of hours too. So they both cost us. They both cost humanity dearly. Streamlabs and Putin. They're about the same in how much they. I think they really do affect humans' lives really badly. And I look at this, and I think most of the people in the world are on this website right now. I think about this. I think most of the world is on this website right now. I guarantee it. I mean, I guess so, man. I've done this so many times, but it'll just go down their lines of what the fuck I'm supposed to do. And we just hope and pray that Streamlabs gets a fucking clue this time. Sometimes it'll go 3 weeks, no problem. Sometimes it'll be 30 times an hour. Sometimes it'll be 8 times a day. Sometimes it'll be twice a day. Sometimes it was like 6 times in the last 2 hours, and then it'll go all day, no problem. So I don't really understand. It's some kind of broken ass code, and I'm gonna get off it now. I'm terribly sorry, but it really does cost me. If it was a human, I would attempt to kill them because they're attempting to kill my career. If it was a human, if Streamlabs was a human, I would attempt to kill them for trying to assassinate my career. I really mean this. I would attempt to kill them. It really is affecting me so much. And I mean, I could contact them, but the amount of time that they want me to do that is also killing my career. And so I will not feed them that on top of it already killing my career. I will not voluntarily give them my time by entering into their customer care fucking network and spending 3,000 hours of my time trying to reach somebody on the phone or trying to get somebody on their Discord to try to actually fix the problem. When I get there, they're going to be like, "Duh, you know more about this than me, sir. We don't know why this is happening to you." And it happened to me with Microsoft, and it'll happen to me with Streamlabs, and it'll happen with me on their Discord. I'm not stupid. It's happened to me before. They're going to be like, "Dude, or no." Because if I can't solve it, they can't solve it. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, we're going to go back on Rust now. I'm sorry for all the terrible fucking catastrophic failure of Streamlabs in real time on stream. You know what I'm saying? And if it was a human, I would kill them. They make me so angry. At night, when I'm trying to have a fantasy, I think about blowing up the Streamlabs building if there is such a thing. I wouldn't have any humans inside. I'll talk about, man, if Streamlabs had a building, I would blow it up. Yeah, I really don't like Streamlabs. They're the worst company I've ever come across in the history of mankind. The amount of damage they cause me personally every single day is enough where I would definitely blow up their building, you know? I like making threats like this. I would definitely blow up the Streamlabs building. I love making threats like this on the internet. No humans inside. I would just blow up the Streamlabs building. Absolutely. Blow it up right now. No problem. Blow it up and dance on the ashes. And when they were arresting me, I'd be like, "What? I didn't do anything wrong." No, I was taking out the garbage. I dance on the ashes while they arrest me. Yeah, oh yeah. I blew up the Streamlabs building for the amount of heartache and pain that they've caused the entire human race over the last 10 years. Yeah, I blew them up. Sorry. You know, none of them are dead. Just everything they own is gone. You know, that kind of thing. I really don't like Streamlabs. I would really like to get them out of my life, but you can't. You can't. If you're a streamer, you are stuck in this. You fight this all day. When you become a successful streamer, you pay somebody else to sit and deal with this all day. Streamlabs failing over and 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 over. 2 years later, over and over and over and over and over. 3 hours later, and over and over and over and over and over. Just in the last 2 hours, it was like, what, 15 times or something? Over and over and over. 3 hours later. Oh, Streamlabs is still crashing. 3 hours later. 3 hours later. 3 months later. 3 years later. Three decades later. Streamlabs is still crashing. You know what I'm saying? 3 years later, it was still crashing. It's almost, you know, it's 2 years now. 2 years now. The Streamlabs has been crashing longer than the Stream Sniper has been stream sniping me. It's actually kind of crazy. You want to talk about real Stream Sniper? It'll be fucking Streamlabs or Streamlabs OBS. Those are the true Stream Snipers. Let's be honest. Streamlabs and Streamlabs OBS are the true stream snipers, aren't they? They cost us billions of dollars an hour. Fuck them. I can't believe there's only one Streamlabs company. Jesus fucking Christ. What the literal fuck is wrong with the billionaire software idiots? What's wrong with them? They cost me so much money and time. They cost my family so much money and time. How are they still free? Yeah. I think triangles are better. Oh, well, that's an interesting. Yeah, why not? Shit, I never thought about doing that. Why not? Yeah, I don't. 4 is too much for a solo. Maybe not if you're, like, raiding. Yeah, it's good. I like it. Yeah, yeah, I like the innovation. I'll probably use it myself, yeah. Why not? Shit, why not? Why not? Yeah, why not? Why not? That's brilliant shit. Why didn't I think of that? Why not do that? Yeah, that's very good. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of storage for a really small base. It's fucking super good. Yeah, it's a simple, elegant solution. I never thought about doing that. How do you still reach the TC though? Wait, go back and do that. Oh yeah, so you just leave a little. Yeah, you leave a little stopgap on the right side so you can just go through. That makes sense. Yeah, I can see that. I want to go on the zombie Discord and thank people for not robbing me, but I think that's loser talk when you thank people for not robbing you. You know, that's loser talk. They shouldn't be robbing you in the first place. Yeah, it's good. It looks really meta. It looks like really meta. And if you were to high qual this, you will have a raid. And I mean, it's like only a 3-door raid. I mean, yeah, if you're expanding, yeah. Yeah, this is the design I've been using now. It's kind of annoying. I didn't expect him to actually have, like, what I was using, sort of, you know? I don't like building, but I do like seeing the inside of my enemy's base. I don't like building at all, though. So, but I do like seeing how the enemy operates. I think it's silly how much they publish, how much they operate, or how they operate. But I don't raid though, so them giving me raid information is fine. I mean, they lucked out on me because I don't use it to raid them. But I mean, I also think it's kind of silly how much they self-publish how to raid them. I mean, yeah, shit. You could even put. I mean, I wouldn't have done the roof. Or well, yeah, he's turning it into a chonker. He is. He's going bigger, huh? This is a long video. Yeah, why not? Who is this? It's Rust Tips. Sure, subscribed and liked. I think it's very concise. It's the kind of video I like because you can just pop back and see what he did fairly quick. There's no talking or anything. I mean, yeah, but... Yeah, I mean, I don't need the rest of it. So, I'm solo. I don't need that. Okay, so they didn't rob me here. That's good. I'm going to dump all this. And let's see if I got robbed on the main. If they're in a raiding mood, I bet I did get robbed on the main. Let's go see. Did you rob me on the main? Please tell me my main's here. Please tell me my main's here. Yes! Yes. I get really nervous because it's like, man, most of the time, for a long time, I would log into a dead base. For like 8 months, I would log into a dead base. It didn't matter what day it was. Oh my god. Yes! Okay, just gonna go check the roof and the roof is on fire. We don't need no water, let the motherfucker burn. Burn, motherfucker, burn. Zombies. Where's my scarecrow? He's here, huh? Where's my scarecrow at? Ah. Yeah. Where's the scarecrow? There's the scarecrow. I was like, where's the scarecrow at? Whoa! That's going to cost me a lot of fuel. Okay, good. Let's get them away from over there. Please don't drain all my fuel. Please don't drain all my fuel. The roof is on fire. We don't need no zombies, gonna shoot him in the fucking head. Shoot him in the fucking head. I'm just gonna take the fuel out of it. Oh god. So annoying. Oh, sorry, I'm on the game capture. Sorry, here we go. I'm on the wrong capture. There we go. Look how long that took me to log into Rust. Was that, an hour? Thanks, Streamlabs. Thanks, Windows. Thanks for how much time you stole from me in the last hour. Thanks for that. Who pays for that? Is that you? No, it's me. I pay that time. Not you. Me. And I'd like to see you in court. I'd like to see you in court for the amount of time you steal. Is that too much to ask? Why are you allowed to create software and go live that doesn't work? Why is that legal? Why is it legal for politicians to lie on camera? Why is it okay for, you know, Microsoft to own the only military contract that software developers own? Why is everything in software a monopoly? Didn't we used to really hate monopolies in this country? Remember how we used to really make fun of it with the board game Monopoly? You remember the rich moneybags guy with the bifocal fucking monocle? You know, fucking bastard. Like Mr. Peanut. Mr. Peanut was such an asshole. He was so rich and he had that fucking monocle. Fuck Mr. Peanut, you know what I'm saying? Fuck Mr. Peanut and his stupid rich ass, you know what I'm saying? So, like, what happened? Why is it okay suddenly in 2023, 100 years later, past when we passed all those monopoly laws, for Streamlabs to have a monopoly? Why is it okay? I don't know. I think it's because the fundamental American values are breaking down right in front of our faces, day by day, minute by minute. Each day goes by, and a little less of America's left as monopolies take over, oligarchies rule. The corporations have slaughtered us and stole from us, and we can't breathe, literally, both figuratively and literally, because they filled the world with their pollution for their industrialization. And so, yeah, it's bleeding heart, left-wing liberal, but it's still, like, the truth, though. I don't really know why that stuff is legal. Why is that legal? Why is it legal for Streamlabs to be the only software out there for streaming? Like, shouldn't that kind of be, like, considered illegal? I think it has something to do with they probably swallow alive anybody who tries to step to them. Like Bill Gates. Just saying. Let's go watch something better than me. Not that, though.
So quirky. And now she goes on TikTok daily talking about how Dave fucked her. Now she can't afford to have a house or feed her children, even though they were more than generous here.
Oh, come on. That 10 grand. I could take 10 grand and make it last so fucking long. I do take 10 grand and make it last. So I make 10 grand last years. I don't know why you can't. Like, it's because you have a lifestyle that is beyond your means. Like, if I get 10 grand, I think, oh my God, I'm set for at least half a year. I think you think I'm set for half a day.
Extremely generous. I don't know how you blow through all of that money in the matter of 6 months, but
yeah, I don't know. It's shameful. It's disgusting. Fuck you. Fuck you, asshole.
4 pairs of sneakers or expensive.
Yeah, 4 pairs of sneakers.
Dave's Gourmet and
you know, I loved Nas. I loved Nas, but you know what I hold? There's one thing I do hold against Nas. I think I heard once that he had like 3,000 pairs of Nikes. And sure, you got all that nice rap money and you're Nas. What are you going to spend your money on? I think shoes are fine. But I also really have a fundamental problem with someone buying 3,000 pairs of $100 shoes. I don't, for one person, isn't that money better spent somewhere else? Like Africa? Or, I don't know, the ghettos?
Activities were fraudulent. How dumb is she? How can someone actually be that dumb? It's Dave's Gourmet is not your dad. Like, he's not just gonna cover every single one of your bills
Yes, he is.
just because he bought your fucking scam ass.
Dave's Gourmet is her dad. Dave's Gourmet is her dad. Oops. Dave's Gourmet is her dad. Damn it. You have to do lowercase to make it.
Your biological weapon that you were
my comment. My response was Dave's Gourmet is her dad, and Dave's Gourmet is her dad.
Potion for some reason, which was a terrible business decision from Dave's Gourmet to begin
You
with.
talk a lot of
And
shit
she's
now,
just trying
Moist.
to suck as much juice out
You
of the
talk a
cake as
lot
she
of
can
shit
here.
now, Moist. A lot.
What in the world?
A lot of shit, buddy.
And then
Every
she
day.
blew through all
I
this
see
in,
you
like, 6
talking
months.
shit on YouTube. It's funny.
She went live talking about here. You know, I'll just pull up her TikTok again.
I'm gonna go to
Can't feed her
Doom,
children,
I
and
guess.
Dave's Gourmet, the $120,000 they gave her was in installments, and she spent it all on Airbnbs and hotels.
Oh, good.
She literally went into diamond and gold-plated Airbnbs in order to spend that much in 6 months.
Yeah, that's
She is beyond
disgusting.
irresponsible. She has only herself to blame for everything that's happened here. This is a piece of it, but I don't think it's the whole thing.
No.
Is this where she talks about it?
Short, these people defrauded me.
These people defrauded me.
Them for fraud because it's not only the calculation
So
of
long story short,
royalty, but it's everything else.
Everything else, like paying for your birthday party of $10,000 plus, including your dress.
you look like a being made of money. And I think that probably sounds like a compliment to you. To me, it's an insult. You look like a being made of money. And money is kind of tacky. A little bit. It's kind of tacky. She looks a little bit tacky.
And shoes. Because she started the GoFundMe, which for some reason Kyrie Irving donated $24,000.
$24,000.
Brain dead decision.
Wow.
Money means nothing to him.
Money means nothing to these people. It's disgusting.
So she'll get to throw herself
Fuck
another
you.
birthday party with that money.
Yeah.
Complain again on TikTok.
I'm sorry, but fuck you. That's
not
like
lying.
literally how I feel about
You
it.
can go to her GoFundMe, which is still up.
Of course it is.
You can see the donations.
I heard yesterday about this gaming company that released this game called, I think it was like Heat, and I forget the other name of it. It was like Reign of Dragons or something like that was their other game. And so I'm watching this video about them, and this funny streamer points out that they've had their game had gone belly up like 18 months before. But they were, and literally they had shut down the servers for this crappy MMO that they had made. And 18 months later, they were still selling the game to newcomers to the scene who had heard about the game on some video 2 years later. And they come and they don't realize that the game has gone defunct and the servers have been shut down and they've died. Yet the owner just let it stay on Steam for like another 2 years past when the servers were down and continued to sell the game at full price. And I think software development is the new Wild Wild West. It is the new criminality. It is the new crime. Like now, I think John Gotti pales in comparison. John Gotti let bodies, which is far worse. But I think he definitely didn't have the reign of terror on people's money and lives that some of these internet criminals do. I don't think they cut the sort of swaths of darkness across the world that these criminal lawyers and these Bitcoin thieves and all these other people do.
Irving is right here.
And I was like, how do you launch an MMORPG, fail, die, and then just not take it off the fucking store? And people keep buying it for like $30 to $60 or whatever the fuck for 18 months. And they were never called on this. No one ever prosecuted them. Gabe Newell never said anything. Nobody ever did anything about this. And I think, how much money is that? It's going to be like $250,000 or something like that they just get to collect in the background while they do nothing 2 years after their game died. they're like sitting in their, you know, they're like $30,000 a year apartment, which I remind you is like, or whatever, $48,000 a year apartment, and they still have like another 2 years to blow 100 grand a year or something off a dead MMO that died previously like 2 months before, and they're living in like a $48,000 apartment or something like that. The game's dead, so they don't have to do anything, and it's still being sold on Steam. And as far as I know, at least what that streamer said about this crappy game that died, and I think it was like Reign of Kings. Yeah, it was like Reign of Kings or something. That company just let their game, after their servers went down, sell for 2 fucking years afterwards. And I think I'm in the wrong fucking racket. Here I am, not charging anybody at all, to just giving entertainment for free all day long, when I could just make a crappy MMO out of like Unity or whatever the fuck, and let it go tits up like The Forest or something, and then just sell it for another 2 years past when the servers aren't even live anymore, and just and profligate like videos on the internet of how good the game is, like fake videos of how like manipulate all the idiot streamers by making them think the game is super good, and try to catch some clout on videos for your own game, and you can talk about how good the game is. And when they log in, they realize the servers are dead and that they fell victim to it, and they ask for a refund from Steam if they play for less than 2 hours, but some of them are too lazy to do even that. So you just collect their $20 or their $30, and they don't even bother to get the refund, you know. And I know this stuff is going on in the background. I know it is. Like I know some of them think, oh my god, I'm not going to write something to Steam. I'm not going to ask them for $30. I'm not going to wait for their response, and then my money's locked up for 7 days with the bank anyways, and I don't see that $30 for 7 days anyways. You fucked me. Let's just accept it. I make $200 an hour as a server admin or something. I don't need to worry about $30. That's like 8 minutes to me or whatever. The 8 minutes it would take to fill out the Steam article to get my refund is longer than that 8 minutes. So I'm just gonna let it go. And trust me, this is how these people live and breathe. And that's just like, I mean, and that's the tackiness of the money. It turns them into other people. It's
$24,240 a month ago.
Yeah, like
He's sugar daddying her. So that money's going right in the shitter. That's going to be maybe like 5 pairs of shoes that she's going to blow that one on, I guess.
Yeah, the Gucci store on Rodeo or whatever the fuck. I'm sorry, but this shit's an addiction. They look at money like it's a drug, and I really don't believe money is a drug. Money is a tool. It's not something you should stack around and covet and put in a Scrooge McDuck bank. It's this thing that needs to go to your community and needs to fix problems all around you. It's not this thing that you covet like some kind of like you're a vampire and you need it like blood. That's how I feel like some of these people act. They treat money like it's blood and they're a vampire. And it's disgusting. It's frankly base.
She actually got to experience some of the luck.
Like some of the, okay, Jesus Christ, when you pull $10,000 in a day, how much of a fucking mindfuck is that? Now one day when I was a drug dealer, I did pull $3,600, but like $2,400 of it went to the re-up. So I walked with $1,000 in a day. And that's 1/10 of what she did. That was the best day I ever had, was 1/10 of what she did on this stupid shit. I was in the wrong racket.
Luckiest set of circumstances a human being can have.
I consider humanity to be this thing now where like 50% of us just steal from the other 50% of us.
Cooking up some wicked alchemy, makes the pink sauce, it goes viral on TikTok, people buy it out the ass, and she delivers poison. She basically tries to assassinate people via postage with their pink sauce. And then even in spite of that, she was able to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat by getting bought by Dave's Gourmet. And then she still fumbled that.
Wow.
It's impressive. It's actually impressive.
So first of all, I want to acknowledge this $120,000.
I like that she puts it in quotes, even though that's exactly what it was. Impressive.
So first of all, I want to acknowledge this $120,000.
I like that she puts it in quotes, even though that's exactly what it was.
Blog saying that they paid me. So number one, it wasn't an upfront payment of $120,000.
What's this?
Straightforward. It was sent to me partially.
What the fuck are you doing?
I don't know if it's locked out right there because the low battery. 15K. But they were partial payments, and then also a huge chunk of that money went towards me paying for Airbnb and paying for hotels because, mind y'all, I was homeless for 6 months.
So that's where all of the money apparently went, which I think is impossible. Even if you chose the top line Airbnbs and hotels, you would not blow through 120,000 fucking dollars in 6 months. It just wouldn't happen. That is unbelievably reckless. So that is a blatant, bold-faced lie. Shaw communicated that she had spent the entirety of her previous advances and that she needed another advance to feed her children and to avoid being evicted. Dave's Gourmet sent her 2 advances that totaled 5K. This seems, honestly,
Who the fuck?
everything that's
Okay,
happened-
who the fuck just sends $5,000 to anybody at all? Rich shitheads. I can't these increments are insane. The most money I've ever handed anybody was like, I don't know, like $2,600 for a car or something like that. Man.
with this lawsuit makes Dave's Gourmet
I am lower class. I came up in the lower class. I mean, I'm sorry, but I am. I'm lower class. This kind of money is like this fantasy number to me. You know, it's like a fantasy number to me. $10,000 is like a fantasy number to me.
seem like a fucking saint, like an absolutely beautiful place and business partner. They just keep giving her money because they're buying into her lies. She is not spending shit on her children or anything besides herself. And they keep sending her money. And then she keeps being such an asshole to them. She had a party on a yacht and tried to flex on TikTok. No way. There's just no shot she had a party on a yacht. Let me see. Now I have
Of course she did. What are you talking about? What do you
mean?
mean she had a party? Like, parties on the yachters, it's all she
Another thing
does.
she whined about was
It's
that
all she
had to
does.
do or pay for all the marketing herself. So here, let me give you a peek at her super expensive marketing for the pink sauce. Just take a video of pink sauce on some food. Nothing else. Actually, nothing else. So that cost $0. Yeah, I don't see the yacht you're referring to, though. In June of 2023, Shaw submitted an expense report to Dave's Gourmet that included requests for payment for her time dedicated to making social media content. Such requests were outside of the terms of the agreement. Dave's Gourmet then asked for clarifications related to the various expenses listed by Shaw, but backups, receipts, and explanations were not provided. What a shocking development there. She didn't provide any proof of the things she was claiming the money was being used on. Not because it wasn't being used by what she was saying, just because, fuck you. Why don't you trust her? This Shaw had certain obligations in her contract related to social media activities that she violated multiple times, but Dave's Gourmet chose not to enforce them as to not create a strained relationship. She was on the Karamo show interview, where she condescendingly talked to that lady who was just concerned about her health with pink sauce. But yet somehow she found a way. She looks like an even bigger asshole now. This company did not even force her to abide by the contract she signed because they didn't want to have a bad relationship with her. And then she goes and burns the bridge anyway publicly. She started all of this, by the way. It wasn't Dave's Gourmet. She is the one that blew the lid off of this with all the hoopla. In total, Veronica Shaw received over $120,000 in payments from her partnership with Dave's Gourmet and Pink Sauce since August of 2022 to date. Dave's Gourmet offered to pay her attorney fees to go over her contract and make sure all payments she has received are in fact correct, but she declined. She's just been brain rotted by TikTok. She really thinks if she just whines and cries on TikTok, somehow the big bad
It's gonna
Dave's
fix
Gourmet
it.
will give her even more money that she doesn't deserve. They did so much for her. Far more
Already.
than any reasonable, sane person or company would ever do for somebody. And it still wasn't enough for her gluttony. That pink sauce was
Piece of gore.
toxic to her mind. She truly got lost in the sauce.
Very good. Very good. Usually only gay men have that kind of wit. Yeah.
What Starforge PC do I have? The 4091.
So quirky.
We're talking about Starfield. I played over 100 hours of Starfield now.
Why? Why? There's no combat. I mean, there's combat, but it's not good. It's good, but it's not good yet. It will be when they mod it. I'm just saying why.
I've beaten the game. I played the game as organically as I could. I did a bunch of the side quests. I haven't done all of them. I scoured many planets. I even call one home now. I've traveled through the Aquila Desert. I've gotten high off of Aurora. I've gotten addicted to Amp. I've seen all the gear I could. I've shot as many weapons as I could. I've ended many lives. I drive a sea-level spaceship. I've encountered the bugs. I've looked into the eyes of strange, lifeless faces. I've dredged through the mundane main storyline. And I've even fallen in love. I think it's safe to say that I've experienced Starfield for what it is. But I didn't fall in love with the companion. I fell in love with Starfield. Yes, I liked Starfield. Is there problems with it?
I like Starfield too.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Yeah, a lot. But in 10 years there won't be.
Was like going on a blind date. Like
in 5 years there won't be.
You've seen pictures of her. She looks pretty good.
Like Fallout 76. Right now, the only problem 76 has is it's a bit clunky and it's got a few hitbox issues, and the engine could use a little bit of optimization love compared to what it is right now. But I mean, 76 is such a better fucking game than what it was 5 years ago, and I think the same thing will be true of Starfield. I've always thought this. My friend Begon was like, "Wow, you stopped at 60 hours," and I was like, "Yeah, because I know that the experience that I want isn't gonna be there for another 2 to 4 years."
One of my live stream with Starfield, you'll know that my blind date was pretty tongue-tied on arrival. I was like, whoa, is everything okay? Can I make you...
Like almost every day I go to the Starfield Nexus. I could do it right now. And like just go look at the mods. The modder scene does not seem to be embracing Starfield from what I've seen, and that's actually my I think they're gonna embrace it, but I don't think they're gonna embrace it right now, because that would show approval of some of the things that I don't think they want to show approval of. Like, for instance, the combat in Skyrim I think is has more depth than like Starfield. That's weird. They don't have to be the same game, but they are kind of the same game though. They're the same engine and they're like the same game. I don't know why the combat in Starfield would be better, or sorry, the combat in Skyrim would be better, or even like Fallout would be better. The combat in Fallout 76 is far superior to fucking Starfield. I'm sorry, but I do it almost every day, and I really fundamentally believe this. The combat in Starfield was so goddamn boring compared to 76. 76 is so good. If there's some fucking crazy fucking like Kako demon in the sky, or you know, what do they call those whatever the giant flying things are, the scorch beasts, right? If there's a giant scorch beast, you can literally VATS the motherfucker with a sub-nuclear weapon, and fire a sub-nuclear weapon like 130 meters and peg him in the sky if you have the right, like, you know, the right fucking perks for that, and suddenly a nuclear blast goes off in the face of a dude in the sky. And there's also a dude in the sky, which is something that I don't believe happens in Starfield even. So, I mean, there's flying things, but there's not like a dragon or anything like really crazy, you know. 76 combat was deeper than, I'd say, Rust, kind of, because there's like, I don't know, all of Fallout's enemies are in 76. All of the music, all of the graphics, it's sort of weird. Like definitely the combat's better, and so I don't know why I would play Starfield right now. I'll play Starfield in like 2 to 4 years when it's modded and better. But I'm not doing it right now, because like that game that they went to launch with looks like the bare bones of an engine to me that could be really good if they unlock the jetpack and all this other stuff, and fix the combat, and fix the mobs, and fix the bullet sponge, and fix all the stupid Bethesda bullshit, you know? Oops, no. That's the loot, is it? Yeah, I forget how this works. It's like... It's been a while since I've used the pump jack. Yeah, start engine, then you put the fuel in. Fuel storage, right? Is it wood? No, it's not wood. It's, oops, start engine. There we go, there we go. Get out the ladder. Ladders are garbage. Fuck Rust for, fuck Face Punch for the ladder debacle. Ladders piss me off. I've lost so many lives to ladders. Ladders piss me off.
More comfortable? Can I buy you an $850 graphics card? That seemed to work, but as I got to know him, boy are there so many red flags, it's unbelievable. Quick commercial break. Thank you to Manscaped for sponsoring this video and supporting my channel. Guys, let's talk about it. Manscaped.
I was gonna mute this for about 45 seconds here. We got the product brand name. I used to do the full commercial, but I think the product brand name's enough. You know, where I did the streamer his due diligence and I put his advertiser on my stream, but I don't want his words. I just want the title of the product. That's it. That's it? No, it's gonna be more, huh? I mean, crude is good, but I thought it was gonna spit out fuel too. No? I don't know. Might go to Dome and climb the Dome. I could leave this here, but I mean... Yeah, let's just leave this here. I'm not sitting here waiting for this. Okay, so... I think that's probably enough time to go by.
Anti-chafe boxer briefs, which I am not kidding, these are the softest underwear I've ever held in my life. Go to manscaped.com today and use my promo code on screen to get 20% off plus free international shipping. And back to the video. The game is in a lot of ways kind of terrible, but it does.
In a lot of ways, it's really good. In a lot of ways, it's really good though.
Majesty of space exploration. Space exploration is possible thanks to your ship. You can do pretty much anything. When you leave a planet and head into space, you never know what you'll find.
I do know what I'll find. It's a load screen. There was no travel. It was a load screen. They modded that.
We want to give you freedom on a galactic level. It's all out there.
Because the choice of where to go, it's not ours. It's yours.
The space exploring space. Exploring what space?
What
you explore
space?
the atmosphere of some planets, and then you just fast travel everywhere.
Yep.
That took the space out of my sails, if you know what I'm saying.
Load
During
screens.
the direct, I know that we saw the reveal of some of these cutscenes, like when you're landing your ship or taking off, but I did not expect there to be a loading screen every 10 seconds. Cutscenes going into space, cutscenes going out of space, cutscenes while docking, loading screens going to another side of a facility, a loading screen going into a cave, loading screen going inside of a building, loading screen going into a spaceship, cutscene standing up from your cockpit, cutscene on the subway. Everything is a cutscene, everything is a loading screen, nothing seems seamless, nothing seems immersive because of all these breakages in our gameplay. A perfect example is anytime you dock a ship. I do not understand why we had to have so many loading screens in this short experience. When you board a ship, you have to go through a docking cinematic, which why couldn't that just be live gameplay? Then you have to get up from your cockpit, watch that cinematic, then walk over to the docking door, then click the docking door, then load onto their ship. Why was it
these animations that they do that locks your character where you can't move really bother me. I really don't like those. At no point would you ever lose control of your character, and that's all they do.
Like this? Why couldn't it be as you're... Fine, I'll give you the docking sequence. When that's happening, why couldn't you have loaded the interior of the other ship? Does it take more than 3 seconds to load a small spaceship? I feel like it's Bethesda's job to be the most innovative here when it comes to being the AAA studio behind the latest space game. But I feel like the game is absolutely kneecapped, falling behind so many games from indie studios that are just destroying it on the space exploration front. Like, you know how No Man's Sky does like the anime space lines as you're traveling to another planet? Like, we couldn't have something like that just to at least travel in the same solar system with like grav drive melty colors around us? Planets are a whole nother ball of wax. I had a hunch that there would be a catch with all this planet-wide space exploring.
Where you weren't really limited in where you could go.
We were really limited where you could go.
Not at any point did you mention the invisible walls. They totally hid that. I'm pissed about it. However, I will say this.
Yeah, I think I know what moment I knew Starfield was going to need work for me. It was when I hit the invisible wall. I thought what was good about Starfield was roaming the planets, killing the mobs. And when I hit the invisible wall, I was like, this game is essentially worthless to me. And I didn't say it for like a week after. Well, I didn't say it till now. It took me a long time to realize it. But when I hit that invisible wall outside the main city, the first city, I forget the name of it. Where did I get fish from?
I've run a lot in this game. Way too much, actually. And I never ran into a wall. And people are saying like you walk for 3 minutes and you'll run into it. That is not true. It is a big ass area. But even with the invisible walls, you are still running through a lot of barren wasteland. What does that remind me of? There's no way to say barren wasteland for miles and miles. And I hope I don't have to cut back to this clip in a future video about Starfield. And the invisible walls immediately break the immersion. I've heard Todd talk about that feeling of being on a lonely planet out in space on this desolate moon and seeing a planet like right there, and like you can just go to that.
That isn't just a backdrop. That moon is actually there orbiting the planet. Yes, you can visit it too.
You can't fucking go to that. I thought the direct was pretty transparent, but I could feel it. I could feel that they were hiding some stuff, especially with like, hey, how did we dock onto the ship? How did we get onto this planet? Where are all the fucking vehicles? The problem is having no vehicles. That is a pain in the ass. And using your boost pack that's basically just farting out flames every couple seconds. Why could we not have a cool ass Anakin Skywalker speeder? Like you hit a button on the back of your starship and like a speeder comes out and folds out and then you go and fly over the rocks and stuff. You have great lighting on these planets. How sick would it be at having that sunset moment as Anakin Skywalker goes and butchers those families? I want to have that same moment too. I loved bouncing around on a moon with zero gravity. That was genuinely cool, and adding combat to the whole situation is an absolute plus. But because there's no vehicles, I also got addicted to drugs. I needed agility. So what did I turn to? Amp. First it was the amp. I loved it. It was so great. I loved running around like a maniac. It made me feel amazing. But then I started looking for something else. I need some more power. What can I get? Then I turned to the skull. Skull got me powered. I'm breaking things. And then next thing you know, I'm hopped up on Frostwolf. At that point, I am a lost cause. I am addicted, and it's Todd Howard's fault. Do I have to say this is a joke? Also, what the is going on with this map? Did anybody else totally think that this was like a glitch, like one of the many bugs in Starfield?
Oh my god, the map looked like garbage. Yeah,
this was like a glitch, like one of the
like the map. I was like, what's with the map? It's fucking fugly.
Many bugs in Starfield. What is this dotted line grid?
Yeah, what is that? You
can't give me any sort of color or anything.
Yeah, like what is that map? That map was garbage.
I thought the map was a bug because I
thought it was a bug.
So many bugs in this game. I've been hearing so many people saying that this is the least buggiest Bethesda game yet.
I was disappointed by it.
Aurora, are you smoking, dog? Here's a crazy bug of all these spaceships floating around. Characters trying to be the Flash and like vibrate through material. Hey Sarah, where are you going sitting down moving around like that? The game has to like close out the world and open it all the way back up every time you leave the inventory, which by the way is about every 10 seconds. So I had this crazy ass visual bug happening over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And before I modded the game, I had to deal with these slow ass menus. Dude, the mods saved this game for me, man. I almost let go. And then the
I
mods
let go.
just brought me
I let
right
go.
back in.
I let
You
go.
wanna know why? There's an amazing modding community. Thank you to all the modders.
And I want to let
Starfield
some more time. Yeah, I want to let some more time go by. I'm going back to Starfield, but not for probably a couple months, 2-3 months. Give those good men and women or otherwise, a little bit of time.
Hi, you are amazing. You launched on like f***ing day one and like 10x what the Bethesda user interface team did. Undelayed menus saved the looting experience for me. And I'll provide a list of the other mods that I used down below in my description. I highly recommend using Mod Organizer 2 and installing them. They will literally increase your fun that you're having in Starfield by like 50%. By the way, they made these mods on like day one. Hey, Bethesda team, what the hell are you doing? It's crazy that these mods can be pumped out in day one and just fix like half of the game's problems. When I know that Bethesda is gonna take...
I think Todd Howard is actually literally a dumb person. If I was Todd Howard, I would think, why don't I would literally fire anybody who didn't have an answer to this question. Why don't I employ these modders? Why doesn't Todd Howard employ the Nexus modders? I'll tell you why. Because these geniuses are actually fucking morons.
Months to add a fucking eat button. I had a bug so bad that I couldn't leave this starship that I was basically on to do a heist with a pirate.
Yeah, I stole a ship day one. Or it was like day two. Excuse me, I think it was like day two, and that was perfect. Or no, it was day three. Day three, I stole a ship, and I was 18 hours in, and I lost 18 of the 60 hours that I played Starfield. I lost because I stole a ship. But then when I stole a ship, the fucking ship curator or whatever, the tech services guy, disappeared at all the cities in the game, and I couldn't upgrade the ship. And the ship that I stole didn't have guns on it. So there's all these forced battles that they make you do in space where you have to have a gun. And so I lost 18 hours due to that. And I was one of the smaller amounts of the community. But, I mean, I was there warning my friend about it. I was like, what the fuck, man? I lost 20 hours over this. That save was borked. There was no mod that was going to save me from that. That was a full-blown, the worst bug I've ever experienced in any Bethesda game was in Starfield. The worst bug I've ever experienced. I had that playthrough. I worked so hard on that playthrough. And 18 hours in, day 3, I lost that playthrough. It was like disgusting. I was stuck in a ship that had no guns, which like very, very effectively crippled me. But if I was Bethesda, I never ever would have made it so that you couldn't get the guns upgraded on the ship itself, you know? Come on, something good. That's good. That's good. It's really good. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, good stuff. I like it. Yeah. I mean, the landmine is GP is better than that thing. I can always get more wood. I really don't think the wood has any value. I think the second Ayoka is overkill. Though before I dump the Ayoka, though, I want to take the ammo out of it. I don't think. Well, really, it's the same thing. I want 2 shots, so I'm gonna keep them. Yeah. And then so what else here? Garbage. Some of that's good high qual, but I really don't care. I don't have the room for it. Scrap and that. Yeah. Don't want that. I like the tarp. I don't know. I'll take the diesel over the tarp. There's a free extended mag, but I already had that. It's the one mod that I did have. It's fucking so annoying. Well, okay. I mean, I'll take that over the landmine, I guess, and the landmine over the tarp, because I don't need cloth, obviously. Don't need that flashlight or that wolf meat. That frees this up a little bit. Go back and pick up, like, I think oh, hey, another pop. I got another pop. I got another instant pop, I think, actually. Yeah, not the industrial conveyor, but the engine vehicle module is actually a fairly good source of metal, I think. It's like 125 metal or something crazy. Yeah. Smart alarm, yeah. That's good. The modular car lift is actually really not that bad of a loot. Yeah, actually, I'm happy with the modular car lift. The leather is garbage. Get it out of here. The diesel. Okay, and then what next? Got to get down. I don't have to go down that slowly, but I need to do it carefully. Yep, like that. I didn't even take any damage. The fuck, man. I think if I hit things on the way down, I won't die? I don't know. This would make my mother puke all over the room right now. She's got bad vertigo. Whoo! I lived. Oh my god, you just chucked crude oil on the fucking ground, you asshole. Why would you do that? Oh. Ah. 204, not bad, not bad. It's a nice, beautiful day today. I'm gonna go for a fly. Where I go? Oh, I know where I'll go. I know where I'll go. I go that way, I'll end up going farther away, so I gotta go home. I'm full. Like, really full. Yeah, I'm gonna kill you. 12 more levels to go, and I reached my yearly cap. It's taking so long now. The last 10 levels are going to take so long. I didn't know, but... Oh. I didn't know, but, yeah, I can't take him. I guess I'll take the XP. Yeah, the XP is good. It's a shame. Good XP, though. Oh, shit. I forgot I have my kit now. Oh, yeah, I gotta go use it. That'll be awesome. I can actually run this monument finally. I don't think I have a laptop anymore, though. 3 more, that's it, huh? Yeah, this is not as good as I thought it was, but that's okay. It's still a kind of good source of crude, you know? I was hoping for a pump shotgun again. I shouldn't have taken the pump shotgun into the monument. Oh, now I have ladder BP. How did he get back? Oh, yeah, because I let him get it back out again. Yeah, that's fine. You can take this base. I frankly don't care about it anymore. The wipe is so soon. It's in like 4 days. I don't give a fuck about that, about this base. I don't care to defend it. But I do want to pay the upkeep, so I did. You know, I pretty much did. Or I have a one trip. I can pay the upkeep in one trip. Yeah. Or, well, I could just go out and farm, but I guess I could put a mini heli at risk, yeah. It's not like my favorite idea. But it would be a good usage of the mini heli, especially because today's a really beautiful day. So it's a good time to go convert. Because flying in the fog can be really annoying. We'll go for a fly here. Yeah, I'm pulling wood, yeah. Yeah, all the wood I have. I pulled another Orati there, so this isn't that bad of a hit, and it also gets a lot of the materials kind of out of the base here. There's a bit more stone, but I'm not too worried. I'll just go convert everything. I don't need a weapon for this. I don't intend to defend myself. I'm not going to be there long. Yeah, I'm just going to fucking fill my entire inventory with stone and leave. Oh, shit, I'm going to need a hammer, though. I'm going to need 2 spots for, like a hammer and some metal. I forgot about that. Yeah. Might be some metal in here, maybe. I don't know, please be some metal. Metal, no. Yeah, but that's not enough, though. I actually need, like, a significant amount of metal. We'll take stone to the TC, and I'll pull metal out of it. And this will pay the last 4 days of the upkeep. This trip here will pay the last bit of the stone upkeep. I'll still have to do some work with metal. Like right now I have 1,000 scrap. I believe I will buy metal. I mean, high qual upkeeps are cheap. Maybe I'll convert right now real quick. He seems to be looking at my base now, so whatever. Like an honest person, like the Russian or whatever. There isn't a... Well, no, he's an American. There's an American looking at like Milligan or somebody's looking at my base. And so, yeah, and like my high qual is good. Right now, the upkeep is 20 high qual, so I have 5 days worth as it is right now. So I believe I do some more conversion on a bit of the walls, and I spend this scrap on high qual, I think. So, yeah, I think so. Yeah, so, oh, I mean, I have even more scraps, so yeah. Too much wood in here, not enough stone, too much other stuff, so we'll drop some of this wood real quick. I can't, I'm burning the daylight, and I can't really be doing that. I actually kind of need to, you know, there's really, well, I guess one weapon wouldn't be a bad idea, just so I can defend myself. I guess it's never a good idea to go without defense, you know. And then I'll bring 1,100 scrap, and I'll buy metal and high qual. And I'll get this stuff out of the TC. So that's got to cook. Oh, right. I did pull in some metal ore, and I should definitely look for that. Yeah, where did I put that metal ore? No, I think I have the metal ore, yeah. So that's good. There's metal ore. Oh, good. Hey, look, there's more metal. Yeah, that's actually good news for me because I need it. Yeah, right on, right on. So, okay, 19. Yeah, hey, cool. We can convert. Let's convert. So, I'm gonna put some wood back in the TC. We're gonna take a hammer here, and we're gonna just like make this worse and harder for him. On top of it, we're also, before we leave, we're gonna produce a... I'm gonna completely change this base before I log here and go to New Worlds in a couple of hours, and I'm gonna really try to idiot-proof this base. You know, you gotta watch out for the children who try to take your shit. They're kind of immature, and so you know, you kind of just have to idiot-proof and put medicine bottle, you know, caps and stuff that make sure the idiots can't just like take advantage of you, you know. So gotta make the base idiot-proof. Yeah, and I did that one down there already. Yeah, so like really, that's all we really need to protect this TC. I don't even need this shit. I mean, I will. I don't know, how much do I have now? I have 74 left. Yeah, I will do this. I'll do that, and I will do that one. And I want to take care of the foundation in case they want a foundy, but I don't think so. I don't think they're gonna do that. They're not that. It's the 0.5x server. They don't have that kind of boom. They got explosive rounds, but they don't have that kind of boom, you know. So there, and that leaves me enough to pay the upkeep right now, so nothing decays. And then we convert all of the rest of the scrap to high qual and metal, yeah, and stone. So yeah, and then I think that's everything but stone goes in there, metal goes in there. Now the upkeep is 16 hours, and when I put more stone in here, it'll be better. This is cooking. It's weird because did I turn the sounds down? That furnace is making like no noise. Do you hear it? There, it's because the door muffles it perfectly when it goes through it. Listen to it. It's just kind of cool. The door muffles the fucking furnace. It's such good sound design. So I guess I fill with the rest with wood. Yeah, the rest with wood. Oh, I'll need fuel, so there's my fuel for the trip. I'll need this metal. I'll need metal before I can leave. Which I forgot. And we'll take like that much metal, a little bit more, like yeah, like that much metal. Yeah, that's good. And I'll need room to take the doors off. Oh yeah, I have a box up there, don't I? I'll put a box up there and I'll just drop the door. I'll leave the doors in them, but I'll need the room to do that, which is kind of annoying, but I will need the room to do that. So this is enough stone to pay for the rest of the upkeep. I don't mind it. It's fine. It's enough to pay for, I think, 100 hours, which is all I really need to get through the rest of the wipe. So, I mean, I don't need to make it to the end of the wipe, but I just want to point out that I haven't been raided. It's only been like a week, but I have not been raided. It's good. I usually do get raided all the time. Something about this month was good. It's the stream sniper. He left me alone, I think, because he just wouldn't permit me to have a base for like a year. I mean, I had a base until I went to bed. I should buy gears too. 8 gears for all these doors because they piss me off. I don't want to deal with this. Yeah, see, I gotta dump like a box now. Wait, I had 2 helis. No, he stole my heli. I had a heli on the roof and I forgot to store it. I did. I had a heli on the roof and I forgot to store it. It's stupid. Fucking stupid. It's the end of the wipe though. I really don't care. Oh well, yeah, you stole my heli. Congratulations, yeah. Oh, but I mean, in return, I got a ladder BP, which actually is not that bad. I actually don't mind that trade because I have 2 helis. Yeah, like a ladder BP is not the worst thing, actually. Not at all. No, we're gonna go put these inside, learn it. Oh, I also have to learn that safe deposit before I can leave. So... safe deposit, where was it? Oh, there's more scrap. And then safe deposit, where are you? Safe deposit, safe deposit. I thought I put it in there, but maybe not. Yep. Here we are. I need that, and yeah, Yeah, that's good. That's all I really need right there. Get up. Okay, you. Expensive. Fucking A. Okay, and now I believe we are ready to go. I'm gonna take another load of wood with me because I did all the work up there. Take more wood with me. Gotta go before the daylight burns. Go, go, go. Okay. No. That. And we'll take that. Gotta pee so bad before I take off. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, let's put on some cruising music. What shall I listen to? Oh, we'll listen to the rest of what this guy has
And as
to
I was
say.
leaving, after I killed a bunch of innocent people, had a great time, I went to leave and the door was stuck. And then I was like, okay, let me just load my last save. Door is still stuck. Let me restart the game. Door is still stuck. And all my autosaves overwrote while I was going through the spaceship. So guess what? Your boy had to go into the console commands and teleport myself to the lodge to get out of the place. Luckily, I have used Kakwa smoke before in my the hell was that? Guns. I think they did a great job on the guns in this game. I like the way they look, except for some of the guns, like the Lawgiver.
Please stop. What was that? I thought it was landing. He flew by. What was that? I feel like a raid is coming. That's okay, though. Honestly, I don't even have any guns, so I can't even defend. I don't have a gun because the server's not like that. Fucking annoying. I should have brought more wood. It's sort of dumb to not go with the entire load. I'm gonna leave the scrap here while I left the scrap here. Oops. Yeah, I didn't want to take it outside. I was like, Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna have to buy some things so the empty holes are fine. Fucking annoying though. This isn't gonna get me the metal I need at all. I should just blow it all on metal. Please don't kill me. Oh, thank God. What the hell? What is that? The hell is this? Wait, what? What? Wait, you can build in the outpost? This must be the admin. Wow. Yeah, I guess you could live in the outpost if you were the admin. Yeah, why not? Come on, bus, 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 bus. Oh, you fucking... Ugh. Oh, no repop yet. That sucks. Good run. So, yeah, I'll come seal up, but I don't have the room to put the doors on yet, so I'm just going to go drop to the door. Fucking deer scared the living shit out of me. Fucking deer scared me so bad. So fucking bad. I thought I saw someone lurking in the bush. I was like, what? You can tell I'm large clan because I didn't go running for cover. I wasn't scared of him. I knew I could dodge the bullets. Fucking deer stopped my goddamn heart. I was like, man, if the gank was here, it would be here. Back in the days, it was like this. I had a bad thing with the barrier curse my first year and a half of Rust or something. I would always get killed at the door as I was coming back in. It was like everybody knew it. Like 98% of the way through the run, I die at the front door as I'm running back in. It's so annoying. I mean, statistically, that's just getting killed by door campers as you come back in, but it's still, like, you know, it still was like, often it would be like weird statistic stuff, like grubs that would show up at weird places on the road on the way back, where you're like, oh, the likelihood of that was fairly low of it actually happening. But for me, for like the first year and a half, it would always happen. And it would be tragic. Like I would get shot outside the door, and my clan would go running out to go try to get the loot, and the motherfucker would be gone by then. And they'd be like, cat got shot at the door again while we're standing in here. Yep. Oh, look, so the upkeep's going to be much better now. Yep. 1 day, 6 hours. That's enough to stave off the demons for a while. It would behoove me to run the road, but I got to fix the mini heli situation first. Too much wood, so we're gonna put more stone in. Yeah, looking pretty good. 1 day, 6 hours. I didn't have enough scrap to research the solar panel, but I will. Now it seems the game wants me to do a road run, so I will. I'm gonna look for a second heli. I'll feel a lot safer with a second heli, but I'll do a road run. Gonna need guns for that. I'm gonna put all this stuff away. oh no, I already have fuel in my helmet. I want a nail gun and a shotgun. I want a suppressor and, yeah, I want a nail gun. Yeah. Pistol, nail gun, shotgun. Pistol ammo. Knife, corn, You know, I wouldn't mind taking binoculars because I know it and I can take them. It doesn't hurt. I like having a scope. What am I doing here? I'm looking for a suppressor. And then I believe we are good except for the nails. Yeah, except for the nails. So look around for some nails. I had misplaced my nails. I don't need a lot of nails, probably just a stack. Make do with what I have. I want a good, chunky, fast tool, like a salvage hammer, but I don't think I'm gonna get it. So I will just make do with that pick, because the other thing that I need out of this situation is metal. Now I solved the metal problem, and I'll have paid the upkeep for the rest of the wipe. Yeah, that's a good kit to go outside with. I'll take any nails on the way out. More scrap would not go amiss because I need scrap pretty bad. And I'll run the road all the way to. Oh, my kit. I forgot about my kit. Yeah, I got my kit sorted out, which is good. So we go not user interface, show chat. I'm gonna show the chat on this server. I don't care about that. What are we looking for? Are we looking for slash kit? There's my gold supporter kit, gold supporter. Right, and we will take the miner's helmet and the ooh, hey, yeah, food. And then oh yeah, look, hey, I'm gonna put attachments in I'm gonna have a nice pistol to work with on my run. That'll be nice. Get a nice proto going. So we'll put a flashlight on it. We'll put a suppressor on it. We'll put a... I don't have a scope, which is unfortunate, but that's alright. Gotta see who texted me. That was... Okay, so lots of axes, 200 scrap, which is good because I would like to research that solar panel. It is now 5:30. I'm not going to do a road run. I'm going to wire the power. Oh, did I reach? Oh, syringes. Yeah. I forgot, but I have syringes too. So and some fuel and cloth. Oops. Fuel and cloth. Take the fuel and cloth and metal. We'll make like 6 meds. Medical. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He doesn't want to do a higher syringe. Can we get the syringe stack size to 6? It's cool if not. Just a suggestion. Yeah, cool. I got a lot of meds out of that anyways. Sweet. So go upstairs and... cloth, fuel... meds. Could take meds, yeah. We're gonna do flesh, or we're gonna do light. Do I have I don't have root combiner, which sucks. But I mean, I don't really need root combiner. I will need tech trash, which, oh, there's an extended. That's good. We will sub you out. I am not taking a nail gun after all. I am taking many stacks of pistol ammo is what I'm doing. Very good. So there's 200 scrap. Put that in the not in the bench per se. Put some more stone in the bench. Or in the TC, I mean. Get off me. Get off me. Wood doors can just go on the fucking ground. I don't care about those. I really don't care about those lots either. Tech trash is good. I'm kind of like searching for that. We have a nice prototype. I don't think I'm going to use suppressor this time. Burst disabled. Burst enabled. Burst disabled, yeah. And actually I wouldn't mind using the ADS and getting good with it. You know, I like this ADS, but it also bothers me a bit. It's not as good as a reflex, which I don't think I have. I have a reflex site, so we'll make a simple dimple. Oh, yep, high wall. There we go. And stone door knockers. Simple for my pistol. Oh, I will need my shotgun ammo. And I will go out shooting big, like, loud guns for a while. But only in the morning. I will need some metal to make 2 more, or what? Like, what is it? It's like 5. Yeah, it's like 4. So I need 3 more lamps. Yeah. Okay. And then we have this tech trash, but oh, yep, and this other tech trash, very good. Take some high qual and make a wire tool. And oh yeah, what do these use? It's like power usage 1, power usage 2. Oh, I made the wrong lights. Oops. So goodbye bad lights. We'll go putting... Oh, I don't have a battery. I don't have a battery. Wait, I do have a battery in this base, but I don't have the scrap to train it, I guess. Battery. Is it 75 for solar panel? I can't remember. I'll go see. Get out of my way. The door pisses me off so bad sometimes. God damn it, get out of my way. Solar panel. Oh, I think I put it in. No, I don't know what to do. Oh no, did I? No, I didn't learn it. So what did I do with that solar panel that I just had? Solar panel isn't here anymore. Why? Oh, there we go. Yep. And wait. I go make a solar panel. 75? It is. So I think I have a medium battery. I think. What's up, number 2? My eyes. There's nails. That was one of the things I was looking for. Except I don't want nails. I have everything I need. And then looking around the house, watching the sun trace shadows on the floor, looking for signs of light, but there's nobody home. Maybe I'll call you a letter, or sorry, maybe I'll call or write you a letter. Maybe I'll see you on the 4th of July, but I'm not too sure, and I'm not too proud. And I'm not too sure, and I'm not too proud to say And it's good right away you want home. And it's good. Six meds. We have that thing. We need. Do I have shape deposit now? I do. I need you to make like two of those. Yes. Shape deposit. Shape deposit. Two shape deposits. Then I don't know, but I thought that I found a medium battery, and it appears that I didn't. But I will look. So I don't know, but that is a cock block, and I cannot do anything about it. So we will go tech trash. It will do some other base work that I need to do, which is picking up this furnace. Oops. Take some hammer. If Mr. So-and-so wants to raid me, he may do so, but he will pay the price. As in, if he wants to take the base from me, he must pay another, whatever, 10 rockets more than he thinks. And I can easily do this, and I will. So, you know, so here's metal and, yeah, all the stuff that needs to go in the TC, all of it. Yep, all of it. We have 1 day and 2 hours in here because it's low on high qual. Perhaps I'll feed high qual before I do this, and that way I don't have to, like, do the transfer and the suicide and all that. Right now we have 26 hours in. It doesn't matter what I do. I will safe deposit this mofo, but I'm not going to do it yet because, like, this vibe of putting high qual through the safe deposit box is actually very annoying, so I don't want to do that until after I pay the high qual into the TC, and then I seal it for then I never have to visit it again except for like 3 times for the rest of the wipe. And so and this is kind of this is definitely a permanent thing I'm doing. So, but we will go out. Or no, I'm sorry, we won't go out. Yeah, that leaves me. We will go out. We will go out and get on the road right now, because I have no problem with getting on the road right now. I don't care about that. And yep. Oh, right. I took the feel out of that, which for any potential raids, that's a no-no. So the zombies fuck with me on that, but it probably won't happen too much. Yeah, like we can probably like put another 120 fuel in here, right? If I had gears, I could manufacture another flame trap, and it really would be a lot better for stopping a raid, but yeah, no. Anyways, yeah, they have to deal with this without H1 grenade, F1 grenades, or I don't know. Yeah, without F1 grenades or like satchels. They'll have to throw a satchel down there, but I mean they can, but I guess all that does is cost another satchel, but it does cost them another satchel if they don't know it's there. I mean they can't hear it. It's very faint. They'd have to be listening for it. But then they jump down and fire. A lot of fire. I thought about doing this throughout all of the base, right? Where I go 1 up, 1 down, 1 up, 1 down, 1 up, 1 down, 1 up, right? And underneath all of it is traps. So they got to go trap pit, trap pit, trap pit, trap pit. And they can jump across. They can't jump across because of the door. See it? They can't jump across. They can't jump across because of the door. See it? And so they do fall. They fall in the death trap. They fall in it. And I will build a death trap entrance that requires them to blow 10 doors and blow all the traps and everything. And that'll be the new base that I build. I don't need this. I don't need it to be this rich, but on the hardcore server at the end of the year, there's nothing else to spend the materials on anyways. So, you know, I think I will take a nail gun just because it's cheap mainly. Yeah, it's like cheaper than the bullets. No nail gun. I'm not going suppressed. And if I lose the guns, oh well, I'll have another one tomorrow. So yeah, oh well, like, yeah, I'll have all of this again tomorrow. I even have a double barrel posted up and waiting. I think I want 2 stacks of double barrel ammo though. And I think I have GP in here. I could get that on the road, but it's a little trickier. Could just go make it. It's fine. I think there is GP sitting in the space somewhere. I'm fairly sure. Yeah, right here. I don't even have to go to the workbench here. Yeah, make like, I don't know, another stack, right? And I want to kill a lot of zombies and try to get a level. I'm gonna go out all day and I'm gonna fucking kill zombies like for a while. I'm gonna put on some chill ass shit like this guy, and I'm just gonna kill zombies for like an hour or two.
It looks like an ant.
It really feels nice that the stream sniper left me alone, because it feels like I can be a normal person again.
Eater, but dude, all the like the mag pulse guns, like all the laser sights.
And I really feel like there was no reason why I shouldn't have been able to be that. Why was I any different from anybody else? Why was it necessary for me to feel like I couldn't be myself for a long time? It's kind of annoying. Abuse is shitty. It's stupid. It's such a low IQ premise. It's the purview of stupid people. Abuse and bullying, it's the purview of really low IQ people.
Design is good. I like that the sound changes with the environment that you're in. They sound great, they feel great. They could have felt better if there was a gore system. I wanted to see people's limbs blown off. I wanted to see the bullets in the head and through the body. Well, actually, you did see him in the body, you don't see him in the head. See, that's what's weird, you don't see him in the head. Let me shoot somebody in the head, let me see it. Let me see this motherfucker die right in front of me. I am very excited for a mod to come out where they add even more weapons. You can do a lot with weapons. I like their crafting capabilities. No big complaints in the guns department. I thought, well, let me just back that up. Lasers are like pretty much ineffective. I did not like that. Some guns feel way overpowered.
They'll fix it. They'll fix it though. They'll fix that.
I kind of did what I want. I like that. Now let's talk melee
You
weapons.
want to know why the lasers suck? It's because of a little bit of math in the baseline damage that they do in the engine. If they were to just bump that decimal by 2 or 4 points, the game would be so much fucking better, especially when it comes to the bullet sponge shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, like that thing, that's just little bits of numeric tweaking in their engine that they were too lazy to do, I think.
So underpowered, it's unbelievable. I definitely.
And this is why the modders get all their credit, is because the modders go and do the simple bit of work that they were too lazy to do, like balancing the bullets and the damage they do, you know.
Where they make them somewhat viable as a source of damage. I think I saw a stat that they do 1/4 of the end game's guns comparatively. It's a fucking joke. There is no sprint attack. There is no dash attack. There is no dodge. Every time you approach an enemy with a melee attack, they shower you with bullets. Having to use the resistant to bullets power or whatever is a must-have, and it totally blocks all of your frontal view. Most importantly, the melee combat is so slow. I hate just like sprinting up to a character and then like stopping to do my animation nice and slowly, and it to have like zero effect on anybody that's above the level 5. There's not enough armors in this game, man. There's not enough errands in this game. Sorry, I'm whining so much. There's literally like, I think like around 10 maybe, and then a lot that kind of look like each other, and then a lot that are literally duplicates of each other, but different color changes. I think the Mantis gear is like the only unique looking piece of gear, and I didn't wear it because I didn't want to look like a fucking future dentist. And also, if you go into the bathroom or where you find the Mantis gear, there's a freaking Tracer's suit in there that's like a level 30 piece of gear. It's amazing. I wore that like 30% of the game. And the apparel gear, oh, you gotta be kidding me with this. That is some of the ugliest gear I've ever seen in my life. And the gear, I don't really like the puffy look that they went for so many of the gears. I don't like looking like the fucking Michelin Man. I like these sleek, cooler suits, but there's only like 4 of them in the game. Throughout this game, you're gonna be looting and looting and looting like crazy. And when you loot, you go through their menus, which yes, I have said that their UI design is pretty beautiful, but their UX design is fucking atrocious. When you're on your starship and you go to your inventory, which no, you don't have to go to your computer cargo hold, you can just go to your inventory and then hit Q, I think it is, to go to your cargo hold. Now you're in between your cargo hold and your ship's inventory. Would this be much easier to understand if you just had 2 menus side by side seeing how they're interacting with each other? Absolutely! Is there a space for it? Completely!
I can do, this guy can do Bethesda better than Bethesda. Bethesda is not too good at design, not too good. I hate to say it in such a nasty way, but when you get down to the coding and the modding of it, you realize that their mistakes are little decimal sliders and not like these works of art that they couldn't manage to do without being beautiful or some other more existential crisis, right? Like they couldn't get the artwork right or something like that, right? Which is totally subjective. But their thing is the one thing that they could have gotten right was the sliders, but they get the sliders wrong and they bullet sponge the game and I don't know, man, it's not necessary. Bullet sponge is fairly new. The old games didn't do it. Shit died if you shot it, you know? That's a Bethesda thing. Skyrim era. You would see these things like ragdoll physics. They overused it. They overdid bullet sponge, you know, and now they've got to dig themselves out from that paint themselves out of that corner. Oh, that's where the recycler is? I wondered. I was like, oh, hey, somebody's been here? Maybe I did this. I don't know. I got 32 rounds in this mofo. I'm gonna kill whoever I see. Unless they got a Tommy or something like that. Wow. Really? Oh, I can only get 2? Wait, what? Oh, 1 scrap for... Oh, metal frags. I see. They're offering me scrap? Oh, they are. I'm sorry. They're offering me scrap. Okay, well. Sure. I'll take scrap. Make some more nails. Nail gun is good for popping barrels from range. I'm learning. I don't know why the barrels are being held.
No! The hotkeys alone, it just confused the hell out of me. The equipped button from your inventory is B. For some reason, once you're in your starship inventory, the hotkey that was once to equip that item that you really like, now is the key to jettison that item into the ether, aka destroy forever. By the way, if you don't know what jettison means, it means to shoot out of your vehicle. I'll use it in a sentence. I took my mantis gear and
I feel ashamed that you need to explain what the word jettison means. I really do feel ashamed, and I think he probably does too. And it's sad. It's like, man, it reminds me of this joke that I keep thinking about a lot. Back in the 70s and shit, they used to say, don't use paint, don't paint around open flames. The paint is inflammable. You know, the warning sign that you would see on the side of a can of paint was, don't paint around flames. You might get, you know, you might catch a fire and everything, you know, and every, you know, and you know, paint is flammable. Don't paint around flame, right? Now it's don't drink the paint. So it's, I feel sad that he needs to, you know, that he needs to, like, explain it, sort of. I feel sad that he has to do that. Like, I know what jettison, I knew what jettison means when I was like 7.
while going through my inventory, accidentally jettisoned my one-of-one mantis gear into space, never to see it again. Cool! By the way, if you don't know, you can get into your cargo hold even outside of your spaceship, under about 250 meters. The way you do it is so ass backwards. You have to go to your player screen, then you go to the bottom left quadrant, select that, you'll see your ship. At the bottom right corner, you'll see a small button that says cargo hold. You go into there, and then you click Q to go to your inventory. Now you can grab items and bring them into your cargo hold. Isn't that simple? And there's just so many conflicts that happen while in these menus, like entering the inventory sometimes isn't the same button to leave the inventory. Hey, you can bypass this by holding tab. Yeah, I'd rather just tap one button to get me back into the game, not hold to like wait and then get back into the game. You morons! Let's talk character customization. I actually like the character customization. A lot of my points from the Starfield Direct are valid. The beards look crappy. It's hard to avoid having bitch hips. This is one of those times that I was able to create a character that actually looked a lot like me. I don't know, you guys be the judge. I think I did a pretty decent job. Definitely got the nose down.
I mean, that is me from the side.
Is that not me? It was funny at one point I recognized that the character that I made had the exact same body type as me, aka thin muscles and a high metabolism. The eyes in the game are terrifying, and I'm not talking about NPCs, we'll get there. That's like the only thing that I couldn't get right is my eyeballs. And when it comes to the traits, you can kind of pick your persona. I went with the space scoundrel. Everybody in my live stream wanted me to be the chef. I should have just done it as the joke because it doesn't really affect your gameplay, but instead I made a compromise and named my character Chef.
My name is Chef.
And I don't know about these traits, but I feel like everybody, like we all chose these three, right? Wanted, Meet Your Parents, and the Adoring Fan. I feel like the other ones don't.
No, nope, didn't do any of those 3. No. Nope. No, I did not do that. No. I wanted to do the hotel, and I'm gonna do the hotel next time I start. Because it was really annoying that I didn't have a home. Or whatever. Sorry, the apartment. You get like a home. You get a house. If you pick, I wanted the trait that gives you a house, and that's the one that I regret that I didn't take. But I mean, no, I don't care about those traits that he mentioned at all. I think that's what the casuals will pick, yeah.
Have interactivity in the world. They're more of like passive bonuses and negatives. Going through the character creator did get my hopes up for what the people were going to look like in game, and for the most part, people did surprise me at how good they looked at some moments. Lighting really has a drastic effect on how people are going to look, and if you're not talking directly to them, yes, they do look psychopathic. Especially the people on Neon, they look absolutely insane, especially when they're wearing hats like this.
Whoever came up with this hat design, don't make hats anymore.
I actually think this was a bug. There's just a naked guy walking around in Neon.
What the hell is this guy doing?
The game can look really good, convincingly good at a lot of points, especially if the game is running smoothly, which you are going to need a heavy-ass PC to be able to run this properly, and a good amount of mods. But jumping around the moon was so cool looking, and the ambient lighting really is a good sell. You definitely need to get the mod that turns off the filters, because all the dark colors in the game are just so light. It's hard to even like look at the game or see things a lot of the time.
It's like hard to look at this game though sometimes. Like it's like the blacks aren't dark enough.
And they like chose not to add a gamma slider in the game. what? Once you take the filter off, the game looks like literally twice as good. A lot of the planet's surface textures look pretty muddy, and I think they could have looked a lot better here, but there is a lot of variation, and I appreciate that. The alien life is pretty varied. Some of them are like ridiculously strong and have that whole Mirelurk King thing where they shoot an invisible beam at you and it kills you really quick. That's super annoying, and I wish that Bethesda would stop doing that with some of their creatures. I played the game on hard, by the way, and I'm actually not super against this whole some enemies being bullet sponges idea. Most enemies aren't, and you can like down them within 1 or 2 shots. Some of the most fun times in the game for me were just mowing down people and watching ragdolls drop left and right. Truly, it was. I was trying to be a bad guy, which kind of leads nicely into the story. So the main quest starts off extraordinarily slow and uninteresting. The artifacts, the rocks, the mission of the constellation just didn't grab me straight up. And it takes a while for you to be able to separate yourself from the story to go do whatever you want. And I was pretty much dead on. Everybody in Constellation has like the best intentions in the world. Even Walter, by the way. Sam Coe was the one kind of person that I was looking forward to being my partner, but you have to be a babysitter if you want Sam Coe with you because he has a kid. It's like, finally, I got my gunslinger sidekick. But, oh, hey, do you have another book I can read? No, get out of my hair.
I like books about quantum theory and astrophysics.
I'm trying to literally kill as many people as I can in this game, and he calls her Gumdrop, which is the worst. Little spoiler alert, but also it's seen in the trailer, you do eventually get powers, like space powers, and I think the idea of these are cool, but honestly, I really didn't use them many times because they were either very ineffective, extremely cheap, like the gravity lift up effect. I feel like I'm just shooting a lifeless pinata, and the AI are already pretty stupid, so this is like, dude, do you really need that much help? And then you have something like the Grav Dash, which I'm like, yes, we have something that can finally ease the suffering of traveling on foot. Nope, if you're using it in midair, it immediately drops you to the floor, and if you use it, it ends up basically stopping your sprint regardless. You're just gonna go faster sprinting. And there's even attack powers like this solar flare move that was really cool at first, but once you're past level 10, it becomes basically useless. I also thought they really dropped the ball on how you acquire the powers. You basically just go to Victor. Is that his name? Vladimir? Yep. You ask him where the powers are. He tells you exactly the location where they are. You go to the planet, you walk up to the temple, you go and float around and collect this stardust.
That's what you do.
And then you get a new
Oh
power,
my
and then you
God.
take off and do it again. And you do that like 12 times. And none of the temples changed. They all look identical.
Of course
Remember
not.
in Skyrim how like every Dragonborn shout was like a dungeon, and there was usually a boss at the end of it that you kill, and then you get the power because you just
I know, 'cause I
defeated this
just
whole
did it.
dungeon and that boss. It's like you achieved something, and here is your reward. With the powers, it's like, good job, you fast traveled. Very nice. That was very good. And I will say, once you start Constellation's quest and gathering the powers, I just wanted to gather the powers and then be done with Constellation, honestly. I did end up finishing the story. It has a couple of interesting twists, but it's nothing, it's all pretty shallow. All the high concept ideas in Starfield remain pretty shallow. And a lot of the decisions you make end up having low to no consequences about the rest of the world. Like, I did a quest where I went to a science facility, and basically they were doing experiments that actually led to people being able to shift universes. At the end of the quest, you're able to choose between these people in this universe, which is yours, or go with this guy and enter the universe and keep on going. I chose what I thought would be the interesting choice and went with this guy in this different universe to see what kind of things had changed in the rest of the world. You know what changed? Absolutely fucking nothing. No armor colors of this world changed, nobody's haircuts changed, nobody's dialogue or personalities changed whatsoever. Nothing. There's also an interesting side quest where you can basically meet like a 2001 Space Odyssey super AI, and I chose what I thought would be the most interesting idea of killing all the humans on board and letting this super AI free. And you know what happened after I completed the quest? It dragged away, and I never saw it again.
Yep,
Didn't
that's
affect
Bethesda for you.
anything. I will say the side quests are what intrigued me the most with Starfield. Eventually you kind of get the game loop and understand it, but there's always an adventure of the hundreds of side quests that are in the game that you can go and explore and see what kind of unique stories that you can experience. I've stopped bounty hunters in the middle of their pursuit after a mark and like gotten into a gunfight in a saloon. I really loved when I went onto this abandoned spaceship that felt almost haunted. They even added little music.
I'm gonna love my
like a
Starfield
violin
playthrough
scratch or whatever
next
whenever you
year.
find, like, a
Next
haunted
year.
image, and
I'm
there's, like,
serious about
sounds
this.
behind me
Next
that felt
year,
like
I'm gonna
ghosts
do
behind me.
heavy modded Starfield, but I'm waiting. I'm gonna give him time. I'm gonna give him like a year, you know.
That felt very unique and cool and almost like Dead Spacey. I did think the storytelling in general, though, mainly plays it safe. There's nothing huge decisions where it just completely changes the game dynamics. And I feel like the whole Constellation quest was just so handled with kid gloves and bubble wrapped and like, this is an adventure for the love of humankind and all this kind of just, like, this is a rated M game. Can we have something a little darker? Can the people that made Starfield look at something like Blade Runner 2049 or Dune or 2001 Space Odyssey or something like Looper? Space has a lot of dark Lovecraftian themes. What if our technology gets too advanced and runs loose on us? One hole in a StarCraft and everybody on board dies. Possibly meeting alien species and realizing we're not the only sentient thing on this world. Those are Starfield, you're also murdering thousands of people on end, which I very much appreciate. I like fighting in these games. But
Me
like,
too. I like the fighting. I realize now that I do video games for combat, and that's weird because I suck at combat.
Everything's so saturated and
But it's why I do
colorful.
video
Have
games,
you
you
guys
know?
been to the club in
It
Neon?
is.
I'm sorry, has the Bethesda team
Yes.
ever been to a real club?
No.
There's like 10 people on the dance floor. Have you seen John Wick? Have you seen Collateral? Give me a real club scene. Give me people doing crazy Aurora drugs in the bathroom. Let's watch people get their hands cut off for some bad gambling deal or something. I don't know, just like something. Neon, like, it felt like, oh, it's such a dangerous, scummy city, but it just felt so, one, it felt small,
Yeah,
and
hollow.
two, it felt like there was no more threat than any other place I've been to in the world. I don't know if I'm
Dude,
alone here.
in
but
2 years, the modders are just they'll double the size of the city. They'll double the size of the rooms. They'll expand and do everything better. They'll make the menus go away. They'll allow us to fly away from the planet to the stars, like No Man's Sky and all this other shit. And that's when I'll play Starfield. And you know what? Like, every time I want to fire up Starfield before the year is up, like next year, around September, I will play Starfield, modded. But until then, I'm just gonna wait. Let him mod it. Let him get better at it. Let him make that game good, because I believe fundamentally that it's good. But until the mods come in and make it something truly amazing, like Skyrim, I don't think that game was necessarily that good. I'd rather play Fallout 76. It's frankly sad. It's, of course, I'm biased towards 76, but that's because I believe that fundamentally that they made 76 good eventually. I really do believe that. I know, because I have like 4,000 hours in it, like Rust. I think 76 is good. I have about as many hours in 76 as I have in Rust. I'm not kidding. I think this is so much better than DayZ. I'm sorry, but I really do. I think this is fundamentally better. Now, DayZ, it's weird because the zombies will sometimes be in the buildings, and in this they won't. He can't make them use doorways, but I kind of wish they could, like, clip through the door. But he can't make the zombies do that, I don't think. I don't think he has the power to do that. I guess I'll run airfield. I mean, what the fuck else am I doing? Where did I see zombies at? Saw zombies a minute ago. It's quiet out here. I can always go to that busy server now, but I mean, it's getting towards the new world grind here. About an hour, I'll get off Rust and I'll get on New World and I'll begin the MSQ quest grind until I got my heart gem today, which is good. That's a big step. That makes me really feel like I can start the expansion, I don't have a green card, do I? No. Go get the milk crates down there, I suppose. There's nothing really stopping me. I suppose I could go do a train run for a while. I have quite a bit of ammo. Enough to heal myself, I suppose, yeah. What's this? It was a bear, I think. Oh, I'm in Milton's. Okay. I thought it was at Airfield, but no. Milton. Milton's of funds. I don't think there's many mill crates in Milton's. Milton's is like worthless here on hardcore. So. Oh, hey, look, it's 2 bears. Nice. That'll be some XP. Well, if I can get between them and leaving, they'll die. Ugh.
I was skipping a lot of dialogue in this game. And I actually don't even mean that I'm not paying attention. I'm reading it, but the delivery of so many lines are so slow. And every time a full line is done, there's like a full second pause before the next line pops up and the person delivers their lines.
Never heard any
They're gonna fix
stories
that
about
too.
gal bank
They'll fix
shit
it.
going down. And
They'll be like
even
natural
if they
flow of
had
conversation mod.
been picked clean years
They'll call it the natural flow
More
mod,
intriguing
something
if
like
the
that.
faces weren't
Yep.
so animatronic and lifeless.
Yeah,
and
they're gonna
didn't
fix that,
overuse
too.
the shit out of the eyebrow raising mechanic.
Yeah, they're like, Jesus Christ, it's so sad that the community has to fix your problems, that you have to pass the cost of doing business on to the consumer, Bethesda. It is frankly sad. Why not hire these modders to fucking make your games good? I'm sure they would be very happy to work for 50 grand a year or something like that if it means working for Bethesda. They don't care, probably. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they do. They care. But, I mean, it's like some of these guys, they're sitting in their basement in their mom's house and they're modding. And you should hire those guys. Like, this was my big issue with Valve. People forget, but daddy wisdom here. Daddy boomer wisdom, right? Daddy boomer wisdom. 20 years ago, before you were born, or maybe were like 5 years old or whatever, or 15 years old. Oh, now I lost my fucking frame of thought here. Daddy boomer wisdom about Valve, right? So when Valve made Left 4 Dead, it turns out, and I didn't know this until after the fact, but I found out later, there was this mod of Half-Life, just like Counter-Strike, Counter-Strike was a really big mod. and so was oh god, you know, like Team Fortress Classic and that sort of stuff, right? So one of the other mods that came out of the Half-Life scene that wasn't Valve was Zombie Panic Source. Now, what did Valve do? They stole the idea that the modder came up with in terms of the modder didn't own the idea. Valve owned Half-Life, but Gabe Newell knew that he had something with Counter-Strike. He knew that he had a phenomenon with Counter-Strike, the way that I know I have a phenomenon with this Rust Zombies thing. Now the world might never know, but I myself know that I have a phenomenon with this Rust Zombies thing. I think Rick and I know. Like, I don't think the world will ever embrace this, and that's okay. But I believe this is a thing that should be. Sorry. I believe this should be really big, the way the Counter-Strike or Zombie Panic Source was. So the community made Zombie Panic Source before Valve knew Valve knew what Left 4 Dead was because of Zombie Panic Source, which was a Half-Life mod that puts you up against the zombie feral ghouls that were in Half-Life 1. And they would swarm you in these linear paths, and there was like 4 other mobs in the game that were bigger. There were like Half-Life mobs that had modified things that they had added that were versions of the Half-Life weapons. And this is how we got Zombie Panic Source. Now, how did Valve respond to this? They just stole the idea. In all intents and purposes, I would say they stole it essentially. They didn't pay the modders for the idea. Let's put it that way. They didn't pay anybody. Let's put it that way. They just took the mod, Zombie Panic Source, and they licensed it as Left 4 Dead 1 and Left 4 Dead 2. It made basically the greatest set of zombie games of all time. Kind of like what Rick's doing with this with this Rust Zombies thing. That's what Zombie Panic Source was before Valve stole the idea from the poor modder who was living in his parents' basement. And this is Daddy Boomer wisdom for you. People forget that this happened, but I didn't. And I don't. And I remember Zombie Panic Source, and I played it recently. And I remember that it's superior to Left 4 Dead. The original mod was superior to Left 4 Dead. It was far better. It was far more entertaining. It was far more of a long level. And the other place I've ever seen this gameplay that Zombie Panic Source had was in New World and the Epic Chess runs. And I'm sure Guild Wars 2 did it too. But the epic chess runs are a lot like Zombie Panic Source or Left 4 Dead 2 in the respect that you can't stop. The zombies will swarm you. All the elites will swarm you. You can stop to kill the bosses because you have to, or they'll kill one of you. But the ECR chess runs in New World, that's an old style of mechanic that I've seen forever in Left 4 Dead 2. That one of my best friends, completionist Left 4 Dead 2, he was a Left 4 Dead 2 fanatic. He thought it was the greatest game ever made, and you know he might not be wrong really. But he ended up killing himself and his father later. But he really loved Left 4 Dead 2, so he forced Left 4 Dead 2 on us, and I know a lot more about Left 4 Dead 2 than I care to know because one of my friends was super obsessed with it. Now, I liked Left 4 Dead 2, and I still think it's an amazing game, and I really liked playing it, I really liked beating it, and I really thought it was a great game. For a while, it was an obsession for me. And I like Left 4 Dead 2, but after you play Zombie Panic Source on Steam, the place where they stole the idea from, you begin to understand that, like, Valve wasn't that good at making games. Bethesda wasn't that good at making games. And that's okay. This is why the modding scene was so big for, well, Valve and Bethesda, right? That's okay. You know, not everybody's perfect at everything. And the scene knows that we lovingly love Bethesda and Valve. But we know that while they can make good games, like the best games that are ever made, like Half-Life 2 and Skyrim, they themselves, as creators, can make better games than we can as modders. They definitely can. They've got the resources and the skills and the engine, and they've got the mother load and all that, and they've got the mother's tools to do it. So we know that they can make good games, but can they make the games that we should live as lifestyles, I would say no. The modder scene does that. The game, if you want to live the game like a lifestyle, and you want to play it all day like I'm doing on Rust Hardcore Zombies right now, sitting in a bush talking to you on my stream, looking at a cool wood base, and I realized that I might have stumbled on a village, so I'm not moving right now, and I'm just listening for sounds of gunfire or signs of life or anything like that, because, hey, maybe they're here, or we don't know. I don't want to lose this pistol, because it's the only one I have, and I have to wait a whole day to get it again, so... You know, so I'm just being cautious about it. I'm talking to you. Notice that I'm kind of living Rust as a lifestyle. I'm living New Worlds as a lifestyle. I'm living modded Skyrim as a lifestyle. I'm living EVE Online as a lifestyle. I'm living all these games as a lifestyle. That's why my channel is called MMO Lifestyle. You know, all the gay community, they wanted their gay lifestyle recognized and not hated on. I want my video game, like MMO lifestyle, recognized and not hated on. And so now, you know, we know that there needs to be this beautiful union between the modding scene and the I'm sorry, but they're fuck-ups. The fuck-up developer scene. We know they're fuck-ups. Look at Redfall. Now, when I play Redfall, you know what I thought when I played it? I thought this could be an amazing, amazing fucking game. I'm talking really fucking, like, might spend all my time playing all day long. I thought Redfall could be a really good game. I saw potential there. That's the worst thing. I'm sure Arcane did too, or they wouldn't have made it. But the problem is, it would take 2 to 5 years of the most dedicated Bethesda modders to make that game acceptable. And so we just hate Arcane instead. We hate Bethesda instead. Because it seems like they could easily just go pay the people who want to live the game as a lifestyle, who want to be the Fallout Lone Wanderer, who want to be the EVE Online super captain pilot guy who runs a corporation, who wants to be the World of Warcraft Night Elf priest who heals his buddies through the worst, darkest times of their lives. You know, the guy who wants to be a Rust Hardcore Zombie Lone Survival Vault Wanderer guy, all this stuff. We want to live this stuff as a lifestyle, and the modders made it possible for us to do that. It wasn't the developers, and the developers are like, we get the money, we got the money, we go crazy. You should buy Starfield doesn't run well. Oh, well, Tuck Titty, you paid us $10 billion. Just go buy another computer, right? You're the one with the money, right? You paid us $10 billion, but Todd Howard tells you to go buy a new computer. But we paid you, Todd. We paid you. We can't buy a new computer. We paid you. We paid $100 to $300 for Starfield. I'm about to buy Fallout New Vegas again. You know what I'm saying? We paid you, Todd. I really feel like you should probably hire these modders and get them out of their fucking parents' basements for $50,000 a year. And to tell me you wouldn't take labor like that. Take the modders out of their fucking shitty lives and empower them to give us the fucking lifestyles that we need out of these fucking games. You fucking idiots. I and pretty much everybody else I know can do Bethesda better than Bethesda. And that's how you can say it to include everybody else. Even the Stream Sniper. I believe even the Stream Sniper, who's like a low IQ, 57, something like that, could do Bethesda better than Bethesda. I full-flown believe that. I really fundamentally believe this. That a really low IQ, 57 IQ person could do better than Bethesda. I believe that even the Stream Sniper could do it. I believe all of us could do Bethesda better than Bethesda. I believe a 5-year-old could do it better. And so that's the thing. So if you make Lamborghinis, but you can't fucking make steering wheels... UI in the video games, they don't call it steering wheel, they call it UI, the user interface, right? If you can make these wonderful Lamborghinis, but you can't make steering wheels, you don't release the Lamborghini with a melty, fucked up, shitty looking, ugly faced, fucked up steering wheel. You just hire good steering wheel people to come in, you delegate, and you tell them, here's $50,000 a year to make the best mods of your fucking lifetime, and I want you to make Starfield fucking shine brighter than No Man's Sky could ever shine in its 50 years of existence, right? But no, instead there's the Nexus and then Bethesda's website. Here's a website that I've never voluntarily gone to ever. Here's the first time in 27 years I've voluntarily gone here one other time when I bought 76. But that's it. So I don't come to this website often, but what I do come to very often is Nexus. You know what I'm saying? Come to Nexus at least 50 times a year or something like that. You know, at least 50 times a year. So I don't know why this website gets 10 times the traffic this website does. I know why. It's because these guys are doing it for love. These guys are doing it for money. You can tell. What does Nexus put on their fucking main page, right? They put mods and games, and they show you the love, and they say, hey, you're a gamer with a gaming heroin addiction. We've got gaming heroin for you. And they lay it out, and they're like, we got 3,000 games. What do you need? What do you need? We got shit for you. We got shit for you. You like Starfield, etc.? Over here, we see, oh, we're bragging about how good Starfield was in a cookie preference thing, because it seems like it's spying on you. You can click this button and pay us if you want, but that's pretty much it. And I just don't see I don't see why there isn't a marriage between these two things. I want the baby that these two things can create. I don't want the wretched abortion that these people create unmarred because marred because they send it to the public. They go live with their IP to the public, and it's like a fucking Lamborghini that goes 350 miles an hour. That's only $60, right? But the problem is there's no steering wheel on the Lamborghini that goes 350 miles per hour that costs $60. There's no steering wheel in it. And if there is, you try to turn it and it goes wonk. It sends you flying into the wall. It crashes your game and kills your 20-hour save. So I don't know why the steering wheel people can't get with the car people. And if Todd had a fucking clue, he'd step to Nexus and be like, here's $1 billion, fix our games. But nah, Todd couldn't fucking direct his way out of a nutsack. And I'll say it to his fucking face. You think I'm saying this because I'm Mr. Scare Boy who says stuff on the internet? But no, put me in a room with Todd. I'll say it right to his fucking face. Say it right to his face. Say it right to his face. Why is this website garbage and this one's so good? This one is free. This one is your front end for your money. Why is this one so much garbage if you have all that money and these people don't? You know what I'm saying? I don't understand why this one's so much better than yours. Couldn't they be the same thing? Bethesda has been mismanagement, and they've been mismanaged. They don't care about the baby that we all fostered, kind of like what they did to Star Wars or whatever. They don't care about the babies that we lived as lifestyles and stuff. They don't care about what they do to it. So fuck them. I want a marriage between the people who can make the steering wheels and the people who can make the Lamborghinis. And anybody who can't fucking get this analogy is an idiot. You know what I'm saying? Anybody who can't get this analogy, like Todd, is a fucking idiot. Anybody who didn't understand this, and on top of this, I was having these thoughts 15 fucking years ago. I had these thoughts. Like 15 years ago, when I was like longer than that. Like 20 years ago, I was having these thoughts as a 20-year-old. And 20 years have gone by, and you still see the massive fucking failure. What was that? What was that? I don't know, but I'm just going to go. Trap base? Yeah, but he'll have a second door. There's a jet? Whoa. There's the outpost. That's kind of cool. I could go gambling, I suppose. Or just buy metal. I'll buy high quality metal. I was hoping to find a mini heli on the ground, but anyways. So yeah, like I'm sorry. So you couldn't see what I was looking at, could you? So here, between these two, right? Like, why this website? You couldn't see what I was talking about, right? So here, why is this website for free so much better than this website, which is also free, but I mean, it's mainly just the front end to sell games and stuff like that. Why are these two not combined? I believe that Bethesda should have bought Nexus a long fucking time ago and put those poor boys to work trying to fucking actually like fix these games that they cantankerously release and expect us to fix for them. Why don't you just pay the modders? It's frankly disgusting. It's like you wanted slave labor for 20 years. You built this billionaire fucking enterprise off of it, off the backs of the modders. And I really feel like anybody could do Bethesda better than Bethesda. It's misappropriation and mismanagement, you know. And that's, I'm gonna get off it now. I got my point across. I think it's unfortunate.
Everybody is talking like this all the time. There's also companions in the game, which I did like Vasco a lot.
Bosco was
Nice.
dope. Yep.
Way to go, Vasco.
He does get in the way a lot. He's a big, obtuse guy. But I thought he was cute. I thought his humor was done well. Just like the armor and stuff in the game, like surfaces that are on people look so good. Like the textures on Vasco are great. They look so detailed, and I love the little physics on him. But having human companions is another story. I think it's always interesting, the love dynamics that they've added into Bethesda games. I've never been attracted to this aspect of the game,
Me
especially
neither.
with the lifeless delivery. It's hard to even
Nope.
get really serious with somebody when I can't believe any interaction I have with them. And I believe that they made everybody bisexual in the game, which, you know, is cool. Like,
That's
if you're gay and you
cool.
want to, like,
Yeah.
be with Sam Coe because he's that cool bounty hunter guy, I get that. I like that the option is there for everybody. But this does make it so that I can't seem to
I do
have
too.
one regular platonic friendship with anybody.
Yeah, without
because
them hitting on
everybody's
you.
kind of gay.
Everyone's
Everybody's
gay.
always kind of hitting on you,
Yeah,
or just
everyone's
getting really
gay.
sentimental with you for some reason. I'll just be
Yep.
traveling with Sam Coe and I'll be like, hey, can you hold these guns for me for a second? And he'll just be like, sure. Hey, by the way, I've been meaning to tell you how much I've enjoyed spending time with you. I've never really met anyone like you. I don't know, this might sound corny, but you're just special to me. I probably sound crazy. And it's like, yeah, dude.
He did really well.
Holding my guns this whole time. And you know what
That
the
was
biggest
very
problem
funny.
with Starfield is this is bigger than any other issue, bigger than any bug, bigger than anything. This game was sold with the idea that you could be who you want to be.
Yeah. Nope.
Do what
You got to
you
do the
wanna
quest
do in this
line.
game.
That's it.
That is a lie. I
That's a
can't tell
lie.
you how many times in this game it stopped me from doing what I actually wanted to do. Especially if you're not going to be the purest, best, pacifist,
Yep.
good guy in the game. And I got a bunch of examples together where this game does not let you do what you want to do. I wanted to be a neutral, evil space bounty hunter. A Han Solo type that only cared about himself. I wanted to be a selfish prick. But I wanted to have fun doing it. I wanted to be able to kill anybody that crossed me. I wanted to be dangerous. But this game doesn't let you kill almost anyone. Anybody that has a name, they will get down. Any person that's part of a quest anywhere in the game cannot kill. Until
That Bethesda
the game
freedom, it's
allows you
gone.
to kill them.
Gone,
I was in a
gone.
fire hype one time. I wanted to kill a guy who had evidence on him that I needed to grab. I get him into his room. I close the door behind him. Even my
And you have
companion
sex
comes
with
in
him.
with me. Get out my silence
You have a
gun,
threesome.
shoot him in the back of the head, grab the evidence, walk outside the door. All the guards on the spaceship have been alerted. What? I was like, fine, maybe it's just on that guy. I'll just use the persuasion option. That's way more fun.
Oh,
Get
they
the
do this all
evidence,
the
and then I'm basically
time.
told on that same spaceship to assassinate somebody because he's a shithead. And I'm like, awesome. Go to that guy's room, close the door behind me, shoot him immediately in the head. All the guards are alerted once again. Whether I shoot this guy in his room privately alone, or I blow his brains out in the center of the ballroom, everybody knows about it apparently. I just wanted to be like Tom Cruise in Collateral, where it's like, bang, bang.
Bang bang.
I wish the game just had some balls. Like, just let me kill any of the side characters.
If I were to kill her, like, yeah, I can't kill her.
I can't kill her.
Can't kill anybody in this game.
I understand main central Sarah characters that are part of the main quest, but any side quest should definitely let you just be able to kill them. And then if you kill somebody, much like the way you failed quests in The Witcher, it just tells you quest lost, and it name a bunch of the quests that they were connected to. And maybe it doesn't fail the quest completely. Maybe that option with that person available just isn't there anymore. It'll make me want to play the game again and then see what that character had to offer. Or maybe I'll look up a video about 10 most important quests in the game or interesting quests, and I'll be like, oh, I killed that guy that time. Let me play the game again. On that spaceship alone, where I was told to assassinate that guy, I also tried to kill 4 more people. Everybody just got down. I tried to kill people that were trying to kill me. Like this woman out of nowhere wielding the freaking double-barreled shotgun. I couldn't shoot her in the face. Am I ever going to see that woman again? Also, right before that quest ended, I talked to the guy that basically set up the mission and said,
Yes.
hey, I just wanted to let you know I'm taking part of the cut. And I was like, oh, are you really? Bang, shoot him in the head, just like the Joker. No,
was gonna bounce.
he also got down. Great.
More
You want
money.
another example? Try this one on for size. There's 2 forces in the game, the UC and the Space Pirates. Basically, the Imperials and the Stormcloaks. There's a part in that quest where you choose which side you're going to be on, but it starts with you being an inside man for the UC into the pirate squad. The UC is basically like, hey, you're going to be doing all these pirate missions, but don't kill anybody or don't do anything bad, okay? And I'm like, shut up, I kill everyone. They give me a slap on the wrist multiple times, but eventually I broke the back, which was murdering an entire facility of innocent engineers. killed her. Gosh, it was so fun. It was just a blast, let me tell you. But the UC was like, what the hell, man?
What the fuck?
You are under arrest. You're going to prison for a long time. And I was like, you'll never take me alive. And I just started slaughtering the entire place, killing everybody on board.
And then
but guess
reload.
who didn't get killed? The main UC guy, his co-captain, anybody with a name, Alex, this guy with cool armor. And every room that I went into, I would walk into, they'd spawn in behind me with full health, and I'd have to down them again. And I understand that the argument against being able to kill everybody is like, well, if you kill everybody right there, then you're gonna miss the crescendo moment of the giant space battle between the UC and the pirates, which is cool.
That's
but
a valid.
how about you give me the option to have a crescendo moment that is exactly what I did, which is being on a spaceship and murdering the entire fleet. Anyway, I ended up killing everybody and downing everybody that I could, and then I left the spaceship, but when you leave the UC spaceship, there's like 50 spaceships that immediately target your grab drive. I was like, oh shit. And then I thought about it for a second, I'm like, oh, maybe the game is trying to get me arrested because they're trying to put me on a cool quest where there's like a prison break from the pirates saving me from the prison. You wanna know what happens next? They arrest me, the screen goes black, I wake up in New Atlantis, 1 day has passed, and I'm a free man. That's it. It is literally that exact fun. Like, have fun rotting in that cell. And it's interesting to note, usually when you're arrested, you get a bunch of XP taken away. But in this case specifically, you don't get any experience taken away. It's almost like the game developers knew that they didn't just want to penalize you for taking a story beat, but because of this, there's no consequence to this arrest. I just go straight back to the pirates, and then we just fucking destroy the entire UC fleet. They had me under arrest. Another aspect of not being able to do what you want to do is every time your companion overreacts for a pretty normal-ass decision, or a decision that just lines up with your character. There's this one time where Samco was my companion, we're out in space, bounty hunters show up. I kill a bunch of bounty hunters, the last one, I blast out their engines, I go up, I dock them, I get on board, and everybody on board of this bounty hunter ship was named like crew staff. Like they looked like normal people on board, but they're bounty hunters and they had their guns out. And so I'm like, all right, I'm gonna kill all you. You're all bounty hunters, right? I loot everything, I turn around, Samco's right there and he's like, you're a cold-blooded murderer. And I'm like, they literally were trying to kill us 10 seconds ago. What are you talking about? He's angry with me. He has left my party. That has happened so many times with so many different companions in this stupid game. Samco calls me a cold-blooded murderer.
They fucked up the
When I'm killing the
companions.
entire factory of innocent Gen Tech engineers. Doesn't seem to bat an eye for him there.
Listening to them bitch is hilarious.
You flat out murdered someone. I did not
Flat out murdered someone.
There's also just weird things. I was on Neon, and there's this girl that I'm supposed to talk to, and I knew I had the option to kill her. So I just walked in, shoot her, immediately everybody starts attacking me. And I'm like, oh, gosh, all right, reload the save. I go and talk to her. Hey, how you doing? Yep, I can attack you? Okay, let's fight. Back up, shoot her in the head. No one cares.
No one
and there's
cares.
just a bunch of incidents like this, like having so many ships that are on the ground be inaccessible for some reason, so I can't just steal them. Or if you want to like go on a Marauder's spaceship and just enter the docking bay as they take off, the game just glitches out. The most egregious example I've seen of the game not letting me do what I want to do in the game was when I was on a starship and I basically had to steal a uniform to get access to another level of the starship. I end up finding it. It's in front of a no-named guard. He has no name. I get into his little security room with him. I pull out my silenced pistol. I shoot him in the back of the head as a space scoundrel would. He dies. No alarm trip this time. I was like, wow, I'm actually able to do what I want to do here. I go and try to grab the uniform. Click A. Nothing. Click A again. Nothing.
I can't pick it up now? Why? Dude, this game is so, like, limiting. Why can't I just do the thing? I clearly killed this guy in silence, and now I can't steal this?
The game stopped me
I've been there
because
so many
he
times
has a
before.
little jokey part in this quest. I'm supposed to go to the cafeteria and get him a sandwich that has pepper on it. And he doesn't like pepper. And so he gets mad at the cafeteria guy, and that's when I steal the uniform. The game stopped me from being able to pick up a uniform because of a pepper joke. Come on! So no, you can't be who you want to be in Starfield. That is a lie. I had fun with Starfield. Was I expecting more from Bethesda? Not really. Ever since the fall of 76, my expectations have been lowered. For a billion-dollar studio, should they definitely be way more ahead of the game? Absolutely. But I am having fun with Starfield. I'm past 100 hours and I'm still enjoying the game. Let me say this about Starfield. It's very easy to nitpick and point at the negative because there's so many aspects of the game, there's so many territories where things can go wrong. And things have gone wrong in so many different places, but everything kind of all works works together, and there is so much to do that it can keep you engaged for a while if you can get past some things. A lot of people are going to be lost in the story. A lot of people are going to be lost from all the bugs. A lot of people aren't going to play it because the game is not optimized. But if you're a casual gamer, you're probably not going to notice a lot of these things, and it's going to feel like another Skyrim with a new coat of paint to you, because it definitely does hit that game loop design of doing a quest and going and exploring and going and finding this base and completing that base and killing everybody and getting new gear. I was extraordinarily let down by the travel systems and the exploring of space that isn't that, but it still has that pumping heart of a Bethesda RPG that I did fall in love with forever ago, and somehow it sunk its teeth back into me. I can't even like put that into words necessarily of why it worked for me. My best friend hated Starfield, bought it and refunded it 3 full times.
Three
and
times.
every time he complained to me why he didn't want to play it
he was
again,
like, I don't
I
wanna
was
play
like,
this again. 'Cause
Because
he's a true gamer.
For some reason, it's working for me. And you know what kind of bums me out like the most because of this whole situation is the fact that I'm not really looking forward to Elder Scrolls 6 nearly as much as I have in the past. Now that I've played
of
Starfield and
Starfield.
seen where things are at. Are you guys really going to use the creation engine again? Like, please don't. Please switch things up so we can be blown away by your next video game. That is probably 6 years away. I am a completely different person since Skyrim came out. It's just wild how long it's been. It's been over 12 years now.
You saw what I had to
just
do
went
to
out, so I'm gonna
Skyrim
wrap this up
to be
now.
able
That's
to
the new
play it.
timer for it. You have been babbling on for too long. I think you guys get it. You
Yep, I got it. Yep. What else? Oh, stop. Oh, ouch. Oh, it's gonna be hard to find my base in the dark. I think I can do it. I didn't really pull in a battery. I should have bought a battery. I was at Outpost. Oh well. Maybe it'll be sunny tomorrow. It's 9:30. I believe I might get off this game now. I had paid the upkeep for the rest of the wipe. And I pulled 70 high qual and, 3,000 metal frags. This should be enough, I think, for a while. Switch up here. I was hoping for a laptop, because then ooh, a water pipe. Not bad, not bad. We will drop these last 10 shells. I guess, yeah, I believe so. That's okay. We can replace those. Those are renewable.
Hey guys, before this video starts, I just want to say that Sather's Arcade merch is finally available at jacksather.com. I hand-designed the logo and the designs inside the merch. I also spent a lot of time getting the samples exactly right, and I finally think they are. So if you're looking for a way to support me, this is a great way to do it, and I really appreciate it. All right, on with the video.
I think that's my base. I don't know. No, that's not my base. Fuck, I'm getting lost here. And
Welcome
I
to hell.
should not do that.
Just getting around. This is my shed, okay? Which now looks like I worship Satan on the weekends, which I don't. It's just something a little autistic I came up with. I remember one of the first video games I ever played was Lord of the Rings 2 Towers on my Game Boy Advance. And no, I wasn't some rich punk kid, so I didn't have a worm light. I could only play the game when the sun was available. I remember falling in love with this game and immediately being drawn to the ARPG genre. Running around from an isometric perspective, battling enemies and looting their items, seeing what kind of maggoty breath they've been eating.
I wonder if that good game is good.
I couldn't imagine slicing down orcs on a portable device as my favorite Tolkien characters could be any more fun. But little did I know that I would eventually be able to play a game just
It's so
like
dark
that.
I can't even see the power station.
What was that?
Oh, damn it.
Little did I
So much
know that one day
reflections.
I'll be able to play a similar game like that, but this time with 3D characters
I
on a
am
device that
lost.
actually lit up when it was powered on. That game was
of a
Dungeon
bitch.
Siege Throne of Agony on my PSP. You could play as this absolute unit and just decimate the lands of Arana on your way to kill the Black Druid. It's just his name, it's not like a race thing. I became truly obsessed with this game, playing it anywhere I could, in bed, in the car, on the can, and that's exactly what happened to me again many years down the road when I finally got my hands on Diablo 3.
2.
Admittedly,
3?
this is my first Diablo game, and I had heard about Diablo 1 and 2 growing up, but I was a good Christian boy from northern Florida, so there was no way I was gonna get a game titled The Devil past my parents. I think I did try to convince my mom to let me play it at some point. Like, Mom, no, you don't play as the devil, you're trying to kill him. He's the bad guy, remember? Genesis 3:15, he's gonna try to strike the heel, Jesus will crush his skull. I'm trying to be more like Christ here.
Quick commercial break for our friends over at Bespoke Post. Thank you to Bespoke for sponsoring this video and supporting my channel. Bespoke Post is a monthly membership club that delivers you a box of awesome, top shelf goods from under the radar brands every month. It's free to join, you can skip a month and cancel at any time. Every month they introduce their members to cool new products like outdoor gear, clothing, home and kitchen goods, and more. They actually sent me 3 boxes. The box smells really good for some reason. The first one I have opened up actually, it's the Terra knife, and I actually used it as a prop in the background. But this thing is sweet, man. It's like extremely high quality. So it's like an outdoor utility knife. It's got like a curve, so it's almost like a shovel. It's got a serrated edge. It's got an incredibly sharp, smooth edge. And you got this thing for, you know, every box of awesome has around $70 worth of goods inside, but costs you only a fraction of the value. Oh, this is what smells so good. Woo! Look at that. My own little piece of charcoal. No, it's soap. Soap. Dude, that is what smells so good. By the way, 90% of the products come from small brands, many of which are based right here in the
really
US,
thought that
including
I
the
lived
people
that
made
direction,
Terra,
but I don't
made by
know.
Bare Bones in Salt Lake City. And there's one more thing in here, the bird collar, which will attract whatever songbirds are around to come out and sing. I'm probably 100% gonna give this to my dad because he is a bird nerd. Is that bird in here? This knife is gonna be so useful for any outdoor activities or opening up boxes. Oh, nice, this is the smile kit. The Quip toothbrush. I'm actually gonna use this right now. Because currently, I've been using one of my girlfriend's backup toothbrushes. What's cool is every month they'll assign a box of awesome to you, and before it sends to you, you'll be able to preview the items inside of it, so you can decide if you wanna keep it, swap it out for a different box, or skip that month entirely at no charge. You only pay for what you want.
Thanks, Bespoke.
To get 20% off your first box of awesome, click the link in my description and use my code JSather20 at checkout. Or go to bespokepost.com/JSather20. Thank you to Bespoke for sponsoring this video, and back to Diablo.
In Diablo 3, I played as the Barbarian and instantly got hooked to the game. I really loved how it didn't restrict you with like ammo types or one-time scrolls. The game is just an onslaught of enemies coming at you wave after wave as your character mows them down. Class building just really gelled with me. I liked unlocking new abilities and seeing what
speaks
worked
like a
together.
gamer.
But eventually I beat the game, did a little bit of the end game, tried a couple of the different characters like the wizard and attacking the power
I
of
like
Juju,
him.
but eventually the game's hype just kind of died down.
Hope it goes
And
far.
To be fair, I had come to Diablo 3 fairly late in the game. DLC was already out. My friends had thousands of Paragon levels and were tiered up in gear. One of my friends called me at some point, and I can't tell you a more boring video game experience than just following somebody having the time of their life, destroying hordes of enemies while you just slowly walk behind them. I figured, let's just put Diablo 3 to rest for now, but I am sold. I'll hop on strong when the next Diablo game comes out. I'm sure it's right around the corner. From the first Diablo 4 gameplay I saw, I was very impressed. From the graphics, to the characters, to the gothic, gory, open world gameplay, I was fully stoked. And then Diablo Immortal came out, and I became fully scared. Will Diablo 4 also be plagued by the malice of modern day gaming microtransactions? Well, it's a Blizzard game, so yeah, of course, but we'll get to that later. I've realized over the years, I play certain games differently. Some games need my full attention because of like a great story, like The Last of Us. Some I want to lock myself in a dark room and become immersed into the world, like with Red Dead Redemption 2. And there's some games that I play where I just want to absolutely shut my brain off while listening to a podcast on quantum mechanics and retain zero information. And that's what I was expecting Diablo 4 to be for me. And on June 1st, it finally came out and we were off to the races. I really wanted to be a werebear druid, but everybody during the beta was saying that the necromancer does 4,000 damage per second and the druid does 4 damage an hour. But I said, screw it, let's just hope that they buffed him. I just needed those fleshy meat shape-shifting animations in the game. They just look so good. Right off the bat, I was a little underwhelmed by the customization in the game, like only 4 faces per character and 11 haircuts. And no good ponytails. I go this Walmart Dothraki braid the sorcerer has, and while we're talking about him, his early game gear just looks like a funky ant. But I will say the graphics and detail of the characters is nothing to scoff at.
Got veins in his calves. It's impressive, I'm not gonna lie.
One thing I'm gonna note, I thought it was weird that you can't change your hair color, but you can change your permanent tattoos later on in the game. And this is kind of a big deal as a druid because this changes the entire color of your shapeshifting forms permanently. I deleted my first druid at like level 15 because I saw a green werewolf pass me one day and it clicked in my brain. I'm like, oh, I got it. I'm gonna be Clifford the big red fucking bear. I really had a great time as the druid. I love the choices that I was given. Do I want to be a nature druid, earthbender, or a fast
Druids. They're always like this too. They're good people, druids. They always are. But they're always like this. I don't know what this is. It's just a thing. It's an X factor or something like this. Druids are always like this. There's something in their personality that makes them debonair, I'd say is the word. Suave. Druids are suave. People who gravitate to druid.
and bloody werewolf, or do I want to be an explosive tank bear? I chose the latter, but with later levels and legendary gear, I was able to incorporate some storm and earth moves, becoming Clifford the Big Red Mulligan. I'm also somebody who doesn't like looking up builds. I want to figure out how I can become the most powerful on my own. Like when I play Lemonade Tycoon, I don't look up the secret recipe. I want to figure out how much sugar and ice cubes I can put into my drink to destroy my enemies. I want to experience my class. I want to experience the lemonade. And Diablo's skill tree isn't exactly a difficult system. It's not like Path of Exile, where in order to build your character, you have to like break out the TI-84 and knock out some trig. The foundation of Diablo 4 is strong. The combat and sound design is super punchy and satisfying, especially playing as melee characters, where you're just blasting your enemy into a volcano of blood. One day I was waking up my computer with the spacebar, and audio from a gameplay footage I had up was playing, and this is what it sounded like.
Yeah, that's how it sounds.
Like, I don't think they could have captured a better sound of slaughtering hell. Great band name, by the way. The animations of the game are top tier. The visual effects, for the most part, are good. There's some weird ones, like when I base boost the earth with my barbarian. The world and the level design are beautiful. Also paired with the lighting, like anytime
2
you're near
days,
a
21
magma,
hours.
it just looks gorgeous.
70
The
hours,
physics of
not
your
bad.
clothes and the physics of bashing apart your enemies is just a visual delight. Except for that, like, one time that I split a polar bear in half. That was not my intention, nor am I proud of it.
Sorry, buddy.
My first playthrough, I tried to play the game as organically as possible. So I was doing the story, but I was doing a ton of cellars and dungeons in between until I realized that there was like 2 million of them. I thought the story was
TOU loaded. What's TOU loaded? Oh, you loaded. Oh, yeah, I am loaded, yeah. I'm loaded for a solo player, but remember, this is the zombie server where it has mining, woodcutting, skinning, harvesting, medical, combat, build, crafts, scavenging, vehicles, cooking, underwater, raiding. And it's a year-long chart, and there's no BP, so I can't produce anything at all. Like, you cannot make weapons on this server. You can BP them to repair them, but you can't make weapons on this server. You must go to the crates or large oil or something. And everything, even then, has still been nerfed. It's a 0.5x server. And so you put months and months of work into it, and then it becomes something else entirely, of which I will exhibit here. Like, for instance, I get 5% extra crit, 5% extra damage on other players. Well, yeah, it's like, it's like 5 whole extra percent extra damage on extra players. So every 4th bullet, I've shot an extra bullet, right? And I've hurt them more. And I have higher crit and all this because like I've spent like a year leveling into the chart. I left Ace Clam because I didn't like Large Clam Rust anymore, specifically because it didn't feel like it was rewarding my day-to-day for yearly. For like on a yearly like level, it was like all the time my work was being erased by the wipe or something like that, but my points in the chart remain all year long. See it, like current level 88, I've only got 12 points to go, and I need a 3,168,400 XP at 100 XP a zombie kill. So I mean, I need a lot of zombies, like a lot each level. Pigs give you XP, everything gives you XP, raiding gives you XP, all of it gives you XP. And so the server never took off, but I still think that the model's good because it makes you, like, I'm immune to fall damage. I can swim for 3 whole minutes. I can fly a mini heli for 8 hours without running out of fuel. I can crash a mini heli and take no damage. I can... I'll show you. I can chop 8 trees all at once. I can pop nodes in a single hit, like Superman, or like the Stevie videos where you like like you pop the node in one hit, they'll edit out all the farming they do. I don't need to edit out the farming that I do. Got to put my gun away here because it's risk what I'm doing here. But I'll show you an example. If I go to the trees, it's a 0.5x server. So yes, I'm stacked on a 0.5x server, but I'm stacked on a 0.5x server because I've invested 10 months here. And so like a quarter of the time my upgrades are free. Like half the time my anytime I craft anything like bullets or explode bullets, it's free, and or I'll duplicate it and I'll get 2 of them. Like stuff like that. You get superpowers on this server, and I got so addicted to it that I left Tay and I left Ace. And I came here to a dead server with between 3 and 10 people at any given time because it's like a dead server. It's a dead server. But the zombies keep me endlessly entertained. The content is good for the stream. And I eventually start to get superpowers here that normal Rust players don't have. Like I don't know, I've chopped all the trees in the neighborhood, so I have to do a bit of running here, but a good example is fuck chopping trees, and I don't think 5x fixes it really. So I want this, which is like if you hit a tree, anything within 10 meters gets popped 2, and you can instant pop 4 trees all at once. You know, maybe it might take a few hits to get the RNG here. 3, 4. I used to play a game with it on stream. I used to be like 3 trees at once, and suddenly I've got, 4K wood in 10 seconds. The nodes are like that. The bullets are like that. Everything's like that. This, everything pays. Everything rewards your time for being there, and that's what the large clan like. I believe that Tay belongs in large clan because he gets the benefit of always learning the meta of building and being the best, some of the best in the world at building. So I believe he would never leave large clan for something like this. But I mean, large, or even maybe he might be too busy to do large clan. He's a young man, but in any event, I know that my vibe is different. I'm looking for shit that rewards my day-to-day effort all the time. And this server does that in spades. It'll definitely, like for instance, I don't give a fuck if somebody raised this huge base. To you, I'm loaded, but because of all the points I have in the chart, stuff like, if I put each point gives you 9% extra mining yield. So if you like sulfur, you can go all the way through the mining tree. And if you don't like farming sulfur, you can go pop mining sulfur nodes in snow. And it only takes like 10 sulfur nodes to fill an inventory. So the raiding scene never came to this server, which I wish they had. But so I look stacked to you for a solo player. But it's actually that the chart is carrying me, and I can produce a base like this in 2 hours. 2 hours. And so yeah, I look loaded, but remember, it's modded. It's essentially, it's not a 2x or a 3x or a 5x. By the time I put all of my points into the mining chart, and it takes like a month to do that. It takes like a month of killing zombies to put the points in the chart. It's like Minecraft, kind of. It's like Minecraft Rust. It awards you over a longer period of time. So now, expert miner. If I instant mining, I have a 5% chance per level. I have 5 levels, so I have 25% chance to just pop a node instantly. So if you don't like farming, you can just bypass that. If you don't like fucking chopping trees, you chop one tree and you're done. You can, like, now I've got enough wood off one chop to go build a base. So I don't give 2 shits. Also, I'm immune to raiding on this server as a streamer. I'm like immune to it because no matter what, I can rebuild this bitch in like 2 fucking hours. I'm not kidding. Because I mean, I won't be able to do that in January at the beginning of the year, but by probably April of next year, like, or not even probably the first month really, now that I know the server better, but yeah, I would say by April at the latest, I can produce bases of this size all day long, and I do sometimes. So, like one wipe, I made like 45 bases, all this size. Because you know, it's not the same for me. I can produce wood in a single chop. You know, I can chop 8 trees at once. I can chop a tree in 4 hits, and I can get potions from barrels, and I can get like extra electronics from scrap, and all these extra benefits and stuff. So it looks stacked, but it's not. It's stacked on a 10x. Because by the time you do the whole year worth of work, you're at a 10x level. You move it, like for instance, when I ride a horse, it's like shooting it's like riding on a I don't know. It's like riding on a mini chopper. It's so fast. When I can ride a tugboat from one end of the island to the other in like 4 minutes. Because I can upgrade the boat so fast that, like in the vehicles chart, right? So it looks stacked. It looks stacked to large clan and people on the outside, and they come attack me and try to take my base too. It's kind of funny, but it doesn't matter. I don't give 2 shits about this base. I could build 5 of these in the next like this afternoon. I could build 5 of these this size with this amount of materials if I put my mind to it. So no matter what, they could raid me every day, and this happened for a year. I had a stream sniper named, like, I won't say the name, but I had a stream sniper that Tay knows and has met a lot of times, who followed us around for like a year. That kid showed up for 8 months and took my base every night for 8 months, and it didn't matter because I can chop 5 trees, hit 2 stone nodes, and produce 3 fucking bases of this size, you know? So I'm immune to raids, and it pissed him off so bad that I was superior to him in every single way and form. Every time he showed up, I killed him. Every time he offlined me, I just built 5 more bases, and I broke his spirit with my RPG chart super manly goodness. You know what I'm saying? I broke his fucking mind with my overall work ethic. I capped out the mining chart. I capped out the woodcutting chart. I capped out the scavenging chart. I capped out the buildcraft chart. I capped out the fucking sometimes I capped out harvesting. Sometimes I cap out vehicles. I did some vehicles in this one, and I did some underwater stuff on this one, and I kind of splash points across, but the points are like this is the best RPG chart I've ever experienced and stuff. So yeah, I'm stacked, but only because I spent 8 months on the zombie server, and longer now. I don't know, like 10 months now, I think. Yeah, it's been longer than that. It's been 13 months since I left Ace, and I'm sure it broke Tay's heart, but it doesn't fucking matter. I'm happy here. I'm immune to raids, which is what I needed from Rust. You know what I'm saying? I needed that from Rust. I'm immune to raids. They can take this base, I'll build 5 more. It doesn't matter. So I don't care if they raid this. I don't care that this wall frame is backwards. I don't care that this stone is fucking backwards. I don't care that my roof is garbage and that I don't have a tower or a wall. I don't give 2 shits about Rust. I play 20 different games, you know. I'm as likely to get on Fortnite as I am Rust, or like EVE Online, or Skyrim, or lately it's New World, or whatever. So I don't play Rust main. I have 4,100 hours on Rust. You know, 4141. It's a good number, 4141. You can see it right here, 4141. I have 4141, but I did not get good at Rust like Tay. I fuck around and I play 20 different games, and I was here for fun. I'm here to, often I'm drunk or high, you know, often I'm wasted, you know, often. I would say not often, but like often. I'd say often I'm wasted. So I really couldn't do Large Clan Rust anymore. It's just far too much responsibility. And also when I wake up in the morning and the base is gone, I'm like, oh well, I gotta walk out with my stone tool right here, chop 4 trees and chop 4 nodes, build a base of the exact same size in, you know, 15 minutes and call it a day. And so all the shitheads in the world can raid me for the rest of eternity. I don't care. I am still stronger than them. The only time I'm weaker than them is when they're on the same level as me at the beginning of the year in January. We're all constrained to wood, right? Because you can't get through the chart that fast. So, well, you can, but it's not that fast. So January, February is a little bit tense because we start out with the bows and the crossbows and the, you know, the Primlock shit, because nobody has any gun. Well, people have guns, but they don't have like big bases like this yet. Because you see like 1x2s and 2x2s and shit, or 1x2s and 2x1s and 3x1s and stuff, 4x2s and stuff, because like nobody can get the stone to do this and still have points in the chart in a sane way. And so, oh, I fucked up there, I guess. Or no, I didn't. I didn't fuck up anywhere else, no. So, yeah, so it's an interesting thing. I'm loaded by Rust standards, but I'm playing on an autistic server as an autistic person with too much time on my hands, where I put so many points in the chart that my 0.5x on this server has now morphed into a 10x, and everybody else who starts is still 0.5x. So I can produce bases on the fly all over the server. I can fly all over the server. The mini helis spawn on the road, so I just go farming the road. If I'm bored, right, I'll just manufacture like a hammer and a fucking, you know, BP and shit. And if I feel like I need to, I'll just throw down like a 1x1 with a fucking airlock, you know, outside every monument in the fucking server. I mean, I do that on regular Rust anyways, but I mean, like, here it's cheap. It takes 5 seconds, like literally 5 seconds, and I've got, I mean, I haven't chopped a stone node yet, but I'll go chop a stone node and show you that. Like, after these 3 stone nodes, I'm gonna have enough. Ooh, Jesus Christ, that scared me. Fucking Scarecrow spawned and scared the shit out of me. Now I'm gonna have to fight him. Alright. I like PP. Okay. Very bad cheater. Okay, guys, gonna just show you me reporting a cheater. Wow. People think cheaters don't exist in Rust, but they do. Yeah, reach out to the Discord and get him banned off his many accounts, you know. Each time this happens, he loses $7. So, you know. Just, let me get the Discord out and I'll show you guys me reporting him, you know. That was cute. At least I didn't bring anything out, you know. Sub number 2. Gotta report this cheater. I need you to move. You want to do it? Okay, well, close. And I need you to open Discord again. Discord again. Oh my god, I'm gonna need you to actually do this. I need you to move this. Okay. I cannot move my Discord to actually use it. It's so annoying. I don't know why Discord isn't on my fucking bar, for one thing. Oh, I lost another nail gun. Oh well. I can't get it. I really can't. I can't fight Windows to get Discord to work. Windows is the worst piece of shit in history. Worst theft and scam ever committed on mankind. It's worse than Bernie Madoff. I can't move this. I don't know how it got up there. I couldn't have moved it up there. And because of Rust, I can't get this to change. Oh God, hurry up, you. He does like pee-pee. We all know he does. Okay, so what do we do now? I guess it got kind of toxic, so I'll leave. You know. And maybe when I close Rust, I can get control of Windows again. Maybe? Nope. I really need you to, like, not do that. Okay, I'm going to shut off my second monitor. That might crash my stream. Sorry. I think that's the whole goal of Windows and everything, to crash the stream. But if it does, I'm sorry, guys. We'll see. Did we crash? No, we didn't crash, but I need this Discord. Here we go. Thank God. Fucking Christ, man. Wow, are you this incompetent, Windows? Yeah, you are. Look at how bad Windows is. That was cool. Are you this bad, Windows? Yeah, you are. No, it wasn't Windows. It was me. It was me. So. Come to the screenshots. Okay, we get away from that toxic hellhole. You know, it's unfortunate. The guy's cocksucker. What can we say? Born loser. I thought he was gone, but no. It's the weekend, and he's just, you know, he's got school because he's a loser. You know what I'm saying? He's a 15-year-old loser. As you can see from the name, born loser. 18 months of this has been now. They opened 3 or 4 more charges on him just this week in my hometown. He's going to jail. He's going to juvie. I couldn't believe it when the business owners forced me to like provide fucking testimony so they could open charges against him in my hometown. It's fucking crazy, dude. He wants to go to jail, I guess. So we'll go, you know, I'll just post the evidence that he showed back up. I thought it had been nice, you know, good 10 days of peace and quiet, but nope. But, oh well, we can get off Rust. I'm not, I don't maim Rust, you know what I'm saying? I don't maim Rust, and I don't have to go live in Loserville with his loser ass, you know? His loser cocksucking ass. Don't have to do that. I'm done with him, you know? I don't have to, and I don't. Oh, and thank you for all the follows, guys, by the way. I did get a bunch of follows in the last hour. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I really appreciate it. If I could, I would turn on the notifications so you guys could hear yourselves giving me a follow. But that's just one more way that I can be harassed by this shithead born loser that you just saw.
voice acting is incredible. I love Laura's voice actor. She's clearly on a diet. Cigarette butts.
I mean, it's so stupid. I just gotta laugh at it. You know, it's not a fake laugh either. It's like, it's so stupid. The brain dead, low IQ, small PP idiocy with a name like that. I mean, I don't know. It's just so stupid. You gotta laugh at it. I know I'm supposed to be all sad and angry or whatever, but no, it's just a really shitty, stupid person.
Son were maybe the only parts of the story that I actually felt connected to, because it was one of the only things that was fairly easy to follow.
I don't think it affects me any, you know. Bye. Anyways, good to see you. Good to see that the IQ's gotten lower as you grow older. ECR and MSQ, or I'm sorry, MSQ, MSQ and ECR brim, right? Yes, and we will go from Rust to New World. You guys are seeing what I'm seeing? Yeah, you do. Do you see the Rust hacking firsthand? Do you see the garbage, toxic crab people wallowing in their own shit, eating their own shit until they suffocate and die on their own shit? Do you see them doing it in real live in real time, for here to entertain you? Do you see it? Do you see a hacker idiot live real time fucking executing targeted abuse live in action, committing a felony in real time? You know what I'm saying? Just really pretty bad. It's just like, you know, because it's a felony now. We have a restraining order and all this. So it's a felony now every time he shows up. It's another felony. And he can go Google this if he doesn't believe it. Every time he violates the fucking restraint order, yeah. Which reminds me, I guess I've got to kind of call them. I guess I got to call them tomorrow about that. I'll call them tomorrow about that. And I'll talk to them about the violation of the restraint order, because that's another felony. And we have a restraining order against this guy. He left his name when he attacked my family. And so we literally have a restraint order in the state that I'm in. And so he just violated and committed another felony. And I got the pictures and stuff. So I will provide this evidence to the police tomorrow. I really will. I'm not kidding. And also I will provide it to the other 3 people who opened cases against him this month. And I will say, this is him. He showed up again. You know, and they will be my witnesses in my court case against him. Slam dunk. I never wanted to know these people, but I know them now because of him. So we'll be friends and put him in jail. We'll be friends with each other, and they'll testify for me and I'll testify for them, and we'll put him in jail.
The rest of the characters I just didn't really latch onto. Like the Explorer girl's story that travels with you. Like, I forgot her name multiple times. Like, I didn't care about her crazy mom and her love for cow pies. Like, she's clearly nuts. Just move aside so I can kill your mom already. And moments like when this Vigo character died, I feel like that was supposed to tug at your heartstrings a bit, but I feel like that completely missed me because I forgot where he went and I forgot who he was in general. And I thought about this a lot, and I wonder if the reason why I felt more connected to Donan was because we got more visual FaceTime with him and all those cinematics that he was a part of. Like, we only see Nirel's face a couple times in the in-game cinematics for a few seconds the entire game. And I think in general, faster paced ARPGs like this make it harder to connect with characters because you're just staring at the top of their heads the entire game. I don't know, would you guys feel as connected to me if I told you my love for video games from here the whole time and you never saw my piercing glacier blue eyes? I'm not sure if there's a proper solution to this besides more in-game cinematics like Baldur's Gate 3, but that's also kind of a pain point in Diablo. Whenever a cinematic starts, I'm just like, alright, I guess I'm gonna have to watch Lilith slowly walk around this room for a while. An idea that I had that might have worked and might have been fun for an artist would be to make character portraits for every time a character speaks dialogue like the way they do in Fire Emblem, where I can actually put a face to the character and experience some of their emotions. Now let's talk bosses. Pretty underwhelming. Like a lot of them, I didn't even realize they were bosses, like Minsa and Uznu and Bonbon. I just made up that last one. Most of the bosses have very simple mechanics that you can dodge with barely thinking, and I was surprised where the team didn't flex their creativity, like with Astaroth. Like, wasn't that pretty teed up to be a 2-part battle? One with him on the Hound, one with him on foot with a different moveset? But nope, you just kill him and the Hound at the same time. Now, there was definitely a cool build-up to that fight, but I'm also surprised that some of the coolest bosses you fight in the game have 0 to no introduction. Like, visually, my favorite boss in the game was Andariel, who you fight in the desert. She's that giant grudge girl on a yoke, and I have 0 clue who she is, where she came from, or why I was fighting her. I played on World Tier 2, which is the max difficulty you can do the entire campaign, and I only died to like 2 bosses the entire game. One was the Den Mother, which was my first actual difficult challenge, and the second one was like falling off the stage to Lilith. So my biggest challenges were a werewolf and gravity. Overall, I can't deny myself that I had a great time playing Diablo 4 the first playthrough. That's not including a lot of the endgame and stuff like that. I'm just saying the campaign and a little bit after. I had a good time, and I think it earned my money for that reason. But after I beat the game the first time, which probably in general was about 2 weeks, I put the game down and didn't play it again. 2 weeks was a bummer for me, because I had been waiting years for this game. We waited years for this game. Like, I definitely didn't hate the game, but it didn't sink its teeth into me and suck out my blood and offer it to Queen Lilith.
I don't know. Well, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but yes, probably. Well, I know what I'm gonna do. Excuse me, just a second. I know what I'm gonna do. Yes. So we have Epic Chess Run. We have Rayfinder is doing Epic Chess Run sometime between 4 and 6 whenever he fires it up, which is like a 200 to 400 man raid on the entirety of the world's epic chess monuments, with, like, you know, it's a public raid. So I'm gonna catch that, and you're gonna see that. It's the same thing that I did last night. So then I don't know, that'll probably end around like 8 o'clock. It's like usually like 4 hours or something like that. It'll probably end around 8 o'clock, and I don't know what I'll do then. Probably I don't know, probably New World, because it's getting real close to the expansion now. Which reminds me, I've got to make a phone call about the budget to do, because somebody else handles my finances and stuff. I am going to make a phone call about the budget for the New World's expansion, which is, you know, kind of expensive. So yeah, so I gotta buy the New World's expansion is in 2 days, and so as you notice, I have these yellow quests around the map. Like there, see it, that thing? I have to follow this. Brimstone Sands is the new expansion for, well, not, like, sorry, the last expansion for New World, and so it starts here when you come in the zone, and it kind of curves all around over to here and in there, and then over and here, and then, you know, and all this, and then back down here and over here to here, and then you finally kind of end in this, or I'm sorry, you end in this whole area. So it's like this counterclockwise spin all the way around it. The main story quest is. So what you're going to see me try to do over the next 2 or 3 days. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, yeah, that kill today. Yeah, the fight site. I killed that time. That today when I killed my awesome clan member. Yeah, that was awesome. I managed to find one of my clan on a server, and the only killed. Well, the second, or no, I killed a bunch of people today, but like that was the one that counted, and it was a friend. The only person I managed to kill today is a friend. It's unfortunate. Like the one, I'm sorry, the only one who had any loot today was a friend, and it sucked. So, but yes, thank you for the nice compliments on the bow shots, and I know that, you know, yeah, like I was just attacked on stream by the stream sniper, but you know, it's good to you know, focus on the positive, you know. Garbage crab people are gonna garbage crab. You know? Garbage crab people going garbage crab.
Where I'd completed the capstone dungeon, which was a breeze for me because I was over leveled because I spent too much time in the campaign.
Did I change all the titles and everything? I don't think I did. I screwed this up. I'm sorry. So let me show you what I'm doing. What I'm doing. So we come here and we change the titles. We change the title.
Garbage crab people going garbage crab.
Yep, garbage crab people going garbage crab. It's just a fact of life. They're gonna sit there in the mud like a fiddler crab, and they're gonna try and crawl up your asshole and live there because they're garbage crab people, and they have to live in your asshole like some kind of veritable hermit crab human being, like a mud crab mixed with a dung beetle. Garbage crab. They crawl up inside your asshole and don't leave until they go to jail. Garbage crabs. New word. Oh, I already have this title. I'm sorry. I have this title done. So there we go. I don't like it either. I know. I don't like it either. But if I didn't defend myself by talking shit, I wouldn't be a good streamer. It's part of the job too. You cannot appear like a fucking spineless pussy. You must talk shit. And a lot of people will tell me all the time, Kat, you gotta chill the fuck out. You constantly are getting, you know, in provocative battles with people and you are out of control. And I tell them kindly, as I tell everybody else, never had, never will take it from anybody. I'm always going to stand up for myself because no one else in the world will. My mother will, but she's 80 and she can't. No one else in the world will stand for me, so I will stand for myself. And I'll talk shit if I want to. But yes, also, I don't like talking about it either. You're very right about that. I got off the game, I stopped thinking about it, and I'm going to stop thinking about it right now. Nice! Hells yeah! Yeah! Getting some wins on Civ. Hells yeah, hells yeah. Yeah, Civ is a hard game. So let's go through and do all the banning. So let's see. We have an account created here. Fuck you, cocksucker. Just kidding. We have an account created here. Fuck you, cocksucker. We have an account created here. Fuck you, cocksucker. We have an account created here. Fuck you, cocksucker. We have an account here. Fuck you, cocksucker. Right? We come through, and we have an account here. Fuck you, cocksucker. We have an account here. Fuck you, cocksucker. Etc. Etc. And we just go on down the list. You know, we go ban, 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 ban all of them. Ban, 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 ban. No, do not follow. No, yes, unfollow. Banned. Did we ban? Yeah, we banned. Okay, there we go. Hossein. White Lie Productions. What the fuck? It's stolen. It's stolen Twitch accounts. It's stolen Twitch accounts. Oh yeah, it's because it's all the same cocksucker. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah. All the same worthless piece of shit. You guys think it ends? It never ends. It's just been 18 months of this. He was in school this week. He better be in school this week. It's fun. I'm just showing you what my life is like and the stuff that I have to deal with, guys. You know, for no reason, just for trying to provide entertainment. I don't charge anybody or ask any money. I ask for donations once at the end of the night each night, you know. But I don't deserve this. Nobody deserves this. So when they go to jail, that's what I'll say. That's what I'll say in the courtroom. What's up? How you doing? Big Tank 6969, how you doing? Dewey F7. Yeah. We come through and we ban. So, how you doing? Oh, I'm doing pretty good, sir. Pretty good, sir. Doing pretty good. How about yourself? Just doing some stream stuff. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Playing some New World. About to play some New World DCR chest run. Got to make sure I don't miss it. Yep, I don't want to miss it. Yep. So good. Helio, Helio, X Helio, any egg, Hex Helio, huh? No. Can we get just the recruitment channel? No, I want to see just the recruitment channel. No, this is not my run. It's too early for his run. That's good. So, okay, let's get back to work here. Sorry about that. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So I am a multi-variety streamer. I'm across many different titles and many different sims and many different things. So I'm sorry. I play many different games on this channel. And with the New World expansion looming in less than, I believe, 50 hours, I have quite a lot of work to do on New World. So I'm sorry if you came for Rust. Rust takes up about, I'd say, a quarter of my time, maybe 15%, something like that. But it's not a big title on my stream anymore. So thank you for coming in. And I'm sorry, I should have announced that I was doing a game change here, but I'm like working my way through all the title changes and bans and all the stuff that I have to do for my job anyways. So I'm just trying to show you guys like what that looks like here. But I do have to like change the tags and all this stuff. I'm terribly sorry. I'm getting around to it. It's not a instant process. But we did change the title on Twitch, which is, you know, reflected here. I did change the title. See it? It's all correct. Yeah, all of it here. All of it is correct. So sorry about that. I didn't mean to hit you with false advertising, buddy. I have been streaming for, oh, I don't know, like 5 hours. Yeah, so I got on at, what, 12, I think? Yeah, so I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. And so, yeah, it had been about the normal time that I normally stop Rust. That's usually, I usually can only handle Rust for about 4 hours, maybe 5 hours, something like that, before it gets too toxic or boring.
I had done a few hell tides to get legendaries, killed a couple of
so I hope you like New World. Let me just finish my administration and we'll get to it.
Legions, which was a hectic free-for-all, completed some actually fun nightmare dungeons, and did some favors for the Tree of Whispers. And one day I was leaving
Colorado,
the main city, going to another nightmare dungeon, and stopped in my tracks and said out loud, I think I got it. I think I'm done. I think I understand what the next 200 hours are going to be of the game, and
how about you?
I think I'm all set. I just had this clairvoyant moment of seeing what was ahead of me. I'm getting virtually the same legendaries with the same powers with maybe a percentage more damage, killing mostly the same enemies over and over again, especially in Helltides, fighting the same very limited amount of bosses again and again, doing what feels like the same amount of damage the entire game, with only 5 abilities, and if you're a Necromancer, 2 of those are to summon, and if you're a Barbarian, almost 4 of those are probably just to shout. I'll continue to ride my janky-ass horse, which has a mind of its own and
Shadow's awesome.
Starts whenever it wants to, while very slowly leveling up to get a Paragon point that makes me 0.001% more powerful.
I love my Chinese community.
Level 100. And once I'm there, there's only nightmare dungeons and Uber Lilith waiting for me. The rest becomes virtually useless. I'm supposed to do this for 50 more levels and it gets slower the more I level up. I think I'm all set. I wanted to be addicted to this game. I wanted you to have to pry my cold, dead hands off my keyboard in order to get me to do anything else. But I couldn't convince myself to keep playing.
China number 1!
Actually, I did because I had to get footage for this and play it for hours on end, actually. But even that was a struggle. I tried to make a sorcerer, and it was just so boring.
What the fuck do I talk about? What am I supposed to say? Oh, that was a hard demon that I could... No, none of this is hard. I can't talk about anything, but there's no strategy here. I'm just mowing through people.
And then I tried the Necromancer, and it was just like the same feeling. And then I tried a Barbarian, and things finally snapped into a marginal state of fun again, because of the satisfying melee combat. I beat the entire campaign again in Season 1. I know that you can skip the campaign, but I wanted to get the footage. My favorite part of the endgame was the Nightmare Dungeons and building your own sigils to level them up. And I did have fun fighting an actually difficult challenge. But even that fun kind of died out pretty quick, because I was dying to a lot of stupid reasons. I'll get to that in a second. And just to the overall repetitiveness, I gave up again. Now, I can't anecdotally speak
so do you see it?
80 to 100 of the endgame, but I have watched an ungodly amount of Diablo videos and read so many Reddits that are just slam dunking on Diablo 4, and some that give it the benefit of the doubt, and some that just straight up praise all aspects of the game. Also, the Diablo 4 Reddit is hilarious. It is an absolute war between the most pissed off, unsatisfied min-maxers versus an army of 35-year-old dads that have only a couple hours a day to play a video game because they're too busy with the responsibilities and touching grass and banging their wives.
and responding to Reddit threads. Through my research, I've also found one of my newest favorite YouTubers, Darth Microtransaction. This dude might be one of the best, most concise, balanced game reviewers out there. Blizzard, you should be listening to this guy. I think the general verdict for the game is that it's good for casual players and it's missing content for hardcore players. Me being somewhere in the middle, I also have some complaints, and I've gathered some short-term and some long-term issues with the game and how they could possibly fix them in the future. Because all things considered, a lot of these things could be done tomorrow, but some of the long-term issues, they're gonna have to compromise. Oh, and let me just say too, I don't think the microtransactions are that bad in the game. I know that there was that one user interface problem with the Battle Pass where it's a one-click purchase. That's kind of shitty, but outside of that, the Battle Pass, most of the items are free. The armor in the game is pretty much on par as far as
sorry,
compared to the cosmetic
what the hell is that?
And as a person who's a sucker that buys like Fortnite and League of Legends.
I am being hate rated currently as we speak, guys. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's when a really small penis, shitty internet garbage crap person uses a bot spam to inflate your Twitch account with follows. So just you know, what is it? Oh god, I don't know, like, yeah, just an hour ago, I was at, I don't know what it was, 1,300 or something. Now I've got 240 more followers, and I have to ban 240 accounts. You know? Hey, bro, yeah, I know. So, yeah, I know you do. You tell me all the time, you fucking cocksucker. I know you do. Piece of shit. This is fun. I actually don't mind it.
Or has in the past.
Don't mind it at all.
I'm not gonna do it anymore. Like, I haven't spent a dime on it. Compared to like what Overwatch 2 is doing, this ain't shit. Alright, so here's what's wrong with the game. I'll kick off things with a post from Reddit that I saw that I think sums up everything very well. It's from Your Lost Brain Cell. The fact is, people are getting bored. This is an action ARPG with slow-paced action. It's a loot hunter with boring loot. This is an MMO with no social aspects. A dungeon crawler that feels more like a game of fetch the stones and put them on the pedestals. First short-term issue, which I'm sure all of you know what I'm about to say, add a gem tab. How the fuck has this not been incorporated yet? There is literally an empty space in the inventory for this tab. Why does a two-handed axe that is the size of my body occupy the same amount of space as a tiny
there we go, see it?
There's also not enough space in the stash. You should add more stash tabs, that's obvious. But I also thought about a way to reduce how many items are going into this stash. Most players are stuffing their stash with gear that has perfect aspects on them.
What if instead of me putting this piece of armor in my stash and letting it sit there until the rare occasion that I need it, what if when I extracted this, instead of giving me another aspect to put into my stash, what if it replaced the Codex of Power that would only give the lowest stats, now is exchanged for the highest stats that this armor gave? And instead of it being this like navy color,
oh
like
man, look how awesome I'm doing. I'm so good at this.
So you can apply it whenever you
Fuck
want.
yeah.
It doesn't fill up your stash.
2. Quick fixes to user interface. There should be a search tab in your stash. You should be able to sort loot by price or item level, not just in its selected genre. And add the ability to mark loot to keep and not to mark for junk. You sell or dismantle everything in your inventory when you get back home. Who is marking their junk? It seems so backwards to me. 4 is dungeon affixes, which I gotta give the team credit, they are rapidly fixing. They took out cold affixes for a little bit, they decreased its effect on your character, and they decreased the damage of exploding corpses. But there is still some annoying things like how powerful corpse bows are and how they off-screen kill you quite often. 4 is balancing issues. Right now there's a ton of... Sorry, there's a bug on my hand. Right now, vulnerability and critical damage and critical strike chance are like the only things that matter. Like the rest is just irrelevant, so nobody's making builds outside of them. 5, I haven't read anything about this, but I clip everywhere. As somebody that plays a barbarian, I clip into walls constantly. I constantly am not attacking enemies that are pushed into walls after I charge into them. 6, zoom out the damn camera. I know that you guys are talking about all these technical problems. When we go to the Whispering Tree, the camera zooms out, nothing around the world changes, you'll be fine. And that's it for short term. Now let's go long term. By the way, I am saving the biggest one for last. Number 1, scaling.
and lack of challenge. I've heard a lot of people talk about this, and I agree with the Act Man here. Your first challenge of the game should not come after you've beaten the entire game. You know what would make this game really satisfying? If I didn't feel like I was doing the same damage the entire fucking game. Practically everything matches your level through scaling. Like I said, the first time I played the game, I played it organically as possible, and nothing I ever went to out-leveled me. And for a while, I thought nothing ever did change level around me, but it turns out if you did go to some areas, there actually were higher level things, but there was literally no reason to go to those places before that. I only realized there were places that could out-level you when I did my second playthrough as my barbarian, where I was flying through the game, and once I got to the end game at the gates of hell, enemies were like 10 levels higher than me. And as expected, they beat the shit out of me. And you know what? I liked it. I liked that they beat the shit out of me. I liked scurrying away from them and saying, you know what? One day I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna beat you to death. And I did. I went away, I leveled up, I got some great new gear that changed my playstyle, and I came back and absolutely decimated them. And then the game became a breeze again. The second long-term issue is the stats. They are fucking boring. Types of damage to certain types of crowd control is really boring, especially when it's like 2% more damage to slowed enemies when it's a Tuesday and it's overcast. It's so specific.
Fuck yeah, this is good content for my stream. Oops.
Stuff. Let's get started. Roll the intro. What's good, everybody? I am Rogue Ren. Welcome back to the channel. And today I'm going to be doing a quick little tutorial video for the Twitch bot. If you haven't heard, there's been a lot of like hate raids going on where people will raid your channel and spam a bunch of really beefed up stuff into your Twitch chat, and you're responsible for that according to Twitch, which is still a terrible rule. I don't know why that's the case. This is going to be a way in order to prevent that from happening, or prevent it from happening nearly as often, by banning a bunch of those bots before they even get started. I'm going to show you how to do that on Linux. On Linux, you need to do a couple extra steps, which at the time that I did it were not clearly stated, but they actually are now. So I'm just going to show you how to do those things, how to install the necessary tools you need, and just a quick little easy video tutorial to make it a lot simpler. If you're on Windows, all you got to do is go to the link in the description, you download an exe file, and you're done. You don't have to worry about anything else. But those of us on Linux, so I'm just going to show you how to do those things, how to install the necessary tools you need, and just a quick little easy video tutorial to make it a lot simpler. If you're on Windows, all you got to do is go to the link in the description, you download an exe file, and you're done. You don't have to worry about anything else. But those of us on Linux, a couple more steps to show you what those are and how to do them if you don't know how Linux works, and or you're like new to it and you're wanting to be a streamer and you want to go ahead and set this up. So with that, let's jump over to the desktop and we will get to it. All right, so here we are over at the desktop. So we're gonna go ahead and open up Firefox or Chrome or whatever browser you're using. We're gonna jump on over to GitHub page, the GitHub page, specifically the one we need, which will be linked below. So here we are, this is the releases page. For us on Linux, we're gonna want the beta version. If you're on Windows, you may as well download the beta version. I can't speak today. Just go ahead and download it, get it over with. But you're gonna want both the zip file and the twitchban.sh file. If you are on Windows, don't worry about the sh file, just download the beta zip. It comes with an exe and that's all you need. So we're going to click on what we need to download. And for the zip file, I'm just gonna go ahead, I'm not gonna bother saving it. I'm just gonna open it. So you have in your archive manager, you have these two files. There's the exe and the banlist.txt. If you're on Windows, you need both of these. If you're on Linux, you only need the ban list. And then we're going to download the twitchban.sh. Now I've already done this, so I already have both of these saved and ready to go, and they are in my file manager. So once you have both of those, you're going to want to save them anywhere you want. They just need to both be in the same folder. So for me, if I go over to my programs folder, I have one called Twitch Bandbot right here. So I have the banlist.txt and the twitchban.sh because I'm on Linux. If you are on Windows, instead of the twitchban.sh, you will have the twitchbanfromlist.exe. If you're on Windows, all you're gonna have to do is go to your Twitch chat, which I have saved. And then all you do is that you're gonna run the exe, you're gonna click into your little text box, and you're going to hit, I believe it's F12, and then it'll start working. For those of us on Linux, we have a few more steps. So the first thing you're going to need to do is install an application called XDO Tool. It lets you do a lot of script stuff and auto typing and those sort of things. So to do that, open up a terminal. You can either do a hotkey like what I have. I have a shortcut for Super T, which is just the Windows button. If you don't know, on Linux, the Windows button is called either the Super key or the Meta key, or you can search for it in your program's manager. So if I type in terminal, I get my terminal, which is called console. And once it's opened up, you're just
Bring it back to something more simple, make it more satisfying when you get a new item with a new stat, but you have to gonna fucking rework the entire game because you guys have already dug yourselves into this hole. I am sorry to the team on that, but that is the situation that you're in. Number 3, this is something I can talk for days on. Lag, lag, lag. Offline mode, add it. I did not give one single fuck about the social dynamics of this MMO.
There we go. Accounts suspended or deactivated, all of them. Yep. Or no, oh yeah, that one was. Yep. But that one was suspended or deactivated. I wonder if I can like get all of these. How to mass report? That'd be fun. It'd be fun to mass report. I wonder if you can mass report all of the bots and maybe actually get the person thrown in jail. Let's go see. How to mass report Twitch bots, right? Maybe I can get them sent to jail that way. Yeah.
Follow bots and bot raids are incredibly easy to deal with. So take
Yeah.
a break because I'm going to be showing you guys today how to protect yourself from them, prevent them, and how to remove follow bots.
It's been a little while since I've had to worry about
I'm also
this.
gonna give you my
There it is
number one
again.
tip
Yeah.
to make sure that you never get follow botted again. Let's go. Hey, I'm LJ with StreamScheme.com. I'm also a variety streamer over at twitch.tv/LJM_. There are links to both those in the description if you have any questions or want to find any more resources on becoming a Twitch streamer or content creator in general. So what actually are follow bots and what actually are bot raids, for example? Let's cover that really fast. A follow bot is usually when an
Uh-oh, you leaving more paper trails? You're going to jail soon.
A few thousand bot accounts to go and follow the streamer, tying up their alerts and filling up their follow list with a bunch of bot accounts. A bot raid is kind of a next tier up from a follow bot attack, and essentially what it is they'll send dozens, if not hundreds, and sometimes thousands of bots into your chat to spam slurs and hateful messages. Or sometimes they'll get really specific and say things like, "You're too old to be playing Minecraft, and you're clearly balding, LJ." But I'm pretty sure that was a bot, even if it was just one account. A quick note here is there are other smaller bots that you should be aware of, for example, like the Hoss, Magnolia, Judge Judy Slayer bots. These have been recently following Twitch accounts, instantly unfollowing them, which causes streamers to be curious, give them a click, and check out their page. Some of them have a malicious third-party extension that can grab your IP address, apparently. Those names I just gave you will sometimes have a string of numbers or underscores underneath it. If you get any of these, please don't click their channel page, just block, ban, and report them. So these all sound like a really big deal, right? And they're quite detrimental to your channel. Well, no. The truth is that all of these different types of bot attacks are fairly pointless, and at the end of the day,
They don't do anything at all.
only affect you as
I just wanted my community to see that.
as you choose to let them affect you. You have all the
That they
tools to
don't
prevent
matter
them
at all.
and to deal with them at your disposal currently.
It's hilarious.
At the end of the
They
day,
only
you
matter in the
probably-
shithead's little shitty tiny penis world. You know, they don't matter to anybody else. Go to school, child. Go to school. Go to bed, child. You have school in the morning.
Use these bots to try and attack streamers are kind of like the same kids you saw at school. The Travises and the Biancas used to try to steal your lunch money or
They're
disrupt
like
class.
small penis
Just a
and
bit sad,
class
lonely,
clown
and
and
looking for a reaction and some attention. That said, it can still be daunting, especially the first time it happens.
I love
to
you,
So,
class
let's
clown.
cover exactly
I
how
know
to
your
protect
penis is
yourself
small.
and
I still
how to
love you
deal with it
anyways.
afterwards. First, let's talk about the Twitch integrated tools that you can turn on or adjust right.
I know your life is worse than a bunch of fucking idiot clowns falling down a hill, but that's okay. I still love you. Thanks for the follows, douchebag.
Now in order to protect yourself. While you're live, I recommend that every single streamer has their stream dashboard open in some form, whether it's on another monitor or just in the background so you can alt-tab to it quickly. This allows you to have your quick action widgets or quick action buttons available to press in an instant when needed. I'm going to cover a few of these quick action buttons now. Let's imagine you're hit with a bot raid and we go over to our stream dashboard. Your alerts are going off and your chat is being spammed. The first thing you're gonna do is turn on follower only mode, meaning only users who follow can chat. This is literally the only time where you'll hear me say use follower only mode, by the way. Just turn it on and make sure you set it to at least 10 minutes. That way you have 10 minutes of time before anyone who's just followed you can spam in your chat. I will say if you use the quick action by default, it will turn it on for 0 seconds, so it's not overly helpful. So you'll have to go down to your chat, click on the cogwheel, and I believe you can turn on follower only, 10 minutes, and go from there. Next, you'll want to click on the clear chat history widget in the stream dashboard as well. This will clear away any messages in your chat that could be from bots or hate raiders or just generally trolls. I'll also show you in a second how you can use your community to rally a really good positive response in this situation in a second. Now, if you've been follow botted, all your alerts are probably going off, so your next step is to mute or skip your alerts. Now, depending on what broadcasting software you'll be using, it'll be done in different ways. If we look at the screen now, you'll see Streamlabs has a pause and a skip and a mute button here, which is very easy. All you have to do is give these a click and you can go from there. Or if you're using Stream Elements, I have it on screen now where you can go to pause and or skip the alerts. Next, this one's just for you affiliates out there. If you're being bot rated or follow botted, run ads. There's nothing more powerful than taking away the ability for these idiots to see your reaction. Just run your ads from the dashboard, because then they're not going to be subscribed to you, so they're going to have to watch ads for a whole 2 minutes. Plus, when you get bot rated, your view count spikes up because it's technically a bunch of accounts. I don't know if you earn money for the ad revenue there, but the final step is to add a marker using the quick action button as well, because when you go back to the stream later, I want you to be able to find the time this happened easily so you can report the accounts later. You don't have to do it straight away. You can report them after your stream. Right now, there's more important things like entertaining your audience. If 10-minute follower only doesn't make you feel confident enough, then I recommend turning on subscriber only or emote only, because then people have to subscribe to be able to talk in your chat. If you own a Stream Deck, all of this can be done in the click of a button. Literally, all you have to do is install the Twitch plugin for your Stream Deck, add a multi-action tool, and then just add all of these widgets I just told you in that order. Pressing it will activate everything. It's kind of like a lockdown button. There are other tools like Streamer.bot and Leorin Board as well, if needed. Everything I've shown is also entirely able to be done by your moderators as well. So make sure, guys, if you have mods, please send them through this video so they can understand exactly what they can do in these situations to help you out. Plus, also, they're able to ban and report people, and just thank you, mods. Mods are great. So I want to show you guys how to set up auto moderation on Twitch and with an external bot. I also want to show you how to remove followers if they get pushed onto you. And I want to show you guys how you can remove every single bot account before it even hits you. But first, this next tip is so important. This is my #1 tip. This is the most important part of the video. If you can take away anything from today, please let it be this. When you get follow botted, when you get hate rated or bot rated, or when you have trolls in your chat, never give them a reaction, because that is all they want from you. Don't engage with them, don't argue with them, don't give them any reason to see that you're upset, because at the end of the day, that is literally all they want from you. They just want that reaction. Need some iron. I think I'm being botted. We should probably turn on sub mode. Look at that. I just got botted. That's the first time I've ever been botted. Can you make your house look like a duck? I'm sorry, Atka. I'm not that good. There is a direct correlation between streamers who have massive reaction, get angry, and try argue with the follow bots and the raids, and then who get them again that same stream or the next day. It is seriously all they want. But if you give them nothing, they get bored and they move on, because most of the time these people aren't targeting you personally. They're just out there trying to troll randoms on the internet. They're just like those bullies I mentioned earlier in the video, Travis and Bianca, except they have even less power than them, because in this situation, you can literally just clear your chat, set it to follower only, and ban them, and they can't do anything else. Or if you set up the tools I'm about to show you, then sometimes when they try and bot raid you or when they try and troll you, nobody in your chat will even know it happened. Well, I use a combination of Twitch Auto Mod and Streamlabs Cloud Bot Moderation, which means that usually, if anyone tries to do anything bad in my chat, it just gets caught and removed. Easy as that. So let me show you all of my settings and how to set all of that up right now. But also I will throw it out there. If this video helps you out at all, please consider subscribing. It means a lot to me, and the channel is so close to
What's up, MJ?
Is insane.
It's a cyber attack in real time.
Anyway, sorry, let's go. Head to your Twitch dashboard and select moderation. At the very top, we have the auto mod rule set. See, mine are quite loose right now because I have actual moderators in my chat and I have Cloudbot auto mod.
I'm just taking evidence of it, you know, in case they ever try to say that it was me. Other than that, you know, oh, and also for my separate court cases, yeah.
But if you're worried, you can change the settings you use here and adjust them for how you see fit. What happens is
I would comment, but apparently that helps them. So I guess apparently it helps them. If I'm sorry, apparently the only thing that doesn't help them is if I don't say anything at all. So yeah.
Twitch will catch a message before they get sent in your chat and say, hey, mods, this term looks like it's breaking X auto mod rule set. Do you want to allow or disallow it? This means if you have your race, ethnicity, or religion moderation settings high and a bot raid decides to hit you with slurs, none of those messages will make it into your chat. Only your moderators.
The worst part is all of these are stolen accounts.
To see it. The bots are getting smarter at getting through filters.
I mean, they're not stolen, they're manufactured.
But every time they change up how they spell the words, so does the auto mod get updated. And you can also add your own variation if you go back out of the moderation and click the blocked terms and phrases. I'm not going to open this because it is literally a list of hateful slurs and things I don't want shown on my chat, but you'll open it and write yours in. Below that is your permitted terms. You don't really need this, but essentially if AutoMod keeps picking up words, you can edit it here. For example, sometimes it gets the word pig caught a lot for me, and that doesn't make sense. No one's calling me a pig. We're just talking about Minecraft. But below that, we have two very powerful tools. So let's take a look. I recommend having block hyperlinks on to avoid bad links being spammed or sent at all in your chat. You'll see mods, admins, and VIPs can still post links who should all be trusted viewers, meaning if someone wants to share a clip from your channel, for example, they can ask someone else to post it, or you can ask them to post the clip in your Discord. You have another tool called the
I'm recording, by the way.
As well. So you can add a delay to your chat.
I've been recording.
Isn't a moderator. This gives mods a few extra seconds to catch and remove messages. And you might be thinking, well, my mods aren't robots, they're real people. How are they supposed to catch it in those first few seconds? Because remember, we're going to have AutoMod Cloudbot set up in a second as well, meaning that he'll have a few extra seconds to catch it, and he is a robot. Below that, we have the channel privileges. Now, I really recommend turning on email verified accounts. This will stop the lower end bots that haven't been verified with emails. However, anyone who has put effort in can verify bot emails incredibly easily. Just while we're here, I will say chat rules should be set up as well, and then unban requests with a cooldown of 1 or 2 minutes, because usually trolls couldn't be bothered waiting a minute or two to ask for an unban. I do recommend turning on moderator tools in chat as well. It is a huge help for mods who want to track bans, timeouts, and reasons for bans and timeouts. That is the on Twitch tools briefly covered. Now let's get
sorry guys.
Head over to Streamlabs Cloudbot.
At least it's entertaining.
Set up there so that we have a robot in
I guess for him.
For us.
It's not entertaining
and
for me.
Show you how you can use this tool
fucking
to take
boring.
it from a moment where you're nervous or worried about being bot rated and make it a really positive example for your chat. Let's head over to streamlabs.com.
Yeah, I'm making it a positive example,
well.
you know?
You'll need to have your Twitch account linked with your Streamlabs OBS account, so make sure you go and do that. But once that is done, you're going to head over to your dashboard and click on Cloudbot and just hit this little switch here to turn it on. When you click on the button to turn on the Cloudbot, sometimes it'll get stuck. Just hold Control and then F5. It'll clear your cache. Try again, and you should be sweet. Now, I will just throw it out there. You can be an OBS user and still use Streamlabs Cloudbot, but there are other bots out there. I'm just going with this one because I'm most familiar with it, and I've had zero problems using it. If it works for me, I'm going to recommend it to you guys. That's all. It's not as playing favorites. Next step, head over to your Twitch channel and type /mod Streamlabs. This will set the bot as a moderator. Congratulations, the bot is now active in your chat. So now you have it set up, let's click on the mod tools and turn on some auto moderation. Now I won't be going through every single step, and if you've already watched my video about setting up Streamlabs Cloudbot, you're about to probably hear a few things that you've already heard before, but just bear with me. The main moderation tools I use are link protection, symbol protection, word protection, paragraph protection, and emote protection. Symbol, word, paragraph, and emote are all set up to avoid spam like ASCII art or large copy and pastes, but link protection is just set so that my mods and myself can write !permit at someone's username in the chat, and that gives the user 60 seconds of permission to post a link. I will throw it out there, if you use the block hyperlinks that I showed you earlier in this video, then this !permit will not work unless you're permitting a VIP or a mod. In this situation, the major one you'll want to use is word protection. This mod tool will remove offensive or derogatory words. Set up the settings if you click preferences. Auto permit will allow you to allow people who are subscribers, regulars, or both to post without being caught, but I would leave it set to none, because at the end of the day, It doesn't matter if someone's a VIP. If they're going to post something disgusting, they should get caught by the bot. And I know what you're thinking, but they're a VIP. Well, people will surprise you sometimes. Now you can turn on the default
I'm just recording
whitelist.
this
This
to
will catch
protect
the majority of
myself,
offensive
guys.
words.
You know,
It
as
also
a water
will
note
show
to the
if you
video
need
that
to.
I'm recording.
I also recommend turn on
I'm
the
just,
punishment
you know,
message
taking a
and
video
customize it
to
as
protect
you see
myself.
fit.
I'm not
Here's the
doing this.
part
My
where you
hands
get
aren't on the
quite
keyboard.
custom.
Everybody
Click
here
here,
witnessed
but
me.
if
I
you
was
just
just
like
playing
this, you can
Rust,
add
and
words or
then
phrases to the
I was
list
attacked by a
and set
hacker in
custom
Rust, and now I'm
punishments for
being
certain
attacked by
words.
the same
I have
hacker
banned set
on
up for racial
Twitch.
slurs and
So
such, but if they just use an incredibly harsh swear word or a word that I don't like being used in certain contexts, it'll be purged and timed out by the auto mod instead. The different punishments are purge, timeout, and ban. A purge will just wipe all of their messages, aka a 1 second timeout. The timeout, when selected, you can change the length or, of course, the straight ban. Now, inside each one of these auto mods, such as word protection, link protection, etc., there are different preferences and different settings. And you'll edit them the exact same way you were shown here. So I really recommend going through each one and having a play until you feel comfortable with them. Now, remember when I said you can use this to actually set up a really fun, positive moment with you and your community? Here we go. What I want you to do is head over to your command section. I want you to click add a new command. I want you to make a command called !vibes or whatever you want for a positive moment. Now I want you to add a bunch of emotes and really positive things, whatever you need. Put it in there. Now go over to the delay and make sure global is set to 0 and user is set to 5 or 6 seconds. Hit save and make sure your community knows about this command. The moment something bad happens, the moment someone hate raids, the moment someone bot raids, whatever it is, you take all your actions, you do everything. And then you say to your community, hey, can I just have a wall of vibes? And they will wipe away any ass hattery from your chat with their vibes. Remember all the way back at the start of this video when I said to add a marker using the quick action button so you can go back?
yeah, people are
and find
awesome
exactly where the bot raid happened. Now we're up to the
when they're
part
not
where I'm
around
gonna show
me.
you how to remove follow bots and why that was so important. Before we do this, I want to preface it by saying that follow bots are one of the dumbest ways to try and hurt streamers.
Of course
They're
it is.
so easy to deal with, and they don't matter at all for anything other than just when you want to have clear metrics of growth. Follower numbers don't really matter at all. You can have 20,000 followers
Nope,
and have
don't
5
care.
average viewers. You can have
Yep.
20,000 followers.
I'm
and
sure it'll happen
2,000
too.
Average viewers. It entirely depends on your CCV or average viewers, whether or not someone respects your content. Not a
Yep.
single sponsor or anyone I've ever met has actually given a damn about a follower count. The only time it really matters is if you hit a big moment and you just want to celebrate it. If you get a follow botted, please don't think it's the end of the world, because at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. But if you do want to deal with it, how do we deal with it? Well, straight out the gate, if you just want to get the simple way, I recommend reporting 5 to 10 of the follow bots, and then within a month and a half, usually Twitch will have wiped them out. They're very quick these days at getting rid of follow bots as long as you've actually reported them to them. But say that you want to remove them yourself now and you can't wait a month and a half, I completely understand. That is where your good old friend Commander Root comes from. That's right, that guy who's been in your chat, everyone's first viewer, is actually a bot, and he's actually kind of a good bot at that. Commander Root is actually a series of tools that can help streamers. Now he's linked in the description, but I will preface, this is not a follow bot removal tool. This is a follower removal tool, which means if you use this incorrectly, if you don't read the guide on their site, if you aren't incredibly sure of yourself, you can do what I've seen already hundreds of small streamers do when they use this tool, and they will remove every single follower from their list, not just the bot. So please, use it carefully. That marker that we set up earlier will allow us to go back and find where the bot attack happened, so Commander Root doesn't remove every follow, just the ones in that section, and it'll also help us in reporting. Commander Root also has an auto block bots tool. Essentially, this tool has a giant list of bot accounts over on Twitch, and by using the Commander Root tool, you can have them all blocked. It will take a couple hours, it takes up a decent amount of time on your computer, but it'll get it done. I haven't done this, it doesn't really bother me, it seems like too much work personally, but hey, if you want to be extra safe, that is there as well.
Yeah,
I want to be
sure.
really honest with you guys, but first, I will also throw it out there. Linked in the description is a video by Devin Nash, who is a fantastic expert in this industry. He is literally the go-to guru for everything I have questions about. He has a video that covers bot raids and why it is such a complex issue that there isn't a fast fix in this situation. I think it's probably one of the fairest videos about bot raids lately.
Cool.
So go educate yourself by watching that. Mainly, I want to echo a
Okay.
sentiment.
Cool. Yeah, that's a much better source.
Okay, hello.
Hello. I love Devin Nash.
A big topic.
What's up, Devin Nash? Way, it's Devin Nash. She's like the best thing on the internet almost. I was just kidding. There we go. I love me some Devin Nash for an ad executive. Boy, you gotta love him. He strikes me as a scary kind of dude, but I think he's probably a good dude.
Hashtag a day off Twitch. This is a coordinated movement by several broadcasters to try to advocate for broadcasters to take a whole day off Twitch. They are upset, you see, and we're going to break down the entirety of this, and we're going to go over some of the problems, solutions, and really kind of get on these really big issues of what's going on Twitch right now and some of the problems happening. Okay. Before that, of course, I just want to say a couple of intro things. First of all, thank you very much for subscribing to this channel. I see a lot of you have. We covered lots of issues in the digital media space across all kinds of different platforms and business issues and content creation. So a lot of you are supporting the channel by subscribing, and I really appreciate that. And I got a ton of comments on the last video that people watched the whole video all the way through for these like data-driven talks. So that like blew my mind. It was so crazy. So thanks for doing that. All right, let's do this. That's it. That's the CTA, okay? All right, we're over it. We're past it. Twitch streamers band together for hashtag Twitch to protest ongoing chat hate raids. Hate raids are these. This basically what's happening is groups of bots are getting together and they are spamming, particularly to marginalized groups, and just really hateful stuff, or just random stuff. It just varies. But there's a bunch. What's I think the main complaint going on right now is that a combination, everything from larger broadcasters like Trihex to smaller broadcasters in the 20 viewer range are getting botted. And getting botted means what'll happen is you have a chat, your chat just gets spammed by 300 accounts that have been signed up as bots, and they usually say something horrible. Sometimes they say just like a string of numbers, but we're going to focus on what's going on and what's horrible. So that's what's happening. And as a result, people are upset that Twitch is not doing enough to defend against these bot raids, and they're organizing an online protest, which is going to be called hashtag a day off Twitch, to show Twitch that people are upset about these hate raids and they want something done about it. So certain creators like Asmongold have come out and they've said, hey, this is dumb. Nobody cares about these 20 viewer streamers that are organizing this, and most of them are going to be the ones that are participating, so this will make no difference. He says that he would actually do it in a heartbeat, quote, if other big streamers decide to take part, because he is a firm believer in the power of numbers. However, because this isn't the case, what's the point? I don't like this take, actually, just starting off on this right away. I don't think that just because we have smaller groups, like the core argument that he's saying here is like, well, no one's going to care, so why should we bother? Can be applied across the board to all kinds of things. I don't think that's quite right. And I might also be misrepresenting him because I only caught like a 20 or 30 second clip here of him basically saying like, hey, no one cares about these like smaller broadcasters, which like, well, it might be true at a corporate level. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't protest. I think the bigger issue here is that I also am not an advocate of hashtag a day off Twitch, and I'm not an advocate of it because I think that the hate raid problem is extremely complex, and we're going to break down just why that is and what's going on with this and what's causing the drama. And I think that any outcome that these people would expect Twitch to produce may not actually, or may solve a problem that then creates more problems. So here we go. Let's get into it. And you've seen the notepad come out. It's time for the big hitters. It's time for the ultimate weapon of Devin Nash has been revealed. And now we go forward. So what essentially are we advocating against, right? Well, we don't like a bunch of bots coming into channels and spamming things, right? That's not good. So what can we do? Well, what can Twitch do? Well, one thing that people are advocating for, and this is something that Trihex has been saying on his Twitter, is I advocate for two-factor authentication toggle to be added. Only two-factor accounts can send messages under this toggle. So Twitch streamers would be able to switch hashtag, or I say hashtag too much this video. Sound like an influencer marketer. I am an influencer marketer. Oh God. Okay. Anyway.
You are an influencer marketer.
Backslash two-factor 2FA activates something where instantaneously the chat moves into a form where only people with two-factor authentication can talk. That's cool. I like that. But I don't think it's meaningfully different from sub chat, which already exists, that would just eliminate this immediately. So there's people that creators have suggested that like they could implement something. In reality, I think that followers and sub chat kind of already solves a lot of these problems. I'll get into that a little bit more later. So Twitch can do a couple of things. One, so how are bots signing up for the website? You can look at things like Twitch bans uncovers 7.5 million do bots.
Oh,
Like
I gotta
2
go
months ago
home
they
now.
did this, right? So somebody was able to register over 7 million accounts without too much difficulty. I don't even think there's a CAPTCHA. Is that how you pronounce that? CAPTCHA? Okay, whatever. The thing where it's like, pick the buses out of the school buses, that thing. There isn't even that when you're registering for an account. But one really important thing to consider on a corporate level is everything that Twitch does to make it more difficult to register an account. So let's say additional verification, CAPTCHAs. That seems like pretty simple to add. I think everybody could add one of those. Phone number or a two-factor. Anything that Twitch does to make it more difficult to register for an account also makes it more difficult to onboard new legitimate users. So what do I mean by that? Let me tell you a story. Let me go way back to a time where I sold ebooks. I was 16 years old, and at the time, there was no like Amazon or anything like that. I'm dating myself here, right? To like really sell anything, and you had to sell things on individual websites. Well, you had shopping carts. You didn't have Shopify, so you had to like set up your own shopping cart. And the number of web pages that a person had to click through. So say like page number 1 is like address, and page number 2 is like payment information. If you have to click a button that says go, and it takes you to the next page, and then the next page, and the next page, the loss of users per page was about 30%. So 3 out of every 10 users would quit and not buy your thing the more stuff they had to go through. This is one of the reasons why Amazon has one-click shopping. It's an enormously powerful tool that is probably one of the main revenue drivers of Amazon shopping, if I had to guess, based on my merchant knowledge from all these days of running product, and still to this day. The easier that you make it for a user to do something, the easier it is for them to do it. Okay, so Twitch has a real problem here that, like, if they make it more difficult to register for accounts, then they're simultaneously making it more difficult for legitimate users to onboard to the website and get introduced to the culture, because they'll just say, I don't want to do it. I'm not going to put my phone number in. I'm not going to do all that. I'm just going to stay as a guest, or I'm not going to come back. And that's a decision. There's this kind of critical decision point where a person's deciding to register for the website that if they choose not to do it, they're gone, and then you just lost that person as a viewer. So making account registration more difficult, outside of some very obvious stuff like CAPTCHA and that sort of thing, is not really a viable solution. Another solution is remove tags. So people are saying that the way that bots, or people are saying, I don't want to say this like I'm saying it, people are saying that the way that bots are finding these streams is via tags, particularly marginalized groups. For example, LGBT, right, or such tags, things like that. So what's going on here? So they're saying if you remove tags, well, then the bots can't find you. Well, okay, the number of people, maybe that's true for like smaller broadcasters, the 20 to 100 range, and maybe they're using tags aggressively to try to find those broadcasters. I don't know, but tags also double as a discovery for marginalized groups. That was the original reason why they were added, right? And my worry is that if we remove tags just to battle these raids, then the same people that are complaining about these raids will be the ones complaining later about underrepresented communities, right? Which is the reason in the first place that we added these tags. So I think we just go back in a circle there. So I don't think removing tags is the answer. And then again, making account creation more difficult, it just makes the end user more difficult. And plus, it doesn't solve the problem, because you can just run a dictionary hack, which is how people get a lot of bots. I want to say bots are not solved on any platform, okay? Something like 30 to 50% of Instagram's engagement is illegitimate by our estimation. It sounds like a ridiculously huge number, but half of the numbers that you're seeing, the likes, the engagement, the interaction is false on Instagram. It's just straight up not real. It's just made by bots, and this is a problem on Twitter. It's a problem on Facebook, where you have bots that are creating very sophisticated groups to push certain political agendas or whatever. It's a hard problem. I don't think that bots are ultimately solvable at a platform level, which I guess is you're beginning to see, and it's kind of the case here. That like whatever Twitch implements to try to solve this problem, they can make account creation maybe a little bit more difficult, or and such. And another idea, and this is the only idea that I really agree with Twitch could do, is machine learning. So I think that what this would look like is even that wouldn't work, because my idea was, what if you have 80 accounts spamming the same message instantaneously in chat that have never chatted before, and then you put those people in a bucket that flagged moderators and they could ban them. The problem with that is you have those people that spam kappas and spam emotes all the time, so that would happen regardless. But maybe someone who's an engineer that's smarter than me could think of a way to recognize those bots. And some people might say, well, just recognize it by the same message being sent. Well, one, that doesn't account for emotes, and two, bots could easily get around that by putting this random string of characters in front of their message and then saying all the hateful stuff. So you see the problem? Like, this is an arms race. It's really hard to solve. So I ultimately think that this comes back down to creators. And I would argue that, for the most part, creators already have the tools to deal with this. And that might trigger some people. Coming from a person who's been rated like this dozens of times. I've been rated like this so many times. I think 1 in every 20 streams or so, I just get a bunch of bots that come in and yell at me for whatever. And for me, it's as simple as /follower mode, and then the moderators go through it and really ban it. I don't make a big deal about it. I continue my show. I feel like there are some people on Twitter that are having like a mental breakdown, and they're 20 viewer streamers like, oh my god, I got follow button. My brand is ruined. Guy, if this
I want to hear the last
bunch
few
of
minutes.
bots that come in and yell at me for whatever this random string of characters in front of their message and then saying all the hateful stuff. So you see the problem? Like, this is an arms race. It's really hard to solve. So I ultimately think that this comes back down to creators. And I would argue that, for the most part, creators already have the tools to deal with this. And that might trigger some people. Coming from a person who's been rated like this dozens of times. I've been rated like this so many times. I think 1 in every 20 streams or so, I just get a bunch of bots that come in and yell at me for whatever. And for me, it's as simple as /follower mode, and then the moderators go through and individually ban it. I don't make a big deal about it. I continue my show. I feel like there are some people on Twitter that are having like a mental breakdown, and they're 20 viewer streamers like, oh my god, I got follow button. My brand is ruined. Guy, if this is what's getting you, okay, you're not cut out for this job. Like this,
I kind of felt like that.
Negativity.
Okay, it scared the shit out of me because it happened early. Like 4 months into my streamer career, I got spammed for 2,700 follows or something like that. It happened to me early, like really early. And so I gave the noob response to it because the person doing it was a noob. Tiny little human being. Very young and tiny pee-pee. And, you know, and I freaked out the first time. I'm never freaking out again. I think it's okay to freak out the first time. And by freak out, I have my mod contact Twitch in an email. That's as far as freaking out went, you know. And I watched the same videos when that happened last year, and it happened right about this time last year too. It's so stupid.
You get as an online creator, it's going to be so much vastly worse than whatever you're being introduced to by robots, that to some extent this is a matter of creators just toughening up, because I don't think that this problem is solvable on a platform level. I just don't. I think it's an arms race for every single platform. Many more people like YouTube and Instagram and Twitter are putting in billions more dollars than Twitch will ever be willing to do, and they can't solve it. They can't solve the bot problem. It's just it's enormously hard. It's very easy to make a robot look like a human and make it act that way. And there are intelligent view bots. I wish I could do an update to that view bot video we did. Is there are view bots that are amazing now. You would never even know. Like they say they just run through a dictionary of thousands of things they could possibly say that are totally reasonable. Like, hey, this is a cool game, to like whatever you could imagine somebody saying. And there's no way to detect that these people are bots effectively. And anybody could run a ViewBot stream now, and Twitch doesn't have. Twitch is behind.
I'm learning to not answer
Instagram
every stupid
can't keep up
question.
with the bots. You think like, and that's.
I'm learning now that a bunch of the view bots were actually just botting me by asking dumb questions like, where were you born? Where are you from? You know?
One of the most sophisticated platforms in the world. Like, you think that Twitch is like a niche website can, so creators have tools to deal with this. And by the way, I'm just going to give anyone still watching this a very quick, actionable thing you can do. If you've been follow botted, number one, it's not the end of the world. Followers don't account for your for anything. The only reason you would look at follower count is over a 90 to 180 day period to get an idea of how your stream is growing. And for that reason, I usually remove them. So there's a tool here, which I'll link in the description. Twitch hashtag tools, Twitch dash tools. If I say hashtag one more time, I'm going to unsubscribe myself from my YouTube channel. Okay. Twitch / tools dash tools .rootonline.de follow remover. This is a tool by Commander Root, which you just log in, you go to the date that you've been followed by, so I recommend you do this immediately afterwards, and you remove all the followers within that few second time period, so they always come in. And bam, you're back to whatever. I've done this probably 20 times, and my follower count, I'm pretty confident, doesn't have a lot of bots, whereas someone that doesn't do this, like XQC, lost 2 million followers. So at his point, he doesn't really have to care about how many followers he has, but it's worth doing for smaller broadcast, even medium level content creators, because like if I go from 500,000 followers to 600,000 level, like I don't know which one of those are legitimate. I can't make a good judgment call of like how my growth is doing, and it's also important over like a 180 day period. If you want to go to like something like Soynome or Twitch Tracker and you look at your channel, you want to see your follower growth over that period represented as a correct percentage. So any kind of bots will just nuke that. So just remove them. And other than that, turn on follower mode, turn on sub mode, ban them. And then don't make your entire stream about that, because you will get it again. Why are people creating bots? Because they want attention. And why do people troll your channel and give you negativity and give you trouble? Because they want attention. So if you nuke the reason why they're doing it, you'll find that you're inoculated from it for the most part, except for a couple of annoying times where people are just doing it for the sake of it. What I mean by that is that I think that a lot of people, and particularly smaller creators, have what I call small streamer syndrome, which is this idea that we need to make a very big deal out of everything, and something like a follower bot is just a huge blow to your channel that you'll never recover from. It is. Move on. It's fine. You're fine. Don't worry about it. You mostly have the tools to solve these problems. Let's talk about a hashtag day off Twitch. A hashtag day off Twitch, as been noted by other creators that are not myself, surprised it's not going to do anything. That's because Twitch already understands this problem. And listen, if you hear me say this, you know, okay? Because I'm one of the biggest advocates of Twitch not doing anything. I think that they don't do anything for 99% of things. For this particular issue of rating, I don't think there is much they can do. They can improve their account verification system. They can improve some of the intelligence behind how they detect bots and how they deal with it. Beyond that, I think this is just a fact of life we're going to have to live with a live streaming medium. That sucks, but I think that's the case. I don't know what the people that are hashtag a day off Twitch are getting for. They want Twitch to do more. Well, we've already kind of explained why that's difficult, right? And from that point on, Asmon, so my argument, like, that Asmongold had was like, well, you shouldn't protest because nobody cares. My argument is that you shouldn't protest because this is not an issue to protest about. Hashtag a day off Twitch. Yo, how about hashtag 3 months off Twitch, which is how long I've been off Twitch advocating against gambling and sexualized content on the platform, which is truly eliminating creators and driving down their CPMs and driving down their ad revenue. Like, you guys want to stick it to, man, it pisses.
Yeah, I think every day about maybe after this I'll just leave Twitch entirely. Show them that the follows don't fucking matter. Because one of the problems is like, YouTube forces you to 6,000 bitrate, but I play in 1440p, and I would prefer to have 28,000, so you guys can see my beautiful face and my beautiful 1440p game. you know, in 1440p, 120 frames a second. You know what I'm saying? And Twitch severely limits you, even if you're an affiliate. Really bad. Like I looked at what Twitch's reality was, and I would say I had a better understanding of what what the problems were. Going into it, which was, what do they limit you? How good can you look to the people? Can you be this high res gamer that's in 4K all the time? Because I was like, I wouldn't mind buying 4K and really spending the money to be this super high tech gamer. But I began to realize that Twitch runs in 6,000 BPS, which is essentially, it's not essentially, it's true. It's 720p. Twitch runs in 720p. It's disgusting. When now YouTube will run all the way up to 8K if the video's in 8K. And I honestly want to come through on crisp ass YouTube where there's 30 times the amount of people. Those people actually tend to be curious about who you are. In Twitch, you've got to be the best of your game. And while I feel that Twitch was like, I did stuff last year that really surprised me. Like, I went through the whole BioShock trilogy on hard. First time ever. First time I'd done it. I beat BioShock 1, but I'd never beaten 2 or Infinite. And I played them, but I not beat them. And I played all three of those to complete, not completion at all, but I'm sorry, I beat those games. I beat all three of those games on hard on my stream last year. I also did Alien Isolation on hard. I had Resident Evil 7 on hard. I beat all of those on hard. Coming up, you know, Halloween's coming up, and I was gonna buy Alan Wake 2, which reminds me, shit, I should make a phone call here. Son of a bitch, I gotta make a phone call. So I am sorry, guys. I'm reminded that it is trash day, and I must go take my trash to the curb. So I will be back here in just 5 minutes. Going to pause the stream. I'm terribly sorry for the interruption, but I won't be gone long. I just got to run. I mean, it will be like 5 minutes, but it's not long. And if I lose you, I'm terribly sorry. I understand it's boring, you know, but I can't get around Sunday night trash. I can't do that. So I will be gone here in just 5 minutes. It won't be long. Sorry, I hate Sunday night primetime because this always comes up, but I have to do it every Sunday night. I'm terribly sorry. Oh, and I recorded the last half hour, so I got all of that, by the way. So if I ever need to, I can use it in a court of law for something else. It is another attack. It's another felony. So, anyways, just, for the record. And I will be back here in just 5 minutes. Okay, back. Sorry, guys.
Pisses me off so much sometimes. Like, people want to stick it to Twitch because they're not doing enough about raids. This is a marginal issue. This doesn't matter, okay? Like, what matters is that we have top creators on the website bringing down the entire website as a result of running gambling streams that are driving down the CPMs for every single other creator on the platform by as much as 30%. So you want to talk about creators losing revenue? That is why I stopped streaming. I stopped streaming. That you can go back to my video why I lost faith in Twitch. I have stopped streaming indefinitely until I think these problems are addressed. So no one can accuse me of not. And by the way, I've left tens of thousands of dollars on the table for something that I could do 15 hours a week for doing that. That I had that's what I'm doing. It's so I understand the impetus to want to boycott something because you don't think that they're doing enough. I'm doing that, but I don't think this is the hill that we should die on. I think we should attack any of the way more important and pertinent things that I've illustrated in my past 4 videos, you know? Because they just have such a wider reach than this. So overall, I don't think this is going to do anything. I think it's an interesting subject to talk about. Particularly, I like this topic because I think that there's a lot of nuance to the bot issue, and I've talked about the bot issue here and there over time. But this is
what's up, number 2? Thank you. Thank you for staying around. You're awesome.
Probably
I lost everybody else, but that's okay.
Overall,
I don't blame them.
The energy would be better.
I deposit. I totally spaced the
really
trash. I
going
should have taken care of it before I went to work.
and
In the future, on Sundays, I will.
Support marginalized groups or support what they're going through because
plenty of fish in the sea.
At the behest of many bot raids and things like that. Although I'm not a marginalized creator, I understand the mental difficulty that comes with that. Believe me, and also just internet hate in general, which I did a lot of content about. But just at the end of the day, I think that we should be fighting on different hills, and I don't think that Twitch can be held as accountable for this as they could something like say, hey, just ban all luck-based gambling flat out. Just ban it. There's no benefit. There's nothing that it is doing that is good for the website. It sucks. It's driving down CPMs. It's making people addicted to stuff that's objectively bad on all age groups. We have tons of evidence for this. Versus this is a very complex problem that Twitch can kind of support creators in, but creators also need to take an active stance on and try to stop themselves. Okay, so that's my take on the Twitch hate raid situation. Do you agree? Do you disagree? You can leave a comment below.
I do. I agree. I think it was really good. I wonder if he's done anything recently.
Change to the way that branded content works on their website. This is potentially affecting every broadcaster, tons of events, agencies, and the entire monetization structure of Twitch. So we absolutely have to talk about it. We're going to explain everything, break everything down. Today, there's a lot of misunderstanding about this. I'm Devin Nash. I own an agency called Novo. Novo is an agency that works with brands to do advertising campaigns across the internet and predominantly influencer marketing. Let's break into what this is. I'm going to do what, I'm going to do why, and I'm going to do who it affects. So section 1 is going to be what. Basically, this page here was updated yesterday as of the time of this recording, June 6th. And then Twitch has done some announcements, so we're going to go through. And this is basically an announcement that they are changing some of the rules about how advertising appears on Twitch. Now, I'm not going to go through the entire thing. I'm just going to go through kind of what's important. But there's a couple of... the first thing here is that they want every streamer to use their new branded content disclosure tool. This is not a big deal. This just means that basically if you've ever been a YouTuber or a creator, you have to check a box that says includes paid promotion. This is a FCC requirement to announce to people that something is sponsored or not, and you'll just see like a little thing that says includes paid promotion. So there's nothing here that's like scary to broadcasters or anything. This is just something that they need to do to comply with FCC guidelines. Once we get down here, we're going to get into some of the kind of more shaky stuff. So you can see they are now basically saying this is what kind of format that is permitted, what kind of advertising that we want to have on the website, and then what's not going to be permitted on the website. And so notably, there is a couple of things down here where, so you can go ahead and play sponsored games, no problem. You can do panels on your channel page. You can showcase products in your stream background, right? All that normal stuff. But now there's a couple of limitations. So limitation number 1 is the logos on stream are limited to 3% of the screen size. Now there's a little bit of an error here. So it says on-stream brand overlays are limited to 3%, but logos on stream are limited. So I'm not sure if it's logos or brand overlays. Those are not the same thing. I can't be too sure. But regardless, this in of itself is not like that big of a deal. I saw a lot of people making a huge deal about this, but if we just like take a look at like an average streamer's screen, this represents about 3% of a 1080p screen space here. I'll just put this up here so that you can kind of see on this side. This is not too much. It's pretty typical for a logo. I think more people are kind of upset with the idea that Twitch would limit them and tell them what to do. We're going to talk about why they did that in a little bit. And then the big one, this is the massive change, and this is inserted burned-in video ads are no longer allowed, including burned-in audio. What is a burned-in ad? So if you are watching a streamer and an ad appears, Twitch is giving you that ad. But if the streamer double-clicks a video and they play an ad to you, outside of Twitch, that is what a burned-in ad is. So a burned-in ad is something that they are showing to you without Twitch being involved. Twitch is just not involved in that process. Major events do this. Big broadcasters do this. Lots of sponsorships that require streamers to, particularly small streamers, require burn-in video or audio to kind of get around the Twitch system. Twitch is saying that's no longer okay. We don't want burn-in ads. So we're going to talk about the implications of that and who that affects, because that is a pretty big change. And then they're also saying, okay, no audio ads and no burned-in display ads. Basically, all burned-in ads are not okay. So we'll get into like why that's happening and sort of the big stuff around that in a minute. They've also prohibited certain categories. There's not too many changes from the former like terms of service stuff here. And like mostly it's just like hateful products, illegal stuff. I think it's kind of interesting that they limited paid political content, which doesn't mean that like you can't make this kind of content. It just means that that kind of content can't be paid for. I saw a lot of misunderstandings. People were like, "Oh, we can't run our charities anymore because like, well, like that's not true, right? Because that would not typically be considered a paid promotion. There are some places where that is, where like there's paid charities. So we'll get into that later. But for the most part, this is not really affecting many people. It is interesting that they banned like initial coin offerings and cryptocurrency schemes. I actually really like this. I think that there was a lot of streamers that got away with this on older, like that formerly, like now they're on Kick and they've gone different places. Man, so this is actually a good thing that they actually like kind of got rid of this. Okay, cool. So that's like the what. There, and now we're gonna get into the why. This is gonna be like the really big part and like the sort of need to know stuff around the video of like why this is happening, why people are upset, and what's going on. And I want to go to, so you saw like if you've been following the news on this, like OTK, which is like a really big agency / like content creator team, basically said, yo, we are going to literally walk out. We're gonna like just leave if this happens. Several people made announcements saying like, so like OTK's here says on Twitter, they're just like straight up like, yo, we're gonna walk if this happens. Asmongold had a clip where he said something to that effect as well. We can watch it here.
Actively start looking for a non-exclusive deal on another platform.
So people are being very dramatic about this change. A lot of people maybe don't understand that. It really is because of one line that they updated in their terms of service. It actually isn't even in this announcement. We're going to look at that line right here, and I will read that line to you here. This is what scared them. We recognize that streamers want to collaborate with brands, but as outlined in the terms of service, we maintain the exclusive, underline, pay real close attention to that, right to sell, serve, and display advertisements on Twitch services. This means that you may not insert
embed or burn in pre-recorded advertising units into your live stream. So when they updated this, this is what terrified every agency. This is why everybody flipped out. This is why everybody started going crazy, because it basically means if you are an agency that was working with Twitch, sorry, not working with Twitch, but working with influencers to bring them deals, you no longer have that ability if Twitch says you don't, because they maintain the exclusive right to do that. And that is an absolutely crazy thing. So every agency was immediately under threat, because they're like, if you imagine OTK, not only just for the events that they run, but for everything they do, they're basically under threat overnight. Any events that you've seen, like Creator Clash or anything that's run like through like Ludwig, who like occasionally did things before we moved on to YouTube, or any of the people that are doing like live events like Germa, any of those sponsorships and things like that could be under threat under this. This is a absolutely crazy thing to say. And indeed, Twitch did walk this back like a little bit. They said, okay, well, here's a branded content policy was overly broad. This was there's been some confusion and frustration. We apologize for that. We didn't intend to limit streamers' ability to enter into direct relations with sponsors, right? So they're like kind of walking this back a little, but they just basically like where they've left this off is, oh, hey, we'll update the policy to be clearer. And we'll get into like what that's, I'm going to tell you like everything that's going to happen and all that stuff. But this is what really scared people, okay? So you might wonder why, like what happened here. Well, so like why? Like what's happening? Well, Twitch is, and I'll post what I wrote here. Twitch is trying to encourage brands to work directly with Twitch, right? They don't, so imagine a situation like this, okay? You have a brand like G Fuel. They sell energy drinks, okay? Now, G Fuel pays an agency X dollars, let's call it $100,000, okay? To have let's call it 15 influencers advertise G Fuel. And the agency takes 20% typically of the advertising fee, and then pays the influencers. Okay. This is very typical. There's tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars of deals running through Twitch like this. Now Twitch sees $0 of this, right? Because this entire deal has been negotiated, this activation has been negotiated, and the entire deal has been done outside of Twitch. Twitch literally sees none of this money. The agency found the brand. The agency selects the influencers. All that gets done behind closed doors. Like, bam, the advertisement appears, the influencer does the ad, and that's the end of it. Twitch sees nothing of it. So that frustrates Twitch to a great degree. So Twitch is basically saying that Twitch is I'm gonna basically send we'll read a paragraph from Let's Take a Minute to Talk About Twitch's new branded content lines. I'll link this. This is from Noah Downs, or My Lawyer Friend. Very, very good article about this. And I'll just take a link real quick from him reading this, and then we'll kind of explain it. Twitch is trying to encourage brands to work directly with Twitch. In order to do this, they need to demonstrate to sponsors and advertisers that Twitch has tools and options that content creators do not have. Hence why the guidelines take away options that content creators had before. The guidelines take a cornerstone of the content creator economy on Twitch and force sponsors to work with Twitch at the content creator's expense. So they're basically saying, look, nobody can do burn-in ads but us. So if you want to do burn-in ads, if you want to do real ads with us, you've got to go through Twitch. They're basically trying to poach the brand opportunities from the agencies, and they are trying to poach them from big influencers and event creators who are selling these ads right now for their own content. So basically, there's a couple of reasons why. The first reason is they want to gain more control over the event ecosystem and major production. So most events get sponsors directly for their shows on Twitch. Twitch wants to actually be the agency of record, which means they are the only people that can sell ad deals for that event. So if we are the agency of record for a particular brand, what that means is that we are the only people that can represent that brand. Now, there is a huge note here, and this is something that no one has talked about, and I will tell you, is that this is not something that is new. Twitch has forced esports organizations to do this in the past. So
gonna get some ice water.
Forcing them to accept
well,
Twitch as their singular ad agency. And you can check the article by Reuters where ESL and DreamHack signed exclusivity deals with Twitch. basically saying we are the only people that are going to advertise. So basically what happened in 2015 was Twitch controlled the ecosystem for esports. If you remember, like basically all esports was done there. And Twitch said, hey, we want to be the only people that sell sponsorships for you. And if you want to advertise here as a part of your rights deal to broadcast on our platform, you're going to need to also accept us as AOR. And the esports teams had no opportunity but to comply. So this is a big thing that nobody really kind of realizes, that like, so Twitch basically is now doing this, but they're saying, okay, we want this control over events and major production as well. So they are basically saying, we want to be the agency of record. We want to cut all the deals for events. You can't, if you want to do an event on Twitch, we're going to sell those deals. We're going to go through. It's an incredibly arrogant and just hubris-filled thing to do, but they basically assume that they can take control of all this. But it gets worse because they're also trying to push talent agencies out. This is why you saw OTK/Mythic like freak out, and like and basically what's happening here is if you understand this, where Twitch basically sees $0 of all of the money that these talent agencies are doing, then you understand that Twitch is attempting to control the ecosystem by taking the deals from talent agencies and running them through their own sales. Now, this is absolutely stupid for two reasons. The first one is that Twitch's media buy minimum is very high. I believe I can't tell you how high it is, but it is super, super high. Meaning that in order to do any kind of deal, where if you want to like activate influencers through Twitch, there's a certain minimum you have to pay. That minimum is way higher than the average influencer deal, total deal value at all. So Twitch's assumption that they can take on these deals is super arrogant, especially in the context of number 3, which says that Twitch's sales team, and indeed Twitch in general, is unprofitable and bleeding employees as a result of Amazon layoffs. So think about what it takes for a talent agency to do a deal with an influencer. You got to have deliverables done. You've got to have somebody activate those contracts, talk to the influencer, get the influencer deliverables, organize that between the brand and the influencer. There's a lot of work that talent agencies do. We used to be a talent agency, so I know that there's a lot of work that goes into it. Basically what Twitch is saying is, well, if we push all these agencies out that are, by that, again, you have to really pay attention to that image I showed you. Like, we are the exclusive people, so if we push everybody else out, we are going to be the ones that get all those deals. All the brands are going to go to us. Super dumb, right? Twitch cannot possibly manage the amount of workflow it's going to take to individually do all those deals, and that's assuming that the brands can meet their minimums, which they actually can't do. So, super dumb. Another less talk about thing they're trying to do is push small platforms running burn-ins out. And actually, the Walkback even claims this, I think, when they posted this. They're like, oh, just kidding. We're just actually trying to target the third parties. I think that I could find this somewhere, but that's might have been the head of monetization that said this in a reply. So let's find that real quick. Here, Mike Minton. Yeah, we understand that streamers need to be able to activate their direct sponsorships using brand assets like video, audio, and display. So basically, there was a couple of comments that basically said, okay, well, we're trying to like eliminate these small platforms. So what are they actually talking about? Well, this is actually really important to small streamers. There's a lot of websites like this one, like getstream.com, which basically says, hey, if you're a small creator, sign up for this, and you play video ads, and then we'll pay you for it. And small streamers actually monetize really effectively this way. Basically, this gets kind of complicated, but like these websites can sell ads more efficiently than Twitch can, and so thus it just literally they just produce an ad, they give it to any kind of they blast out the same kind of campaign to like 150, 200 creators, very small creators, so below 100 viewers, and all those creators play their burn-in ads, and then they get paid for it directly. So almost like an affiliate marketing deal. Under Twitch's policy, they would eliminate this process, and basically hurting a lot of small streamers that try to make income off of their streams. Nobody like talks about this because nobody really understands the business side of this. Like, there's a lot of like React and drama stuff. Not like these people are not like practitioners, don't really do these things, so nobody really understands that like how this actually works. But by eliminating these platforms, Twitch again forces the major brands to go to them instead of go to these platforms, and simultaneously destroys this source of income for small streamers, which they don't care about. They don't care about small creators at all. They are only, and likewise, like a lot of people are like, oh, this is like affecting like streamers. Like the vast majority of streamers, this isn't affecting them at all. It's just to gain control over like the ecosystem of events and like major productions that are going on Twitch. They don't care about you as a small streamer at all. They don't care about even mid-sized streamers or anything like that. Like this is just they're dropping a bomb to eliminate these big players, and then the aftermath, the aftershock of the of this like doesn't matter, right? Like her small streamers doesn't matter. Next, they're also more obviously trying to control who runs ads on the platform, forcing people through to Twitch sales. Now, again, they cannot handle every deal, so this is super arrogant for them to assume they do. Okay, so let's talk about who it hurts here, and like who's like really affected. The first person that hurts is small streamers, because services that do burn-ins or affiliates are no longer possible. So removing the ability for creators to offer burned-in ads basically limits on-screen advertising, and really drastically hurts the creator economy at that level. So small streamers are hurt very bad by this, and again, unfortunately, those small streamers are basically just an aftershock, afterthought. Twitch doesn't care. More than anyone else, I think this hurts event organizers, so people that are trying to run events through Twitch. The major way that they were already unprofitable. I mean, like already events were very unprofitable to run. The only way that a lot of those people made money was by selling burn-ins and by selling direct ads. So now if Twitch wants to take a cut of that or force those people to do minimums, let's say that like Twitch's minimum theoretically is like something like $200,000 or whatever, and they go to an event and say, okay, all sponsors have to pay at least $200,000. You can't get through the door. Well, now like every opportunity that they had, and plus Twitch taking a cut of that, right? Like it also includes charities. So again, I'm going to paste something from Noah Down's article, which reads that I said I was going to talk about charities. Many charities offer a brand kit to content creators, including graphic packages and polished commercials that help content creators advocate for the charities and encourage donations. Platforms like Tiltify provide on-screen banners and overlay tools. Because many charities offer incentives for fundraising, these charity campaigns are considered branded content. Some charities even go so far to provide FTC disclosure guidance in certain cases for annual events. I'd also add to this that there are multiple charities that actually just literally pay people to do the charity. So it actually is just branded content. They would just say, hey, we will give you money in order for you to advertise this charity and to raise money for it, to do a fundraiser and raise money for us. We'll give you $10,000 to do a fundraiser to raise X number of dollars. These new guidelines expressly prohibit content creators making use of these tools and restrict on-stream logos that content creators can utilize. So this basically hits charities because, again, Twitch wants to be the sole people. Okay. And then also it hurts co-streaming events and content. Because, so let's say if you ever watch someone like Lyric or someone watched like an E3 event or something, many of those events have burned-in ads that they run. So if you're co-streaming something just under this rule, you would also not be able to co-stream that event because which is a huge source of viewers. People like Co-Carnage do this all the time. If you ever see someone like advertising under like the special events category, actually like as we speak, there's Summer Game Fest going right now, where like Lyric right now is actually watching an event, and under these new rules, so he's like just here, just chilling, like watching an event, and under these new rules, like he would not be able to do that. So that's a really big deal, right? Like we literally see it right now, where he's got like 21,000 viewers watching this co-branded thing, so it affects them as well. Oh, okay. So there is a bunch to talk about like kind of like what's going on here, and now you kind of understand why and who it hurts. So we're gonna get into some of the drama about this and like some of the things that people have said that there's some misunderstandings, and then we're gonna go through just kind of an overview of everything that happened. And before we do that, we are 20 minutes in exactly to a Devin Nash video. So thank you everybody for coming here and bearing through a like true explanation of this topic. If you're still here, leave a comment at the 20-minute mark. Just say 20 minutes. I'm still here in the comment section because it really means a lot that you take the time to actually like learn and be educated on the subject. There's so many people that just read headlines. So you are one of the OGs. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you.
No problem.
I have two things. So one is I've rebranded my Discord server, and it's now a sort of like focus on business, gaming, and media discussions. So go check that out. It's got about 10,000 active users right now, and there's a bunch of discussions going on with stuff like this. We cover this whole event before I even made this video. Would have known everything if you went there. That is discord.gg/Devin, or check the link down below. And secondly, you can go to patreon.com/DevinNash if you really like these videos and what I do. Patreon.com/DevinNash. Just throw me $5. You get over 90 videos teaching business, marketing, and a lot of the concepts that I use to build a 7-figure business. Again, it's just $5 because I don't need your money. It was meant to replace Twitch subscriptions. $5 gets you through, gets you every video. Go check it out, patreon.com/DevinNash. Thank you guys. And now we're going to get into some of the other meat of this thing. So let's do some bonus rounds, okay? Bonus round number 1 is why the hell does Twitch keep making mistakes, okay? Like, what is going on? How could a company possibly be this bad? Like, why are they trying to control this? Well, the first thing to understand is, like, the people that knew what they were doing and built the website, okay? Those people left when 4 years after Amazon acquired Twitch. So these are your foundational building block people, like this former COO Kevin Lin, right? So the head of partnerships, John. A lot of the people that like really built Twitch up from the fundamental core and knew what they were doing, knew how to build communities. Now there were still some good people left at Twitch over this period of time after the Amazon acquisition. Basically, what happens is, like, when you sell a company, which is a process called M&A, a merger and acquisition, that company wants to incentivize people to stay on for as long as possible, and they will give you what's called RSUs, or stock units, in Amazon in this case, and those will typically have 2, 3, or 4-year time horizons. In Twitch's case, most of these executives had 2 to 4 year time horizons. So at 2 years, a lot of executives left. 4 years, basically every executive left. And now at this point, the new team brought in by Amazon has to kind of figure out what to do, right? They got to figure out, but it's worse than that, because Amazon is a ruthless company for profitability. It was under Jeff Bezos. It is under Andy Jassy.
There it is.
If you don't make money as a subsidiary of Amazon, you get put on ice. You are hosed. So Amazon, the people that are at Twitch really have to figure out how to make Twitch profitable, and that is why every change that you've seen to Twitch has been ad focused or monetization focused, because they have to. I mean, like, they are like, at the same time as Amazon is cutting their staff because they're not making profit, the people that are remaining there have the key performance indicator exclusively of trying to make as much money as possible. Further, though, the people that knew how to build a community pieced out with their money. Fine, right to them. Like, the people that were the former executives at Twitch, they left and they had their money. They put in their time, okay? Like, it's not a bad thing. Like, they built what they built and they sold the company, and then they stayed on additional years to try to train people, and then they did what they could do. But no one could really replace those people in an endemic ecosystem like Twitch, where live streaming is such a culture. It's such a feeling of how to run this company. There's so few people that can run something like Twitch at an executive level, that now it's run by ghost crews who don't know what they're doing, and the people that actually are left there that can make a difference just don't have enough of a voice, because there are some really good people that are left there. So unfortunately, we're left with this situation where Twitch has nowhere to go. They have to take control of as much of the advertising deal as possible. They have to take control of these event organizers, and there's really no way through that. So Twitch did walk back these branded guidelines, and there's going to be a couple of things that just frustrate me about things like this, is like, especially when like these sort of big influencers reply. I'm getting more and more annoyed with this, actually. These people that upload these videos within like a couple of hours of this happening and just clearly do not know what they're talking about. Like, they don't work in this industry. People that are influencers, just because they run a Twitch stream does not give them carte blanche to give you information on these topics. They are not actually running these deals. They're not actually like in the business. So I'm getting more and more annoyed at these people, and I'm just going to kind of clarify a couple of things, right? The first thing is, like, there's no universe, okay, where Twitch tells you you can't sell your own sponsorships. That will never happen on this platform, okay? They would be crazy to do this. They would immediately lose every one of their broadcasters, and this announcement never said anything to that point. To be clear again, the thing that scared people, especially agencies, rightfully so, was Twitch said, we are the only ones that can maintain this exclusivity. So all the big streamers and all the big people are really freaking out, not about like their own streams or about like Twitch in general. They're just blowing up because if these events don't have the burn-in ads and don't have like the advertising units, then and Twitch is controlling that, these events are basically not possible to run. I'm not saying that's not warranted. It's good that they freaked out about this, but like they made this seem like every creator at like every size is going to lose their ability to do sponsors, and that's just like not actually true. Secondly, like, okay, there's absolutely no universe where Twitch individually enforces or tells you the size of your logos, except for the biggest events on the platform. So that's going to get walked back. The 3% thing, like, again, like, just doesn't matter. It's just dumb to like, say that. These are just really out of touch people that are writing these articles and things like that. But this individually, like, let's take like a 1.5 health. Let's take a 5,000 CCU person who has a. Do you honestly think that like Twitch has the staff to enforce a this overlay is 6% or 9% or 15% versus like 3%? There's absolutely no way. People think of Twitch as like the God police. This is something that comes in with like simulcasting as well, which we'll talk about in a minute. Is like there's so many people that message me and they're like, oh, I would never multi-stream on Twitch because what if Twitch will know, and they'll know I'm streaming to Kick, and they'll know I'm streaming to YouTube at the same time. Bro, like, if you're below 5,000 CCU, there's no one even working there, man. Like, they're not going to actually know that you're multi-streaming. Even if they do, they'll send you a warning. You just say, oh, okay, whoops, didn't know, sorry about that, and then just, like, go on with your business, right? Like, Twitch doesn't care about you. They don't have enough people to care about you. They're so messed up with their own, like, stuff that you can just run this stuff, and most likely even most of these events could get away with this, so they would never... They would never know. So there's no universe where this actually happens. And their wording is just messed up. Now, there's some other stuff going on. We're going to do some other, like, bonus round stuff. Bonus round number 2 is that Twitch simultaneously in the same day walked back exclusivity. Walked forward, let's say, exclusivity. Otherwise known as simulcasting. So they updated their terms of service very quietly here in... Legal Terms of Service Section 11, and I will read this to you. When you are streaming live on Twitch services, you may not simultaneously live stream or broadcast on any other Twitch-like service, meaning any web-based network platform or service that supports live streaming. This section does not apply to non-profit or government entities. I'm going to try really hard to remain calm here. This is an absolute. This is so bad. Like, the fact that Twitch is so arrogant to assume that they can require. So previously this was just only for partners and affiliate contracts. They're now trying to tell everyone that if you stream on Twitch, you can't stream anywhere else. I would love to see this challenged in court. You're not an employee. But you're basically saying, oh, you have to be exclusive to our service. And again, like, it's like, oh, or we'll ban you. But this is this is dog shit business practice. This is the reason I boycotted Twitch and I ended my stream, even though it was making over $100,000 a year. I said, I'm totally over this. And I made a tweet about this, right? I mean, I said, I'm going to make this video because I got so many asks to make this video. So many people were like, yo, make a video about this, make a video about this. And I said in my Twitter, right, I said, look, I'll stop playing Diablo. I'll make a video about Twitch brand changes, but I don't care because I moved 95% of my business to other platforms over 21 to 22. And when I warned all you about this in the first place. For context, Novo was 90% Twitch revenue focused in 2021. We're less than 5% now, but we're 5x that in revenue. And I wrote, I don't understand how much writing needs to be on the wall for creators and companies to realize Twitch ain't it. And I don't get it. Like, when will you understand that this platform is dog shit and that they are predatory and that they are attacking people and their livelihoods? They don't care about you. At some point, you have to put your foot down. This happened to me in esports. It just blows my mind how many people just don't do this. You just don't take a stand against anything. It doesn't matter what your income is. It doesn't matter like if you don't believe in something, then vote with your feet and get the fuck out.
Yeah.
It was not beneficial for me to end my...
Testify, Devin. I feel like Twitch might actively be hurting my career a little bit. I get abused by hate raids. The follows don't matter. It's not a metric that equals anything to viewership. The viewership is always the same 5 or 10, which is always good, and that'll grow its own viewer like customer base as the community grows. And I feel like YouTube might be a better place for me to be, and that the earlier I get out, the less tragic it's gonna feel when I stop Twitch. But I mean, I also don't know why I wouldn't do both. Do both for the whole entire way. It's more work, but it's definitely like good free exposure. Oh yeah, I ran away from it. Oops, I went around it. Anyways, yeah, I mean, this place is deadly. This is like the scariest place in the world. That guy sucks. That guy will kick my fucking ass. I guarantee it. He'll kick my ass. Yeah, I mean, I'll get him. I'll get him low, but he'll fuck me up before I reach him. That guy's like the worst mob in the game. I'm not kidding either. He's like the worst mob in New World. I'm not fucking with that guy. He's like 4 or 5 alligators combined. He's not a joke. I can do him if you have a ranged weapon. You can open up and cheese it. Oh, get out of that. Yeah. But it's riskier when you go the ranged weapon route. Cause ooh, not bad. 544 musket, not bad. I'm already up on like the musket, man. It's good. Oh, see, this guy is worse. No, I'm sorry. This guy's not as bad. This guy's not as bad as that other guy. That other guy's fine. I'll say this guy's fine. The other guy is not so good. Oh, yep. Yeah, this guy's not that bad. See, I can get him. He's chunky. He's a chunky boy, but he's not like he won't like rob you. You know, he's not out to rob you. I can actually beat this guy. I think. Wow, that stun sucked. Ouch. Oh my god! I have no stamina. Get out. He moves so fast. Maybe I can't beat him. I don't know. Fucking A. Ah! Did he leash? He must have leashed. Yeah, well, I'm gonna take it. Screw it. Yeah. You want a leash? That's fine by me. You bugged out or something dumb? No, I don't know what it was. Yeah, like for one thing, I feel like there's link around and stuff. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Maybe the elevation might mess up this fight for him a little bit. Yeah, see it. Pathing can be funny. Yep. No, he just leashed. I mean, fine. Yeah. I mean, I don't really want him. There's no reward for killing him, which is, I think, a really bad problem with modern MMORPGs. WoW started this, but it's been kind of propagated or whatever you want to call it. It's kind of what's the word? It's kind of shown up over the years. It's kind of like, you know, like reared its ugly face that a lot of these mobs don't really pay you for killing them. I feel like this could be a YouTube video. A lot of mobs don't pay you for killing them, and that's a serious problem. That mob's an example of this. Like, I could spend 10 minutes fighting that mob. Oh, this guy's like a nasty fucking general, dude. Yep. Ah. Like, as far as mobs go in New World, like, this guy is not nice, you know, he's not a joke. Yeah. Ah, see, that's what I'm scared of. Yep. But it's fine. And now we go Major Super Saiyan and we, like, fucking, like, brick up and heal through all the damage and everything. Ah! Fuck off. You die, get out, and kill him. Yeah, he sucked, but I mean, yeah, they all suck kind of out here. They all suck out here. Oh god, I went the wrong fuck way, huh? Yeah, ditch that guy and just go. The acid swamps suck, but you can kind of avoid them. I know you're chasing me. I'm
on my
not
Twitch stream when I did, I had 3,000 concurrent viewers every day, and I was crushing
3,000.
it. But I was like, this is wrong. Like, what they're doing is wrong. Like, there's stuff around all this is wrong. I'm out. And you can still go to my Twitch stream, like twitch.tv/DevinNash, which I haven't brought up. At this point, I doubt I'll ever start it again. But you go see like what the title of that page is, right? And it says like, hey, I'm off of Twitch. I'm boycotting Twitch. Like, I'm out. And I went to YouTube, and it's the best decision I ever made, right? And then simultaneously, I made my vote. I said with my actions, I went to my business. I said, look, we are hugely Twitch focused. This platform has no future. We're gonna move it. And I told everybody on YouTube that I was doing this, and then bam, here we are today. All these broadcasters being like, oh, like I'm losing money. I'm like doing like, dude, you have like, to some extent, like, when are you gonna pull the, like, when are you gonna be like, oh, I'll just stream on YouTube. I'll change my business over. Like, I'll take the hit. People are so scared. Twitch has never been doing you any favors, and they're not even providing any discovery for you. This simulcasting change is just so insulting. Like Twitch is literally so arrogant to say that like a new person going on the website that might want to try to grow their brand on a place like Kick or go there on a place like YouTube or wherever else, right? Is not allowed to do that. Because why?
Did I aggro him?
You literally haven't paid me anything.
I did.
I'm a brand new user on the Twitch service. So you're just saying, oh, like this is just a rule we have, and if not, we'll ban you. Fuck off. Like it's just it's such a stupid thing. And to imply that Twitch has the enforcement protocol to be able to actually do this at any real level, man, I'll just tell. I was like kind of skirting around this issue. I'll just tell you outright: if you're a small streamer, affiliate, or whatever, just fucking break the rules. Just multi-stream. If on the literal 0.0001% cosmic chance that somebody calls you on it, just be like, I didn't understand. I didn't know. I've never watched a Dev Nash video in my life. Whatever. Like, don't allow. Like, don't. If you are going to stay on this stupid platform, then at the very least what you should do is you should protest and break the rules. This is so dumb.
That's kind of
super
how
unfair.
I feel. That's how I feel.
It's completely predatory. It's anti-consumer interest. It's everything under the sun. It's just sad.
Yep. It's sad.
It's sad and pathetic that they do this. Like they're clearly trying to grasp like what remains of their market share as platforms encroach upon it, and it's just a joke. So the simulcasting bonus round thing. I'll talk about another thing that a couple of people asked me to talk about, which is the bonus thing. Bonus. God, we just are rolling through it. And that's that Twitch is, I guess, apparently just like literally mugging people. So they have a clause in their affiliate contract which says, if you or we terminate this agreement, a maintenance fee will be deducted from your remaining balance. The maintenance fee will be lesser of the accrued program fees for a Twitch channel, or $25. Any remaining balance after deduction or maintenance fee will be paid to you. Okay, so they're basically saying, if you choose to end this agreement with us, you owe us $25, and if there's money that we owe you, we'll take that first. And this is actually something that people are treating like a new thing, but it wasn't. That's an error. This has been in the affiliate contract for a long time. People are just really upset about Twitch right now. So I'm trying to find the link, the source of this. But there's a web archive that you can go to where you can just see this. Oh, here it is. Yeah, so in 2021, you'll see the date here on webarchive.org. You'll just see that this.
Is this
affiliate
water?
contract
It
we
is
checked out,
water.
had this exact same clause in it. So this is not something that is new. They didn't just update this. Here it is. The maintenance fee will be the lesser of accrued programs, or $25 in 2021. So this is a bit like, don't make no mistake. Like a lot of people are saying this is new, but it's not. That's been in there forever. Also, a lot of other platforms have that same kind of rule. So I think it's just poor taste. There's nothing else really to say about it. Most of the affiliate people are people that probably need that $25 a lot more than partners, and like the fact that they'd want to cancel and take like $25 for maintenance fee. It's just like more predatory bullshit. So where does that leave us? Where we're at? I think you probably completely understand what's going on now, and you kind of understand why. The big takeaways from this video to understand are that this is a push to try to control advertising for events, major productions, and to push small platforms and people that are running these burn-in ads out. I don't ever really think that Twitch was going to go after the talent agencies. The talent agencies have a lot of power, and nowadays, a lot of the talent agencies like Mythic are kind of baked in to the influencers. Like the influencers themselves have some equity in it. Like Moist Critical's talent agency,
sweet,
Human Talent, and I believe Mythic and OTK themselves have like creator equity. So a lot of these really big creators like kind of own a piece of these talent agencies. It's really dangerous to go after those talent agencies. There's no real benefit to Twitch unless they're actually internally so arrogant that they think that they can take on all the TA's deals. Okay, then like, yeah, go after them. I'd just be shocked if they really were intending to do that. Like, again, this I think was just poor wording, and they don't really intend to do that. I do think they'll walk back the talent agency thing, but I do 100% believe that this change for branded content was intended to go after the events and go after the small platforms where they stand to make a lot of money trying to convert those brands over to Twitch themselves. I could talk a lot about why I just don't think that advertising through Twitch for most brands is smart, and I don't think that they were going to be able to like control these deals to like get those deals anyway. I think most of like the really large, there's not that many brands that can pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for an initial exploratory campaign. We're talking like Fortune 500s.
ECR
like,
time, guys.
Budgets. And the ones that will kind of have.
Switch up the music, run a vibe, and all this shit. We're gonna do ECR. It's ECR time. ECR time. Yeah. So what do? We do. We'll look for some Final Fantasy battle music. We'll do some best of Final Fantasy battle music. That's Final Fantasy music, right? PCR time! Yeah, we got like 200 people here tonight. Fucking beautiful. Ah. Yes. That's a chef right there. Oh, gonna shoot his ass. Yeah, shoot him. Jesus. Damn it, I can't move my character enough to get around behind it. Did you warp? Piece of shit! Fucking do what I tell you to do. Warp, bitch! There we go. You did warp, but I didn't see a... I didn't see a... Yeah! Golden Scarab. Yeah! Golden Scarab. They used to be worth $5,000. Now they're only worth 1,000, but I still love them. I must have gone through 400 of them or something. Paid a lot of shit. Gotta eat my food, buffs. I'm glad I'm here to be part of this. I really am. I feel like it's an honor. Something I'll never forget. And the music goes, and the song plays, and you see 400 people. Woo! I went the wrong way. Oops. Aw. Ah. Golden Scarab! 2,000 gold! Golden Scarab! Golden Scarab, guys! Golden Scarab! Wow, Mystic Quest. Ah! Sitting him, gypsum off him. Gypsum. Oh yeah, 20 great ass mastery. Three golden scarabs. 3 of them. Making some money tonight. Oh yeah. Oh. Oh god. Oh, wait, no. Ooh. Look at those. Those will sell. Serpentine handguard. wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, yeah? Ferengi and blunderbusness. Ooh, Eternal Dusk. Oh, it's an axe, too. It's an axe. Fucking sweet. Thank you. I love playing for like 200 people. I've done it before. I don't have the fear. If you hear it, I don't even have the quake. You see it? I played for 200-300 people. I don't fucking care. I actually have done that before. A lot. You know what I'm saying? So, when I was young, oh yeah. Nothing to me. I don't have imposter syndrome, unfortunately. Quite the opposite. Like, I know that the humans won't deal with me and I'm a pariah, but I also know that, like, you know, I don't have imposter syndrome, though. I don't have fear of them. I don't care to public speak or whatever. I played it perfect in front of 300 people. Feels great. Love it. I do better with 300 people than I do alone. I don't know where to go. That's how that ends. Silent Hill. Silent Hill. Silent Hill 2. Or was it 1? 1, I think. 1. Why do we go in this house? God damn it. Oh, that great sword looks awesome. I want that one. Oh, that one looks cool too. I want that one. I didn't know there were so many cool great swords. Oh, not too good. God. Fuck, this wasn't it. I don't know, man. I can't tell. You aren't telling me how much fucking weight is here. It's so annoying. Am I full or not? I need to know. Oh, God. Where do I go? I don't know. I can't go to there. I can't go to Everfall. I could go to... There, Cavalry. That one. Whatever that one is, yeah. I might have to miss this one. Because I'm, like, totally full. I have to dump somewhere. I'm going to sell over the next, like... You know, I'm going to crack I don't know, I'm going to crack everything that I get in the new expansion because I don't want to fuck with it. But all this stuff I'm going to sell. Please tell me there's room here. Please, please, please. Oh my God, there is. Yeah, dump, dump, dump. All of it. I have so much stuff everywhere. Fucking everywhere. Okay. I have every sediment. What? So vicious. So annoying. There was a lot of mobs. Lots of them. I am done with this CCR now. Okay, so this was a good New World session, and I can park wherever the fuck I want because I'm at level cap, so I'm just gonna park the fuck right here and switch up games for the rest of the evening here. 8 till 30, got a lot done here tonight. Yep, even the... Ooh, look, I pulled a nice, heavy, legendary chess piece. But I don't know, I kind of like this chess piece a lot more. I don't think I'm going to use it, so I'm going to sell that. I'm going to sell this, yeah, that'll be nice. Got some nice legendary gear to fall tonight. Pretty cool. Just going to see some legendary gear fall. Fuck yeah. Well, so this was a good session, but I mean, I got a lot of New World coming. I've got to stay away from it as much as possible, so gonna get off it. Gonna go get off it. Get off it. Okay, I'm gonna change my title here. Let's change it up. I believe here I'm gonna watch a video and eat dinner because it's you know, it's early prime time pause now and then hard focus back. I gotta figure out what I want to play. I believe it's gonna be Overwatch 2. But that's gonna mean a patch, and I'm gonna patch it now. So that means like an interruption, unfortunately. But so this was good. Let's watch this. This is brand new. Brand new Joss Strife Haze. We'll watch this, and because this came out what 10 hours ago, so we'll watch this. I like Joss Strife Haze, so
choose your own adventure.
Yeah, we're good, right? Yeah. I'm gonna
this
kill the
page to
camera,
do this
guys. And I'm
or
gonna
this
say,
page to do that.
eating dinner, and then I'm gonna watch. So I'm gonna play some Overwatch 2. And yeah, we'll play some Sunday Night Overwatch 2. I think that'll be fun. So gonna watch this video while I pause to eat something. I don't know what I'm gonna eat, but yeah. And I will be back here in 5 minutes to play some Overwatch 2. I guess before I leave here. Hello, Danny. What's up, Danny? How you doing, buddy? I just finished my New World DCR, and I'm headed into Overwatch 2 for, I don't know, maybe competitive. I don't know. Maybe QP. Probably. I don't know what it'll be, but headed into Overwatch here in a minute. But I am going to pause for dinner. I'm going to watch a brand new Joss Strife Haze video on my stream here. Just came out today. So feels topical and good on a Sunday night. We'll watch a cool old RPG, and I'm gonna pause for dinner here. So I'm sorry, I'm sorry if that's kind of sucks to wait 5 minutes, but I will be ready to play in like 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? I can't see what you're saying because of the stupid thing here. There we go. How do you have so many followers recently? So today I was bombed by the stream sniper to the tune of 2,400 follows with a follow bot. And Twitch went through and did some mitigation and stuff, but yeah, about I don't know how long ago now. It was let's go look. It was like 4 hours ago now. He bombed me 4 hours ago, and I mean that's I don't know why. I mean I didn't ask for it. I didn't go looking for it. I haven't talked about him or acknowledged him. I barely acknowledged that, but. That's how. I mean, this is the second time now he's done this. He's bombed me. Second time. Sorry, I got muted. I'm gonna pause right here to make something to eat for dinner very quickly and pee, and then I will be back in for Overwatch here. I keep forgetting to fire up BNet. Fire up BNet so it'll patch. Yeah. What the fuck are you? What? Okay. Sorry. There you go. No. Twitch will never ban you for that. No. No. If you report like 15 times and this is the second time, and I mean I report him every day. They can easily go back and see, but no, Twitch doesn't care. Twitch doesn't care what he does. Twitch doesn't care what I do. Twitch doesn't care what happens to me. Twitch doesn't care about the follows. Twitch won't do anything about him. Twitch won't do anything about the 2,000 follows. The follows will, as the accounts get banned naturally, I will lose the follows, which is what happened last time, but still like 350 of them or something remain behind, which is what I expect to probably see this time. I don't know what it'll be. It'll be some solids. I don't ask for this. They just do it, It's disgusting. But I mean, it doesn't hurt me, so... And it doesn't mean anything, and it doesn't go anywhere, and it is what it is. So, and I don't really wish to acknowledge it beyond that. So, hey, cool, I don't have to patch. Very good. So, we'll go in and we'll fire up Overwatch 2. In the meantime, we will watch this new Joss Strife Haze video while I pause for dinner. And then I'm going at it late tonight, probably till like 2 or 3 in the morning, and it's only like 8:30 for me. So, I'm on for like another 8 hours. So, I'm sorry for the interruption, guys, but I do have to eat at some point during this 14-hour stream, and this is a more normal time to do it. So, here we go. And I'll be back within 5. Well, 5 to 7.
Turned one of the most difficult choose-your-own-adventure books into one of the most difficult video games. Imagine... Did you ever play those choose-your-own-adventure books where you turn to this page to do this or this page to do that? Well, back in 1998, they turned one of the most difficult choose-your-own-adventure books into one of the most difficult video games. Imagine mixing Tomb Raider with Dark Souls, then sprinkling on some old Warhammer fantasy aesthetic, creating a third-person hack-and-slash dungeon crawler, exploration and puzzles combined with a brutally unforgiving combat system against orcs, imps, snake women, even military-style ratmen. You fight with swords, hammers, flamethrowers, rocket launchers, or magic spells, a very fantasy steampunk aesthetic, avoiding traps and ending in a fight against a dreadnought made of wood and steel, and then taking down a flying dragon. Then add in so few save points and so many hidden instant death mechanics, you're basically guaranteeing anyone will rage quit before finishing the game. And then, just for good measure, lock the entire game to run at exactly 16 frames a second because physics is tied to frame rate. The result of this mess of devious, difficult design is Ian Livingstone's Death Trap Dungeon. Now, as a game, Death Trap Dungeon released and went largely unnoticed by both the audience and the critics. It was competing with titans like Ocarina of Time, Baldur's Gate, and Metal Gear Solid in the same year. It felt a few years behind all of its contemporaries. It met with poor sales and middling reviews, and most people agree it's too hard to be fun. So why am I reviewing it on this channel? Because this time, it's personal. Hi, I'm Josh Trophaze, and Death Trap Dungeon has been my personal nemesis for the last 25 years. When I was a kid, I had a PlayStation 1 and a couple of games for it, and I would play all of those games to death. If I had a game, I would beat it. Games we now consider difficult by modern standards. Crash Bandicoot, Tenchu, Driver, Akuji the Heartless, Heart of Darkness. I beat every single game I had, except Death Trap Dungeon. As a kid, this game terrified me. The slow character movements, the fast enemy movements, the clunky combat, the low health, the ominous sounds, the quick death, the hard save points. Everything about this game was scary, and so, as a kid, I gave up. And so Death Trap Dungeon has sat like a splinter in my mind for the last 25 years, the uncompleted game.
Is that the Overwatch?
But not anymore.
It is. Sorry guys, I'm gonna kill this.
Game. I'm gonna find every mechanic and every secret and
there we go.
every
Luck
boss,
wider.
and then
Sorry about
finally,
that.
After 25 years, I can answer a personal question. Death Trap Dungeon. Was it actually any good? Quick warning, this video contains giant spiders and creepy clowns. As usual, a massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon, Twitch, and YouTube who keep the channel alive. More information on how you can support at the end. For now, let's begin. Specifically, let's begin with this guy, Ian Livingstone, or to give him his proper title, Sir Ian Livingstone, because this guy is genuinely a Knight of the Realm. He received his knighthood in 2022 for a lifetime of services to the gaming industry. And recently, he even opened the Livingstone Academy for studying game design. So what did he do? Well, in 1975, Ian started a small gaming company along with two friends, Steve Jackson and John Peake. The only real product they had at the time was a monthly newsletter about tabletop wargaming. Eventually, they'd start selling wooden board games. The company was called Games Workshop. Yes, that Games Workshop, which now make Warhammer and turns over 300 million a year. Ian started this. Then in 1982, Ian and Steve worked together to write a collection of fantasy books which you could play. These became the fighting fantasy novels, and the first, The Warlock of Firetop Mountain, sold so well the publisher, Penguin Books, literally told the pair to write more books as quickly as possible. So they did, each writing separately to increase output, and pretty soon we had Citadel of Chaos, Forest of Doom, City of Thieves, and way more. Most of these books have been turned into playable novels on Steam, by the way, which I've Twitch streamed a few times, letting viewers vote on choices. So far, we have not finished a book, because they are incredibly hard. But back in the 80s, these sold incredibly well, and the most popular story, by far, was Death Trap Dungeon, which would see a small sequel in 1986 called The Trial of Champions. Now, Death Trap Dungeon has seen three major cover arts for the book. The original, the iconic updated blood...
I didn't know this, so let's go look at this. Death Trap Dungeon, huh? Death Trap Dungeon. Damn it, it's still really loud, that sound. Go away, you. Go away, you. It's too loud. So this is the game, but I want to see... I want to see the book. Yeah, the book. Death Trap Dungeon book online, right? Can we play this for free? Final Fantasy FF6 is going through Death Trap. It will take you several attempts to find it. Death Trap Dungeon. Okay, Death Trap Dungeon by Ian Livingstone. You can buy it, but I want to play it online. Does somebody make it online? You can't. Can you do a PDF of this? Yeah, script. Is it legal to download this? Probably not. So I'm not going to. I'm not going to steal this. I'm just going to watch the video, I guess. It's unfortunate. I want to do the Death Trap Dungeon book. It looks so fun to me. It looks so fun. Choose your own adventure online, I guess, is what I'm looking at here. I remember one that I really liked. You know, I wonder if I can download it on like like Google Play or something, but Steve Jackson's Sorcery 3 was actually very formative for me. Yeah, can you get this on Steam? Yeah, how much though? $10. Can you get this somewhere else? I own it on Google Play. Yeah, can I download this? Install on more devices? Yeah, I want to. Oh, I can't though. I can't. It's unfortunate. It's annoying. I can't do that. Oh well. So. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I really liked Sorcery 3. I thought it was super fucking good. Actually, it's play. I want to play Steve Jackson's. Can I play it for free? Yeah. No, nobody's ported this or whatever. Sorcery from Minkle Studios. Where the Steve Jackson is a 4-part adventure. Yeah, this is really good, but I can't get it for PC because it's like on Google Play. You can't do it. It's so annoying. You can buy it on Steam, but they want $10. It's not worth $10. It's worth like $3, but it's still really fucking good. So I guess it is worth $10 if that's what they can get for it. That's unfortunate.
Blood Beast and the modern skeleton on a throne. That Blood Beast is actually a boss in the game, by the way. We'll see it later. As a story, it's a pretty straightforward dungeon crawler. Collect items, survive traps, kill the dragon. Perfect material for a video game in 1998, so we got a PC version and a PlayStation 1 version. The issue is, which version should I play? Because while they're very similar, they do have important differences. Let's start with the PC version. It's available on both Good Old Games and Steam, although the Good Old Games version is better because that version plays the intro cinematics and the Steam version does not. I know this because I bought both of them to test. Both versions also have a bug where only one music track plays on repeat for the whole game. The PC version has longer draw distances than the PlayStation and can load larger areas without needing to hide them between loading screens. The PC version also features the level Quarry, which does not feature in the PlayStation version. However, the PlayStation version takes the Quarry assets and spreads them out throughout the other levels. But the coolest graphical difference is in the PC version, as you take damage, your character will show that damage, getting covered in blood and dirt or scarred skin if you get burned. The PlayStation wasn't powerful enough to show that, so the feature was dropped. But despite these advantages, the PC version is terrible. Now, when I play games to record them, I like to play them in windowed mode, but Death Trap Dungeon doesn't have any graphics options to run in windowed mode. You've got very limited options at all. But that's okay. You can force Steam to open most games in a window, except this doesn't work with Death Trap Dungeon. So you can go into the INI files of the game itself and edit them, except you can't because this game doesn't have INI files. The only thing you can do is use the N-Glide wrapper, but that just overrides the full screen resolution. Basically, there's no way to play this in a window beyond using a virtual machine. But why is this an issue? Well, it makes capturing footage an absolute nightmare.
Welcome to my world. Aspect ratio. They didn't make these games too well. They don't scale upwards.
This game. And if you need to Alt-Tab all the time, the game will crash often. And if you die in the game,
often.
You will, the entire
if you Alt-Tab, it fucks you.
Minimize, do something random in the background, then maximize and reload the level from the start, not the previous save you had. If you need to reload the save, you need to die, wait for the level to reload, press escape to open the options, which lags again, then load your previous save from that, which is incredibly inefficient. Combine this with how you can't change the frame rate from 16 frames a second, otherwise you change the behavior of the enemies, and you have one terribly made piece of software. So instead we look to the PlayStation version. The levels are too big to load at once, so you have them broken down into smaller bite-sized chunks, which is actually far more playable, and the view distance is reduced, which gives everything this ominous, foreboding darkness. Unfortunately, there are a few PC enemies which don't don't appear in the PlayStation version, but ultimately the PlayStation version is infinitely more playable and has a slightly better combat system. So we'll be playing the PlayStation 1 version, but for all you PC purists out there, stick around for the end because I do have a special surprise for you. It's a little bit of footage from the PC version, the bit that I could make work. So let's load the game up and watch the intro cinematic.
Fang, a town made famous by its creature-infested dungeon.
Ew.
From
I want to
his
kill
hilltop
all of it.
castle,
Kill
Baron
it all.
Sukhumvit designed his labyrinth.
Kill all the zombies and ghosts.
When it was built, he issued an annual challenge to all heroes, brave or foolish enough to wager their souls.
Kill them all.
As a prize, survivors would be rewarded in riches beyond their wildest dreams. Whilst some adventurers get ready for battle on the eve of the quest, others, less experienced, walk foolishly into battle.
So good. It's gonna crawl up your leg with a knife. No! No! It was a Tyrannosaurus? Why? Why is there a T-Rex?
Back in Fang, townsfolk wait patiently in the taverns, hoping that maybe, just maybe, one day a champion will rise who can conquer the perilous depths.
Oh, I'll kill them all.
Trap dungeon.
Oh, I'll kill them all, don't you worry.
So crazy Baron Sukhumvit, I didn't appreciate the innuendo when I was a child, builds a deadly gauntlet and gives a prize for whoever completes it. I can get behind this. It's gritty, hardcore, evil, and it was made by a company called Asylum Studios, a suitably crazy sounding name. I wonder what else they've made. Well, it turns out nothing. Death Trap Dungeon was their first and only game. But if you do type in Asylum Entertainment, you can find the Bob the Builder game. I don't think these companies are the same company. Now, on a technical level, despite releasing 2 years after Tomb Raider 1 and playing
Tomb Raider
hell of a lot
1.
like Tomb Raider 1, Death Trap Dungeon does not actually use the Tomb Raider engine, meaning a lot of development time and money was spent effectively building this from the ground up. You've got two characters, Chain Dog, a burly, manly, leather-clad, 80s fantasy-style gruff warrior, and Red Lotus, a scantily clad, latex-wearing, 80s-style femme fatale warrior. Both of them play exactly the same, save for a few different animations, but let's focus on Red Lotus because, my god, the advertising campaigns for this game definitely did. When Death Trap Dungeon released, they went with a very adult BDSM-inspired marketing campaign, running print ads in magazines such as Heroine Kills, as in heroine female hero, and a 2-page spread saying, "There's only one thing more torturous than playing Death Trap Dungeon, not playing it," showing a dominatrix standing
I
over
remember
a chained
this.
guy.
Oh,
complete
yeah,
with the
that's
developer
right.
tagline,
I've seen this before
they
somewhere.
even had supermodel Kelly Brook cosplaying as Red Lotus at the game's launch event, so they were really going for the male demographic here. The interesting thing is, early images of Death Trap Dungeon in development show it with a blonde male protagonist, and Red Lotus was only added around mid-development 1997. 1 year after the success of Tomb Raider. So it's likely they wanted to take the appeal of Lara Croft and make it more fantasy. In fact, one of the earliest screenshots of Red Lotus's design shows her in a metal thong with literally just a chain across her chest. So yes, Red Lotus is just cashing in on Lara Croft. That being said, I will be playing as Red Lotus because her hitbox is slightly smaller than Chain Dog, and that will matter when the enemy have lots of ranged attacks. Each level starts with a short description of the level and a vague list of instructions for how to progress. Find the key, kill the boss, mostly just set the tone of the level. There's no way to re-access this while you're in the level, so just remember what you need to do. Thankfully it's not hard because all the levels are quite short. We start off in the Spire. Remember, the PC version has the level Spire, PlayStation has Spire Parts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 due to the level's size. I'll do a quick side-by-side comparison every now and again just so you can see the differences. We start by running into the giant dungeon through a triple set of doors, flags waving as we go, and then we've got some fireballs. Now, in the PlayStation version they are shot horizontally, in the PC version they are diagonal, so minor changes, nothing major. So let's go. First off, are there invisible walls keeping you safe? No, you can and will fall off ledges and explode into glorious chunks of viscera. That is something we'll look more at in the combat section. You'll also get killed by traps like spike pits, swinging blades hidden out of sight overlooking treasure chests, chests which are bombs, switches which activate flamers, arrows, ceiling crushers. You'll get knocked off ledges, blown up, or turned to stone. Enemies will also stab, slice, crush, and burn you. Basically, if you've played Dark Souls, imagine Sen's Fortress, but it's 10 hours long, and it's the entire game, and it hates you. So let's look at the movement. Walk forward and backward, tank controls to turn left and right, there's no strafing. You can also hold sneak to walk slowly or sidestep, and while sneaking you will not fall off ledges, pretty much Tomb Raider so far. You can also run, and while running, this little meter will build up. This is your jump meter. The longer you run, the further you will jump, from a standing jump to a gentle run, a long leap, or a super long front flip. Jumping from standstill while holding sideways does a little backflip.
Why don't they do jumps
direction.
like
You can also
that?
climb onto
That's
ledges
much
if you're
better.
able to jump to them, but you cannot grab onto a ledge while jumping, so you either make the full jump or you don't. You can't hang from ledges. Activating buttons, switches, or levers is all still similar to Tomb Raider, although while Lara grabs them and actually uses them in a good animation, you just kind of wave your hand at them in Death Trap Dungeon. Holding R2 can send you into first-person mode, useful for exploring. You can also fire spells or ranged attacks in first person, although you don't have a crosshair, so good luck aiming anything. Very important note while using ranged weapons in first-person mode. You do not fire from the center of the screen. You fire from where the barrel of your gun is. So if you're holding a rocket launcher up on your right shoulder, you look at something and fire, the projectile will appear from the top right of the screen. If you're holding the flame lance, the projectile will appear from the bottom right. This does mean in a few rare occasions you cannot shoot around corners even though you can see around the corner. Throughout levels you'll find items like healing potions, buff potions, magic spell scrolls, and different weapons. We'll look at all of these as we find them. So explore, climb, find switches, open doors, journey on. The floor crumbles away and we fall deeper in. Another note, you will take small amounts of fall damage even on necessary falls for the critical path of the level. So there can actually be moments where you need to fall to progress, but doing so would kill you. This means Death Trap Dungeon has a ton of places you can soft lock your progress. We'll find even more of them soon. All levels have certain secret areas you can find, normally walls that can be activated as if they were a button, so just run around and mash activate all the time just in case you find a secret. After each level you'll get this Doom style recap showing enemies killed, items found, and secrets discovered. So on to Spire 2. Find the switch to raise the cage to activate the lever to escape. Try and avoid the orcs. Each level is essentially a very short puzzle, a few enemies, and a lot of traps. Now, in the opening gatehouse, we also find our
I'm
first
just eating
magic spell,
dessert, guys.
Fireball. So let's have a quick look
Be
at
back in
spells
just a
and the
minute.
combat system in general, because we're about to be attacked by orcs, and we need to know how to fight. The combat system is slightly different from PC to PlayStation. I'll start with PlayStation because it's better. Both characters have the same weapons and same attacks. You all start with your basic sword. You have no armor and no shield. You can, however,
course
hold
not.
R1 to block, and you'll block any frontal physical attacks, but you can't block magic, ranged weapons, or bigger enemies. If an enemy hit connects with your block, you'll stagger them for a second, and that's your time to retaliate and strike.
I never played this game, but I remember it. I remember that it exists.
If you hit an enemy, you will often...
Yeah, this video, Loaded Pine, came out today. Sorry, I'm just finishing my dinner, and I'm going to play some Overwatch too. But yeah, Josh Drive Hayes came out with a video today. Was a good Death Trap Dungeon, so I'm just, you know, debuting on my stream because I had to pause for dinner anyways.
Stagger them, meaning you can stun lock enemies into a death cycle. Death Trap Dungeon actually has directional attacks.
Okay, I'm gonna play Overwatch now. Give me just a second.
Pretty well to the weapon itself, meaning different strikes work on different.
Death Trap Dungeon. It was made by Eidos, if you recall, and if you can tell, he mentioned it. It's on Tomb Raider's engine. So this was a RPG. A really hardcore Dark Souls RPG done by Eidos in the Tomb Raider 1 engine in the PlayStation 1 era. I never played this game, but you might recall its claim to fame was actually this. Now, we're on 1614, so we'll come back here, but he showed the PR for the game. This image. And I'm gonna leave you with this for a minute. I gotta wash my hands, guys. This image is what you'll probably remember.
Death Trap Dungeon, not playing it. Sure.
Yeah, and so this is the image that probably all the boomers remember. We all remember this ad because it was in all the magazines for, I don't know, like 6 months or something, and who the fuck knows? I want to say 99, 97, something. Who the fuck knows? I could go look. So now, I never played this game, but now I wish I had because I didn't know it was an RPG. I thought it was an action game. I didn't know it was an RPG. I remember this, and I remember thinking that it was an action game.
Showing a dominatrix standing over a chained guy.
This was controversial. He doesn't remember because he's a little bit younger, but this particular ad caused some controversy with the Congress, as I recall. Because they were like, what is this S&M shit doing in Electronic Gaming Monthly? My kid is like trying to learn about video games, and he goes, hey, mommy, what's this thing this lady is wearing? Because he doesn't know what a corset and high heel boots are, right? Because we were all like 9. We were like 9 to 13 or something like that, right? And so we go, mommy, what's this, or whatever, daddy, what's this dress? And they're like, what the fuck is this fucking S&M fucking like ad doing in this video game magazine? And I remember this particular image caused some issue, but I don't know if he's gonna bring it up or not. It's a long video that I'm not gonna finish, but yeah. I'll be right back. I'm gonna wash my hands and then I'm gonna play some video games. Yeah.
Cosplaying as Red Lotus at the game's launch event, so they were really going for the male demographic here. The interesting thing is, early images of Death Trap Dungeon in development show it with a blonde male protagonist, and Red Lotus was only added around mid-development 1997. 1 year after the success of Tomb Raider. So it's likely they wanted to take the appeal of Lara Croft and make it more fantasy.
All right, let's pop this.
Screenshots of Red Lotus's design shows her in a metal thong with literally just a chain across her chest. So yes,
so we were on, oh god, 16, 19. I'm gonna stop this video now though. So am I back? Yes, I did not kill the video, so you guys got to watch me eat dinner quickly. I'm sure that was fun. Anyways, here we go. So coming to BNet to Overwatch 2. Got to change the titles. Sunday Overwatch 2. Sunday Overwatch 2. Overwatch 2 Healing. This video came out today. I'll link it to you. This was, and I'm sorry we're not going to finish it, but it's an hour and 10 minutes long. I can't let that take up that kind of time on my stream. You understand, I imagine. So, but here, yeah, I'll pop it for you. Give me just a second. That's Job Strife Hayes. And I'll link it. Was it good, Death Trap Dungeon? Yeah, because this video it suffers from this video game suffers from old game-itis where you can't get it to play anymore. But it's a great little bit of hipster douchebaggery. This game, I think it's a bit of the old cult classic. This is a cult classic. This game, I think. So, and I'll link it to you here in the chat. Yeah. So here you go. And there's the link. Yeah. Link's safe, I promise, on my heart and soul. You know, and but yep, and yeah, you're gonna enjoy it. So then, MSQ, ECR, NW, NW, OW2, Overwatch 2, Healing. I don't think I'm gonna play competitive tonight because when I lose, it pisses me off. And Overwatch competitive isn't fun anymore. They're going to rehash... oh, I heard that they're going to rehash Overwatch 2 competitive. In the last months, I think I saw a video in the last month. Yeah, let's watch this.
Hey friends, what's up? This is Metro.
What's up, man?
Kind of series.
Looking debonair and smooth. I like it. And the girl repellent is kind of at a minimum, and I like that.
Video, Baby Rage. Today
Gotta change my title.
Why, I think, and why a lot of people think Overwatch competitive is dying. I don't mean the pro scene. I don't mean Overwatch League.
Yeah.
Even though the Overwatch League and contenders and all of like tier 3 is built on the competitive scene, right? That is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about competitive Overwatch. Overwatch as a competitive video game. So before we start, let me ask you this. Why do you play Overwatch? You play casually only, quick play, you want to enjoy a fun time with friends? Or do you play competitively? Do you play a lot of comp? Are you here to like improve yourself?
I do quick play now, but I used to be exclusively competitive. That was it.
Do you just want to get better? Are you here to win, right? There's nothing wrong.
I'm here to
with
have
either
fun.
of what I just mentioned, right? Like,
I'm here to heal because it's a good question. I want to answer it. I'm here because this is the only place that I feel I can do any real healing. So, you know, this is where, I mean, I guess I could do it in Final Fantasy 11 if I really tried to, but it would take so much time that I don't really want to. So, you know, so this is where I come. Oh, and you guys probably can't see this, can you? I gotta, well, you can, but when the game starts, it'll fuck up and it'll disappear, I think. Let's see how the screen capture does, and I'll keep my eye on it. I'll know if I pop in the practice range, it'll immediately black out the screen if it won't run in screen capture. Yeah, but when we get to the actual rendered game, I think you'd choke and you won't render. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, okay. You don't seem to have a problem. Let me know if there's a black screen, guys. Oh shit! You popped me in quick. God damn, those cues are still pretty good. Well, so what do we listen to? Yeah.
It's the same with sports, right? If you play a sport or if you...
I will listen to the rest of the Death Trap video while I'm playing Overwatch. But, I mean, without the video, without seeing what he's talking about, I think it's not the right content.
Like League of Legends, Dota, Counter-Strike, you know, like the big esports, Valorant. The goal in a team sport for most people that do it somewhat competitively as a hobby, it's to improve but also to win. That's why I'm playing Overwatch personally. I'm playing to improve and I'm playing to win. I want to win when I play really well, and I want to feel punished when I play really badly, right? That's the point of the game. I want to work with my team to try my best to win the game, right? And I want to enjoy the game that way, where everyone has the same chances to improve and the same chances to win in a specific match, right? It should be that the more effort I put in, the more I should get out of it, right? The higher my chance should be to win. If you've ever played a competitive team game, it's the exact same way, right? Or another competitive game. That's not how it works in Overwatch, sadly. And the longer we go down the Overwatch 2 hole, the less it seems to matter in Overwatch 2. You can make the game easier or harder for you, depending on what hero you play. In Overwatch, you can also make the game easier or harder for you, depending on what role you play. Right now, in Overwatch 2, when you play Overwatch 2...
Run out to Widows often, or what?
A lot, by picking an easy-to-play character. Or a character that provides way more value. How much
oh my god, he headshot me on
talk a lot about supports in this video.
Oh, we got it though somehow? Oh, you killed everybody.
Sport specific. There's
well,
heroes in other categories, tank and damage, that have the same issues. I think it's great that Overwatch
been a little while.
It's easier to get into heroes. Like a new player can pick up very easily, get into the game and do really well on. Okay, I think it's great that characters like Mercy exist, like Soldier, heroes that are pretty easy to grasp concept-wise, that you can get right into and do kind of well. It makes Overwatch a very inclusive game. In other games, like in Counter-Strike, you can't really, you know, just pick a specific gun and do, like, understand the game right away, right? You will get rolled over and over and over, very unforgiving in that sense, where you get punished until you learn the game. The issue is, in Overwatch right now, that these heroes that are easy to get a grasp of are also the heroes that are the strongest in the game, on the highest level. Let me give you a few examples from the current meta. Yes. Look at a character like Bastion or Torbjorn right now. Arguably, they require way less mechanical skill than most other DPSs, right? They require less...
Stay on point.
More spam and more.
Get on point.
Straightforward.
Thank you.
Direction. Overload insane fire rate. Even if you play pretty poorly compared to the enemy team, if you are dwarf and the other team is not, you just tend to win more games. The same with Bastion. Bastion just got a hotfix. So overpowered
point.
right now, stat-wise, that people that pick Bastion, even on GM level, just have a way higher chance to win. What I want to have in a video game, right, is a game where all 5 players on the team have around the same impact or influence on the game. That means every player on the team has 20% chance to impact around it, right? And I know that's really hard to balance. You'll never get a perfect balance where everyone does the exact same, right? There's always going to be some heroes and some roles that are going to be better than others. But on the highest level, it really should be that if I pick DPS right now, right? And I don't want to play an arguably easy spam character like Torbjorn. And if I do well, I should have a pretty decent chance of winning against the enemy. But that's not how Overwatch works right now. Honestly, it started with the launch of Overwatch 2 and it got worse and worse. For whatever reason, the devs have decided a lot of easy to play characters should also be the best characters in the game. And let me show you a few things that a lot of you guys probably don't know. The enemy has a specific hitbox, right? This Trace has a specific hitbox. And as long as I am on the hitbox of the character, I will hit my shot, right? So if I miss, I miss, right? And if I'm so like the hitbox starts more outside of what you see, right? It's not exactly that red circle. Overwatch hitboxes are bigger than what you see in game. So if I get pretty reasonably close, right, I will hit a shot on Soldier 76. And that's how it works for every single hit scan DPS in the game. The same goes for projectiles. Projectiles have a bit of a bigger hitbox to balance the game out, right? So when I do the same on Hanzo, right, it's way more lenient with the hitbox. And as you can see, I'm way further away than what I was on Soldier. And I'm still gonna hit the headshot, right? And that's fine.
Oh god.
Right? Projectiles play differently than hit scans, and there needs to be a balance where characters feel their play against. Let's look at supports. Illari is a hit scan support. He's actually a very high damage based support, right? He's a flex support that deals high amounts of damage and can still heal the team for quite a lot. The devs thought it is a good idea to make the Illari hitbox bigger than any other hit scan hitbox in the game. So right now, in your game, if you pick Illari instead of Cassidy, Soldier, Widowmaker, all the hit scans in the game, even Soldier, right? The hitbox that you have to hit is easier. It is easier to hit people on Illari than Soldier. Give me one good reason why that is. You might say, supports have to focus on other things as well, so it needs to be easier for them to also deal damage. But the issue here is, Illari doesn't really have to focus on anything else, right? Like, he uses her abilities just like everyone else, and in fact, most of the time, you spend your time shooting, and all you have to do is sometimes swap and burst heal, right? For a very short amount of time, you burst heal your tank or something. If Illari does as much damage as a DPS, and she can heal, why is she also easier to play? So take 2 people with the exact same skill. One of them decides you are on like Friday night and play DPS and pick Cassidy. He has to hit his shots. If he hits his shots, if he has good positioning, good movement, he can get kills, he can carry the game, right? Or he can have impact in the game. The second DPS, exact same skill level. Are they going to do more or less if they decide to queue up as support and pick it up? Assuming they have the exact same skill set, they're probably going to do more because it's just easier to hit your bullets. You'll hit more bullets with the same skill, and there is no downside. Like, you don't have to focus on more things. Let's talk about Kiriko. If you play Kiriko and you lose a 1v1 to a DPS, you're actually really bad. Have you seen the Kiriko hitbox compared to Hanzo's even?
What was that?
That's not really a big difference to Hanzo or Soldier. It really is. Okay, if you measure the distance all the way from the left to the right, if the
you got the tank to leave.
Like 50% bigger, the overall hit size of the character is going to increase like 4-fold because a certain area of everything you see is so much bigger. fact, I would argue that supports need to be specialized in healing, right? Once supports start to deal as much damage as DPS, there's no reason for anyone competitive to pick DPS anymore. Why would I pick a DPS character if I can do the same amount of killing and damage on a support
11 and 5.
while being safer,
I went
while having
5
better
times
hits,
the heals the other person
while
did.
it's easier to play. It is harder for the enemy to hit me. We haven't even talked about the Xbox of Kuriko before, which is like, it's insanely hard to hit Kuriko, right? I can engage a DPS in a 1v1. I can run into their face, and even if I miss everything, I can then cleanse, keep on shooting, and then if I'm low, I can teleport out and disengage the fight. There's no risk involved for me doing this if you know how to play the game somewhat. If I do the exact same thing on something like a flanking tracer, right? If I do this and I have one misstep on tracer, I get insta-bursted. If I get hit, I have to recall and then blink out and disengage. And that's all I do, right?
Yep.
I cannot blink out, go back to my team and start healing them, and then drop Kiriko ult, which is also insane. What I'm trying to say is, how did we get to the point where a role like support can easily 1v1 DPS characters? This is a fact, okay? Every high-level player knows this right now. Again, if you're talking from the standpoint of enjoyment of the role, everything is fine, right? If you want to play the game casually and you just enjoy playing like fucking Reaper every day, that's fine, right? You can have fun with it. But as a competitive player, it feels really unrewarding that I have to basically play like 4 times as well as the enemy support to even have a chance. Metro, what are you saying? Just pick support yourself. I am. I've played way more Illari this season. Why do you think your support queues are so long? Because
Likes and sub to his channel. It's a good video.
everyone is playing support because it's the only role with impact right now. Most of the
Yeah.
DPS play, if you watch high-level ranked, they sit on Torbjorn or Bastion. Why? Because it's one of the few DPS where you can actually do something realistically because it's easier to do things, right? Like, look at this burst. I don't even have to aim kind of properly. The burst and survivability I have on Torbjorn is unmatched on other DPS characters. And a character that is easier to play, there's nothing wrong with those existing, but they shouldn't be meta. If you played football, like European football, you want to beat Ronaldo, arguably the best football player in our age, right? What do you have to do in football? You have to get better than Ronaldo. But what if you had like metal enhancements to where your legs are like perfectly precise, like literally so turned, you can kick the ball like 1,000,000 meters a second? Who's gonna win? You or Ronaldo? Probably you. Do you deserve to win against Ronaldo? No, you don't, right? But in Overwatch, you can just pick what is easier and have more impact. And this didn't always used to be this way. In Overwatch 1, every role had their benefits and drawbacks. Tanks were tanky. They wouldn't do insane damage, but they wouldn't die. They could create a lot of space. That's what tanks are, right? DPS would kill the enemy. They would put a lot of pressure on the enemy. They would harass their backline. And then supports would support the team with like Zenyatta Discord, right? And I know I'm naming Zenyatta, but everyone says like Zenyatta is basically just DPS. But the thing with Zenyatta in Overwatch 1 was, if he didn't pay attention, if he wasn't perfectly positioned, if he didn't have amazing aim, he would lose to a tracer every single time. Because that's how it should be. Because the support can't just also deal more damage or be easier to DPS on than a DPS. Because otherwise, there's no reason to play a DPS character. Let me give you another example, right? This character here. They just nerfed her again, it doesn't matter. The reason you see this character in your game is because she's just unkillable. Because supports have insane healing output, and she has abilities that just make her live forever. She's not insanely hard mechanically to play, but you see Orisa in your games because the balance is so terrible. Not in the sense that the numbers are wrong, but in the sense that the characters that are easiest are also the characters that are best. Again, there's nothing wrong with easy characters existing that are easy to get into. One character that I think that is still doing really well in that regard is Moira. Moira is actually considered a very bad support right now. I would argue she's one of the most balanced supports, even though she's the worst. Because every other support is broken other than Mercy, and arguably neutral, right? Moira is not very hard mechanically. You can do your job even on GM level, but like there's better options, right? But that's fine because you're not putting the most effort in, right? Unless you're like a Moira god amongst men. You gotta admit that Moira is gonna be a bit easier to play for you than the enemy DPS that has attracted perfectly, and if they miss you for a second, you're just help and it's over, right? And that's fine, right? If you want an easier way to play and you enjoy that playstyle, that's fine. But imagine if they buff Moira to where Moira suddenly does a bit more damage. Then there would be no reason to pick anything else. If you can get all the value with very little effort, why would you pick anything else? That's what the meta is right now.
Why did he leave? We're like winning.
That get all the value. I'm not calling him for low skill, right? He's too good for what he does. He can do too much. He can be more aggressive. He can get more kills than a DPS character while being able to kill the team, while jumping around on it. Same for Baptiste. He just got a nerf to his shift. A Baptiste will win a 1v1 against any DPS 99% of the time. He's just better than a DPS at damaging them while being able to kill the team. Why do I play DPS, Blizzard? Why would I want to play DPS? The reason we have such long queues for support right now is because everyone that has a bit of self-respect left is queuing support, because it's really the only role you feel like you have impact. Now, if you're better than everyone else, you will contribute more, and if you're worse than everyone else, you will contribute less. That's not the state of what you need. If you pick the right support, like Kiri, Stab, Anna, or Larry, you will just do more than almost any DPS in the game. And then the outliers are the DPS that are also very easy to play and provide a lot of free value for not really provide a lot of mechanical skill. In a competitive game and in a competitive sport, skill is the #1 most important factor. Otherwise, it's not a competitive game. If everything is easy, no one is special. And I'm not saying I want to be special, but I feel like I want to be rewarded if I improve as a player. And I want to get punished when I play worse. It really feels like they want to only appeal to the casual player that logs on once a week, right? Plays with his friends and wants to play whatever. I'm not saying these players don't matter. They matter just as much as competitive players like me or you who is watching this video probably, right? Does that casual player really care if the character is a bit weaker or stronger? Like that level or like old level of play games? You probably don't even notice the difference. A competitive game should be balanced around the highest level. That's not to say people on lower level shouldn't have fun. If something runs rampant on low level, it needs to be nerfed, right? There needs to be some adjustment. I can tell you right now, the reason the game is doing so poorly competitively, the reason nobody wants to queue up for ranked, nobody's watching Overwatch League, the reason we don't get a lot of new competitive players anymore is because it's just an unrewarding experience for the majority of the player base. You know, stick with my argument that support right now is just way too fragile. DPS is like out of 10 players in a match, only 4 are really having fun. Some of those 4 players are Mercy players or Moira players or Lucio players. Also not the greatest heroes, right? So arguably maybe only like 3 players have fun. At the cost of everyone else. Why does, across the board, why is every single support easier to play mechanically compared to DPS? When it's literally the same mechanics, right? Like comparing Cassidy to Hilari, right? When Ash to Hilari. It's the same aim ability required. Why do you make one easier than the other? Why is Kiriko better at DPSing than DPS? Why does Bab win a 1v1 DPS? I don't even think it's like the balance. It's like the game design moving towards. And the devs really seem like they don't have a grasp on what's happening. They see players like quitting or playing less in the competitive aspect of the game, not really understanding why this is. But it's because the game is not made for competitive players anymore. It's a fun game to play with friends. The hero designs are amazing. I love Ilari's hero design. I love Kiriko's hero design. But there needs to be a balance between a fun hero design and the character.
It sucks that all the boomers seem sad and depressed about the games that they like.
4chan has been host to many criminals throughout the years, from animal abusers to bank robbers to criminal activity. activities on the notorious website. While 4chan is generally an anything goes kind of place, thankfully, when it comes to criminality, fellow board members will often report these braggadocious lawbreakers in an attempt to get them arrested. And many of these arrests, especially those stemming from
Because
more
you're fucking
heinous
it up for everybody
crimes, have
else.
resulted in
Yep.
lengthy prison sentences. With some of 4chan's most infamous criminals currently serving time as I'm recording this video.
Serving
From
time.
an extremist 4chaner caught trying to sabotage a power plant, to a heartless murderer
What?
posting photos of his victims to the boards, to a
Aw.
deranged 4chan teen murdering his stepmom with a samurai
Why?
sword. These are the 4chan users in prison right now.
I'd like to thank Displate for sponsoring today's video. They make these badass metal posters that you see behind me here. Displate has both branded and artistic styles that you can pick from. They've got over 1 million designs available, sourced from every corner of pop culture. So allow me to take you on a brief tour of my Displate wall here. We've got the Left 4 Dead 2 Hard Rain in-game movie poster. If you know, you know, this level is badass, and I just always love how they integrated the movie posters in this game. And then we've got this just beautifully done mock-up of a Nuka-Cola bottle from Fallout. Highly recommend this piece. It looks great. I love this South Park poster that has all the boys in it. For a show that's been on air for over 25 years, South Park is still pretty funny, and that's something The Simpsons can't claim. Everything you need comes with your Displate. All you gotta do is wipe off your wall with the cleaning wipe, stick a protective leaf, place a magnet, and then put your Displate on the magnet on the wall. And with all of that said, Displate has a special offer for you guys. Right now, Displate is celebrating a special event called Collector's Fest. During this event, you can get some exclusive designs, including a new Displate in collaboration with Cyberpunk 2077. Use the link in the description. The discount will be applied automatically or at checkout. Use code WAVY at checkout to get 29% off one Displate, 35% off for 2 to 4 Displates, or 40% off for 5 or more Displates. Big shout out to Displate for sponsoring. Now let's get on to the story.
4chan is no stranger to extremists. After all, much of the site's notorious reputation developed over the last decade has come from lone wolf radicals taking to its boards to announce their plans of violence. Though few of these would-be terrorists were as vocal as the Mole Man, an individual that plotted to blow up a fucking power plant. This bizarre 4chan tale begins with 26-year-old Alberta, Canada man Kelvin Gregory Maurer. Not much is known about Kelvin's early life. He's one of 3 sons and was raised in Stony Plain, Alberta. What we do know is that Kelvin dropped out of school in the 9th grade, and around the time of him leaving formal education was when his near-decade-long downward spiral into extremism began. This spiral beginning with an unhealthy addiction to the 4chan message boards. As a teenager and young adult, Kelvin frequented 4chan, acting as an edgy troll of sorts, under a self-created pseudonym, calling himself the Mole Man. Mole Man was a firearms enthusiast and regularly showed off his arsenal to other board members. He also had an obsession with off-the-grid living, and very much on brand with his 4chan alias, he had a fascination with subterranean bunkers, even going as far as digging some bug-out bunkers of his own, sharing photos of his work with others on 4chan who were convinced of a near-future doomsday scenario. Kelvin, as Mole Man, made many friends while browsing 4chan, and even met some of these individuals IRL, with this motley crew of Anons going out into the wilderness together for camping trips and shoot guns. Over time, the young 4chaners' activity went from peculiar to possibly even illegal, with Kelvin allegedly acquiring several prohibited weapons, including a fully automatic AK-47 and explosive devices. His posts would grow more radical around this time as well, with the Mole Man sharing radical right-wing and anti-government political views, these posts being somewhat concerning given the context of his firearms obsession. And eventually the Mole Man's 4chan activity would catch the attention of the feds. And let's face it, guys, the feds are all over 4chan, and they were keeping an eye on old Kelvin. So just keep that in the back of your mind. While under FBI surveillance, Kelvin would make many posts of concern to 4chan. In 2018, Mole Man reportedly claimed that he knew how to manufacture a chemical that was used in explosives known as THCP. Bombs of this sort were used
Fucking lava. Oh.
London bombings coordinated by jihadi terrorists. And while I'm not exactly sure how he came to this conclusion, in
Nice
late
lava.
2020, the Mole Man began to suspect, rightly so, that he was being surveilled by the federal government. And he stopped making posts to 4chan under this alias and just continued posting there under different anonymous accounts. And needless to say, his bizarre antics and posts would continue. On January 7th of 2021, Kelvin would post to 4chan about wanting to attack a power generating station. This power plant in particular being a Trans-Alta Keith Hills gas power station. And while Kelvin would go on to do this, even sharing photos of himself performing reconnaissance on the power station while equipped with an AK rifle. The poster alleged to be Kelvin says, quote, "This is too easy. Someone asked me if I work here. I just said yep, and they were like, all right." Kelvin's AK imagery was accompanied by a diagram showcasing where he plans to place timed thermite charges with the goal of bringing down the plant's transmission tower. So you got a guy that's armed, taking photos of himself, allegedly infiltrating power stations, critical parts of, societal infrastructure here. Highly illegal, okay? And Kelvin wasn't just blowing hot air and just posting these photos for clout. The guy actually would attempt to raid a power plant and cause damage. In February of 2021, Kelvin would drive to the Obsidian Energy power plant near Spruce Grove. And while there, he allegedly vandalized a large propane tank and a storage shed on the property, reportedly causing $5,000 in damage. Fortunately, Kelvin caused no serious harm or injury to anyone at the site, but it was clear at this point that Kelvin's radical online dialogue was now manifesting into real-world action, and he needed to be stopped. The feds were moving in. Not long after his alleged power plant invasion, around midnight of February 13th of 2021, Kelvin Moleman Maurer was arrested at his father's Parkland County residence by a cavalry of heavily armed police. These officers being accompanied by an explosive removal team. As Kelvin the Mole Man was being arrested and cops prepared for a meticulous search of the property, he teased the search crew with the following comments. "What tipped you off? You guys are gonna love this. You'll see," him sort of teasing them that they're about to find some crazy shit in his dad's house. The search of Kelvin's residence would take multiple days, and the police would turn up an arsenal of various forms of weapons, including fully automatic AK-47s, tons of magazines, TATP explosive chemicals, as well as a variety of fuses that could be used to make bombs. And they also found a tan-colored shirt with a Royal Canadian Mounted Police patch, which seemed to indicate that Kelvin had been possibly trying to impersonate police in his spare time. Well, just because someone looks like a police officer doesn't mean they are one. And it wasn't just weapons that they found on the property. They also found the bug-out bunker. While searching the land, officers discovered a bunker that Kelvin had dug up on his father's property. And they needed to search it, and initially they were all like, "Nah, fuck no, we're not going down there. It's probably booby traps," but thankfully it wasn't, and eventually it was searched, and I don't think any real interest was found. So naturally, Kelvin was arrested, and he was facing a litany of charges ranging from illegal firearm possession to vandalism, attacking a fucking power plant. In 2023, Kelvin was found guilty to 8
melted him?
charges that had been filed against him. These charges most notably relating to possessing restricted firearms, such as the fully automatic AK-47 and AK-74 assault rifles in his possession. He was ultimately sentenced to serve 6 years in prison and is behind bars currently. As a part of his sentencing, he'll be banned from possessing any sort of weapon or explosives for the rest of his life. A psychology report performed by Kelvin's defense team during his trial revealed that the man was in an insecure position at the time that he adopted the Mole Man persona and was plagued by thoughts of worthlessness, hopelessness, and felt that he was a failure. It seemed like his Mole Man activity was a cry for help or a way to find purpose, an extremely self-destructive way to do so, to say the least. In the time since committing his crime, Kelvin would become a father and has been outspokenly remorseful regarding his actions. Quote, "I wish it never came to this. The hardest thing about all of this is losing my daughter. I'm ready to accept all the consequences of my actions." Hopefully Kelvin can truly reform himself and live a normal life once he finishes his time behind bars.
Once he finishes his time behind bars.
This next story is a bizarre case involving
What happened
a
here?
4chan user becoming so desensitized by extreme content that they saw on 4chan, they ended up killing their own stepmother.
Please don't die.
It's the grisly case of Ruben Brathwaite. This is Ruben's 54-year-old stepmother, Fiona Scourfield. Fiona was said to have been a joyful, selfless woman, passionate lover of animals. This charitable woman dedicated much of her free time to rescuing and caring for dogs and other unhomed household pets. At the peak of her selfless animal-saving endeavors in 2018, Fiona was said to have had 32 animals under her care. Also under her care was her stepson, Ruben. Ruben began living with his stepmother in June of 2013 after his relationship with his birth mother deteriorated. According to Ruben's own words, he loved his stepmother and even helped take care of the animals at times, with him going out on the ranch and caring for the dogs and other various creatures that she housed.
I got the beat. We're gonna have to push.
In any way that she could.
Gonna do it here.
Follow his dreams of going to college. However, sadly, Ruben's life and aspirations would take a dark path in his late teenage years. Around the age of 17, Ruben would begin spending an increasing amount of time online and started taking a disturbing interest in watching incredibly violent videos on the internet. He first became exposed to these types of videos on 4chan, as users would often share around 4 videos and links to access them on the site. Some of the videos included recordings of mass shootings, cartel beheadings, stuff like that. As Ruben increased his consumption of this grisly shock content, his mental state would deteriorate further, and the once lively and helpful young man would become apathetic and detached from his family. A profound state of depression would soon follow, and as Ruben neared high school graduation, the young man found himself in a hopeless and desensitized state. He even at one point contemplated taking his own life.
Fucking good. Rid yourself of rid us of your 4chan ass. You know what I'm saying? Please.
Wade was too scared to take his own life. He felt completely trapped.
The deep dregs of the internet twist people into this shitty thing. I stayed away from it my entire fucking life. Never gone there. I've been to the deep web, but I've never gone into these dark sites. I've never been down these fucking stupid ass rabbit holes they always talk about. I'm sorry, but you guys did this to yourself. You lost hope. You saw too much dirty shit that changed who you were. You became a demon. You self-imposed that.
Trapped. But then he had an
downward spiral, self-imposed.
Idea.
Downward idiot spiral.
No longer getting the depraved dopamine hits from watching online shock content, Ruben decides that...
Yeah, like we all went through that phase, you know, every human does this, but not all of us just stay there for 10 years. What the fuck were you thinking?
Perhaps if he was to create a gory scene of his own, that it would be enough to bring him out of his depression. He thought that perhaps if he killed his own stepmother, that it would give him the rush that he needed, and that he could escape his family and start his life anew. Life would be worth living for him once again. This was the thought process of the depraved teenager. And with that being said, he would soon initiate a sinister murder plot that targeted his once beloved stepmother. On March 6, 2018, Ruben would come home from school. Nothing about him seemed off. He had a cup of tea with his stepmom and her mother, who was visiting for a brief period of time. After finishing tea, he went outside and tended to the chickens.
Now, the kill cam that I saw was him killing a widow, not me, but okay.
Evening, after his stepmom's visitor had left, the woman began to settle in for the night. And it was at this time where he would enact his murderous plan. Ruben would procure a samurai sword from under his bed, as well as an axe that he got from an outdoor shop. Once he was fully armed, he initiated a ploy to get his mother to come outside. What he did was tell her that he had found an injured cat and needed her to come check it out. When the unsuspecting woman finally came outside, Ruben proceeded...
Yeah, I'm just gonna skip this part now.
Her brain. I used the samurai...
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna...
Violent gore content that he was watching on 4chan. He was able to calmly talk about this stuff like he was just discussing...
Yeah, you're fucking sick and you let the demon inside. You let the demon inside your shitty, worthless soul. You know what I'm saying? I've spent my life trying to be a bastion of fucking light, despite the dark things that I've ended up doing. Watching you guys like self-impose the darkness on yourself makes me so sick on a fundamental level. It's like you want to get rid of your own innocence. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Oh, please. Oh. You are standing on the shield, you idiot. Please, 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 please. Oh, god damn it. Oh. Saw the light flash. Oh god. God damn it. Kill her. There, kill him. What was that? Yep. Oh, 6-1. I'm almost top on the team, almost. The tank's doing well.
Be administered a mental health evaluation.
I think he's dead before I even get up.
The results
Fucking
of this
dumb.
test indicated that he wasn't suffering from any acute mental illness at the time of the crime's committal. As a result of the brutal murder of his stepmother, Ruben Brathwaite was given a life sentence. He'll have a chance to make parole after serving 15 years in custody. This story is an unsettling murder case involving 4chan, where it's thought that a killer posted the coordinates of his victim's body to the board. In 2007, 18-year-old Emily Sander was working as a secretary as well as an internet porn model who went by the pseudonym Zoe Zane. She had been recruited into the porn industry shortly after her 18th birthday and was keeping the occupation mostly a secret except for those in her close inner circle. The woman was said to have had somewhat of a large online following, relatively speaking, for like 2007 internet porn, I guess. But this woman's adult film career and life in general would sadly be cut short. On November 23rd of 2007, Emily Sander would be seen leaving a bar in El Dorado, Kansas with a 24-year-old man named Israel Miralis. And this bar would be the last place that Emily Sander was ever seen alive. Emily would be reported missing, and once it was discovered that the last person she was with was Israel Miralis, police began investigating where this guy was. And it turned out that he had actually rented a hotel room next to the bar that they were last seen at. And when police went to search this room, they found traces of blood, but Miralis nor was Emily Sander found. And after the hotel discovery, there really weren't any additional clues. That was seemingly until a post was published to 4chan. On November 9th of 2007, an anonymous thread on 4chan was posted, attached with a picture of Emily Sander. The post read, "If anyone can guess their own post number, I will tell you where to share." A few minutes later, someone replied to the that someone got screenshots are posted
Oh.
correct. The OP says, here you go, and they attached a set of coordinates. These coordinates mark the spot on a map about 50 miles east of El Dorado in a rural area. Those coordinates being 37.76 north and 96.21 west. And on the same day,
No, I'm trapped. How did she die? Oh God, why did you walk into it?
miles east of El Dorado.
How are you this dead? No, I killed her.
Oh. But naturally, it's been speculated that this 4chan post was how they found it, which of course begs the question, how did this anonymous 4chan user know the location of Emily's body?
Because of his small penis. That's how. His small penis. That's how. Oh my God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. I didn't die. 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 Who? What was that? What was that? It was just insane.
Keep in mind, though, in follow-up investigations of the Emily Sander case, it's been confirmed by police that Israel worked alone when he committed his murder. Others suggest that the archived screenshot of the infamous Emily Sander post on 4chan is misleading. You see that the 4chan post was timestamped just after 1 o'clock in the morning, and Emily's body was found 13 hours later at 2:20 p.m. So it appears the 4chan post came before the police body discovery, suggesting that the 4chan post was the reason that the cops found the body. But the thing about this 4chan screenshot archive of the coordinates post is that we don't actually know the local time zone of the person that took this image. So it's actually possible that it was posted after the...
Oh, please, 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 please. Oh my God, do something. Please kill something.
It is, and it's literally just somebody trolling. And I'm just gonna kind of ramble here for a moment, but...
Oh God, the tank was just on me. Why was the tank on me? I was the last one to the battle. What? Why was the tank on me?
Somebody to just have such detailed information regarding the coordinates of the body's location. The actual discovery of Emily Sanders' body wasn't being reported by the media until much later in that evening. So this wouldn't be like something that the average person knew about. The discovery of the body was only public knowledge until later in the night. So even if this person posted something like an hour after she was discovered, it's still really bizarre that they would know the coordinates and general location of where she was at. While it's never officially been confirmed that this post was authored by Israel, I feel like the obvious answer is the most likely in this case. Israel Miralles would be apprehended almost a month later on December 19th of 2007 in Santa Rosa de Muquez, Mexico. He was charged in the United States with capital murder, rape, and aggravated sodomy. However, there were some complications with his extradition due to him being a Mexican citizen. Miralles had an interesting defense while on trial. His defense would claim that Emily was murdered by somebody else and that he was simply the person that discovered her body, and he fled the country out of fear of being wrongly prosecuted. Needless to say, nobody was buying this. Miralles would be convicted of rape and capital murder, and on March 31st of 2010, he was sentenced to serve life in prison without the possibility of parole. While it's never been officially confirmed that Miralles was the poster behind the 4chan coordinates, it certainly seems possible that he was the one behind it. Sadly, 4chan has been frequented by a handful of mass killers over the years, with some of these notorious mass murderers sharing their radical beliefs and ideals to 4chan prior to initiating their attacks. In this segment, I'll be covering some mass killers that have connections to 4chan. First is the harrowing case of Brenton Tarrant. Tarrant is the man responsible for the March 15, 2019 mosque shootings that took place in Christchurch, New Zealand. This man's hate-fueled terrorist attack involving an armed assault on 2 Islamic mosques took the lives of 51 people and injured 40 more. The disturbed shooter live-streamed his first mosque killing to Facebook and perpetrated his second vicious attack while mosque members were in prayer. Brenton was on his way to attack a third mosque when he would thankfully be stopped by police and arrested. Terrence was jailed and faced 51 counts of murder and 40 counts of attempted murder and one terrorism-related charge. In March of 2020, Terrence pled guilty and was later sentenced to serve life in prison without any chance of parole. Brenton Terrence mosque shootings were the deadliest shootings to ever occur in New Zealand history, and in the wake of this tragedy, many were left asking the question, why would this man do this? This is a complicated question to answer, but some of Terrence's twisted motivations for committing his attacks can be found in online posts that he made prior to launching his assault. Terrence's attacks were undoubtedly motivated by his hatred of minority groups and believers of non-Christian religions, specifically Muslims. Sometime before his attacks, Terrence was said to have authored a 74-page discriminatory manifesto titled The Great Replacement. This writing likely inspired by the Great Replacement theory, which is a conspiracy theory that postulates an invisible hand is orchestrating a process wherein white Europeans are being societally co-opted and replaced by Muslim migrants. In the time before his mosque attacks, the accounts allegedly operated by Terrence shared this manifesto with 4chan and other anonymous boards such as the most unsettling of Brenton's 4chan-related activity was the fact that he shared a link to the Facebook live stream where he would eventually be showing himself killing people. One such post that was originally submitted to 8chan has been archived. And before his attack, Terrence would say the following in this post. Well, lads, it's time to stop shitposting and make a real-life effort post. I will carry out an attack against the invaders, and I will even live stream the attack via Facebook. The Facebook link is below. By the time you read this, I should be going live. It's been a long ride, and despite all of your rampant industry, fecklessness, and degeneracy, you're all top folks and the best bunch of cobbers a man could ask for. I have provided links to my writings below. Please do your part by spreading my message and making memes and shitposting as you usually do. If I don't survive the attack, goodbye. God bless, and I will see you all in Valhalla. He then includes about a half dozen links that included extremist writings. To the extent of his 4chan and 8chan related activities prior to the attacks, this is all that has really been archived. What's uniquely baffling about the case of Brenton Tarrant in the context of this segment is that Brenton's interactions with 4chan have continued, at least on one occasion, since him being incarcerated. In August of 2019, due to an apparent lapse in correctional facility protocol, Brenton was allowed to send a 6-page handwritten letter from prison that would eventually be posted by the recipient to 4chan. Much of the letter appeared to be innocuous, but an essence of his replacement theory dogma still remains in his writing. Quote, I have no concern for myself, and I only worry for Europe's future. I believe there is a great conflict on the horizon, and unfortunately, there will likely be a great amount of bloodshed. I only hope that our people can survive the coming demographic shift. When it was discovered that Brenton was exchanging letters with his apparent fans and they were being published to 4chan, there was a bit of outrage in the public regarding this. Many thought the idea of him being able to share these letters was ridiculous and criticized the corrections department for allowing a convicted terrorist murderer to exchange communications with some of the boards he helped radicalize. In the wake of this discovery, Terrence's male privileges were briefly suspended and no such correspondences have been discovered since this 2019 incident. What we know for certain is that Brenton will spend the rest of his life behind bars and will never have the opportunity to hurt innocent people again. Unfortunately, though, his actions would go on to inspire other 4chan users. Someone who was in part inspired to kill by Brenton Tarrant was the Buffalo shooter Peyton Gendron. During the early days of the pandemic, Peyton was said to have scoured internet message boards like 4chan, which he has since cited as a source of radicalization. Gendron, much like Terrence, became fixated with this great replacement theory and even at some point allegedly read and studied some of Terrence's writings. Peyton was a self-described white supremacist with a deep hatred for Jewish and black people. And if you think that I'm sort of just insinuating that 4chan made this guy more radical, he literally admits that it did in a diary that he kept. Quote, every time I think maybe I shouldn't commit an attack, I spend 5 minutes on hold, then my motivation returns. Unquote. Peyton Gendron had somewhat of an interest in the writings of Brenton Tarrant and even felt somewhat inspired by his killings and wanted to do his killings through his own. Peyton began to come up with ideas of how he wanted to perpetrate this shooting with the intent of targeting black people lies about perpetrating his mass shooting on the same day that Brendan Tarrant had committed his, on March 15th. And as many of you know, the eventual location of this mass killing would be in a grocery store in Buffalo, New York. On March 14th of 2022, Peyton would attack a Buffalo grocery store with an onslaught of ammo and weapons, while also live streaming himself doing so on Twitch, starting at about 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Peyton Gendron's racially motivated attack at his grocery store would go on to kill 10 black people. There's even a really disturbing moment in this scene, aside from all of the bloodshed, where he points a gun at a white guy and apologizes to him as it's like he would never harm another white person. It's just really fucked up. The guy was crazy. And you really can see the motivation that Peyton Gendron had from Terrence attack. You know, the live streaming element of it, the racially motivated elements of it. The guy spent a lot of time being radicalized by 4chan and Terrence's sort of path that he laid out on that website. While many initially suspected that Gendron had ended his own life after the shootings, he was actually arrested alive. In June of 2022, Peyton would be indicted with a litany of charges by grand jury and would plead not guilty to all of them. He was charged with 10 counts of first-degree murder as a hate crime, 10 counts of second-degree murder as a hate crime, and 3 counts of second-degree attempted murder as a hate crime. 1 count of second-degree criminal possession of a weapon was added as well. And on top of all of this, he got 26
Oh god, I got
federal
separated.
charges as well. On November 28th of 2022, Peyton would plead guilty to 15 state-level counts, 10 counts of first-degree murder, and 3 counts of attempted
Why are you
murder
guys so
motivated
separated?
by hatred, a criminal possession charge, and domestic terrorism motivated by hatred charge. Now facing serious prison time in February of 2023, Gendron would actually apologize to the family of the victims in court. The apology falling on deaf ears as he was shortly after physically attacked.
How are you alive? Oh, damn it. How are you alive?
Gendron would go on to receive 10 concurrent life sentences without the possibility of parole.
What? Oh, my mouse died. My mouse died. No, no. Fucking mouse died. What? Fucking mouse died mid-match. Oh.
There can be no mercy.
Damn it.
No understanding.
Fucking bitch.
No second chances. The damage you have
The fucking mouse died, dude. So annoying.
and the people you
Can't
have
do anything.
are too valuable
Where
to
is?
this community.
Where?
You will
What?
never see the light of
Where did the back of the mouse go? Well, maybe I can do this.
And this
Oh,
is
God.
without his federal charges even being completely processed
Yeah.
at this point. It's still possible that Peyton could get the death penalty.
What happened to
so
the
I want to tell the
mouse?
stories of Peyton Gendron and Brendan Tarrant sort of back to back as they're sort of tangentially related to each other. This next story is one of the earlier 4chaners that had been radicalized to commit a killing. Somebody that was inspired by the acts of Elliot Roger that would go on to do their own sort of incel-inspired killing. Before becoming a killer, Alex Manasco was described as a quiet and reserved individual and didn't seem to possess any overtly antisocial traits. However, deep down, the man felt immense turmoil. This turmoil coming from the fact that he seemingly couldn't get a girlfriend or find romantic partnership. He was an incel, apparently experiencing some sort of crisis due to being frequently rejected by women. Alec would frequent 4chan to express his woes regarding this matter. And when notorious incel killer Elliot Roger went on to commit the infamous Isla Vista murders, well, this was a big source of inspiration for Alec, and he would sound off in support of Elliot's martyrdom for incels on 4chan. Alec credited Elliot Roger as the founding father of the incel movement, and he wished to continue his work.
It was Elliot Roger who was the father.
the founding forefather of the entire movement.
Right.
The
From
forefather
Alex's
of the
point view,
movement.
The incels hope to overthrow the Chads and Stacys of the world so that women will be forced to give them attention.
So explain to me this movement. What's this movement about?
It's basically a movement of angry.
I've got to pee, guys. I'll be right back.
Such as myself, who are unable
Such as
to
myself.
get laid, therefore, we want to overthrow the Chads.
The Chads.
Hey fans, what's up?
Come on, I was watching
The
this.
incels hope to overthrow the Chads and
Not the Chads and the Stacys of the world. Oh
So
no.
explain to me this movement. What's this movement about? It's basically a movement of angry incels, such as myself, who are unable to get laid. Therefore, we want to overthrow the Chads, which would force the Stacys to be forced to reproduce with the incels.
In March of 2018, Alec began to hatch a plan to get revenge for the incels against society. His plan being to sacrifice his own life to kill Chads and Stacys. On April 23rd of 2018, Alec Manassian would rent a Ryder van and go on a killing spree around the Toronto area. At 1:25 p.m., the first 911 call related to his activities was made. This call revealing that Alec Manassian was taking this Ryder van around town and striking innocent pedestrians with it in attempts to kill them. Alec's van would eventually be stopped by police at Yonge and Shepherd Street, where he would there be detained. Sadly, though, Alec's rampage had taken the lives of 11 innocent people, all killed being ran over by his van. While being interrogated by the police, Alec said that the only reason that he stopped his attack was because some liquid had gotten on his windshield.
Then what happened? Some people get knocked out of the way, some people roll over the top of the van. I continue doing that until in fact, actually, to be honest, the only reason I stopped my attack was because someone's drink got splashed on my windshield, and I was worried.
So the Grand Theft Auto Rage Out, where you killed 11 people, ended because the pedestrian you were running over had a soft drink in their fucking hands, and it hit the window and blocked your vision. In real life, not in Minecraft or GTA, in real life, you did this. Oh man, I like the internet. I think it's a good thing, but I don't know about too much internet. I'm guilty of it, I suppose. I shouldn't talk.
Worried that I would crash the van anyway, so I decided, okay, now I wanted to do more, but I've kind of been foiled by a lack of visibility.
Alec would initially be charged with 10 counts of first-degree murder and
10
counts of attempted murder. An additional first-degree murder charge would be issued after an individual in the hospital passed
10 counts
caused by him. In 2021, Alec Manassian was found.
Yeah, what's that? Like 1,000 years? Fucking moron. Why would you get 10 counts?
Guilty of all charges, and on June 13th,
guilty of all charges, and they gave him the chair, or whatever Canada does.
18th of 2022, he was sentenced to serve life in prison with no chance of parole. Many often like to understate the connection with 4chan and mass killers. And yes, I totally realize, like, 4chan is not just
I like
this
to
overarching fucking insane
I like to
place
focus
where
on
if
it.
you go there, you're literally a Nazi. But let's face it, there is somewhat of a correlation with 4chan, 8chan, and mass killers. And some of these guys got their starts with radicalization on these boards. So that is the end of the 4chan mass killers in prison cells. Now we get to what's likely the darkest story to ever unfold on 4chan. It was a horrific and at the time unprecedented act involving a murderer sharing photos of his victim to the internet moments after committing his killing. This is the story of David Kalick and the 2014 murder of his then-girlfriend, Amber Lynn Copeland. This story begins with 33-year-old Washington man, David Michael Kalick. David was a man with a troubled past and a storied criminal record. A convicted felon with a long history of violence, Kalick was said to have had several abusive relationships with women throughout his life. And this pattern continued when he entered a romantic partnership with 30-year-old Amber Copeland. At the time of the two meetings, Copeland was a single mother of 5 children, and she had recently gone through a divorce.
while the father of her children contributed greatly to the raising of these kids, being a single mother was difficult for Amber. And it was in this tumultuous life state that she began her relationship with David Kalick. Described as a man with superficial charm, Kalick seemed a suitable partner initially, but became abusive not long after Amber had moved in. His vices looming heavily over the couple's relationship and negatively affecting Amber despite her unwavering dedication to the man. An incident that is exemplary of this is a situation that took place in 2012 where David had gotten into a drunken car accident. And when police arrived, Amber tried to take the blame for the crash to protect David from the DUI. Despite her efforts to protect the drunken man, David would be taken to jail for a DUI, and Amber would, of course, bail him out. Due to his criminal past, David was fearing future prosecution in relation to this DUI charge, given that he already had a history of this stuff. So after he got bailed out of jail for this, he decided that the best course of action was to
that?
of Washington with Amber. Yes, David convinced his girlfriend to come with him, and the two up and left Washington State, with Kalick intending to hide from the court system. During this time away, Amber stopped answering her phone and communicating with her family members, which ultimately resulted in concerned relatives filing a missing persons report. Sometime later, Amber was found with Kalick by a police deputy in the state of Arizona, and the family was told that she was completely fine and wasn't being held against her will. The woman at this time very much so entranced in the spell cast by her abusive boyfriend. For those that knew Amber, this running away to Arizona incident raised red flags, and those close to her became weary of David and felt that he was a danger to her safety. And to be honest, when you fully get a grasp of David's abusive and criminal history, this concern is certainly warranted. Long before meeting Amber, Daniel had once been arrested for making violent threats and for committing assault against family members with an axe. When he was arrested for this incident, while in the back of the arresting policeman's squad car, David allegedly proceeded to bash out a window with his head. Previous romantic partners have also spoke out on their abusive experiences with David, such as one woman who had completely cut ties with him due to his drinking and violent temper, and this seemed to be a pattern throughout his adult life. And sadly, Amber was not spared from these violent tendencies. At some point during their relationship, Amber would confess to a friend that David had once punched her in the face and knocked her unconscious, even confided her that David had once attempted to drown her. In some instances, these acts of violence were so brutal that it even swayed the unwavering devotion that Amber had for her partner. An incident like this would occur in 2014 that resulted in the two breaking up in March of that year, with David replacing Amber with another girlfriend soon after, who he would also physically abuse. This fling of a relationship only lasted several months. And after this brief time away from Amber, he would indeed come back to her, and she would reluctantly get back together with him. And not long after reuniting, David's true colors revealed themselves once more. His abusive tendencies amplified. Around this time, David was reportedly drinking half a gallon of vodka a day and argued near constantly with Amber, even in front of her children. But these verbal altercations would pale in comparison to the unspeakable act that David committed against Amber in November of 2014.
8 and 2.
Amber and David were said to have gotten in a heated exchange. This altercation resulting in the incensed and drunken David verbally accosting his girlfriend yet again. And it seemed like on this particular night, Amber had finally had enough of the abuse. She decided that she was going to set a boundary for this evening. That boundary being that if you're going to be abusive and yelling at me, I don't want to be around you, so you need to sleep in a different room. Seemingly enraged by this notion, murderous thoughts began to flood David's head upon hearing this boundary request. And later in the evening, David Kalick became violent. This violence taking the form of an attack involving him strangling Amber to death. After committing his deed and witnessing the lifeless body of his girlfriend lying on the ground, one might hope for an ounce of remorse to bubble up in this man's blackened soul. But David had no such remorse. Rather, actions perpetrated by the man after his killing suggest that he was proud of what he had done. After strangling the woman he had been dating for over 2 years, he desecrated her body, writing words and drawing all over her. Kalick then took photos of the deceased woman's naked body and posted the gruesome imagery to 4chan for all in the community to see. These horrifying photos were attached with a message that read, quote, "It's way harder to strangle someone to death than it looks on the movie." Naturally, 4chan users were shocked by these photos, and they asked the uploader questions, and some even suggested that they were fake. But David allegedly responded to this, quote, "Check the news from Port Orchard, Washington in a few hours. Her son will be home from school soon. He'll find her, then call the cops. I just wanted to share the pics before they find me." When these photos were posted to 4chan, it was a sort of all-hands-on-deck moment from the community, and it wouldn't be long before the photography was spreading all over the internet. Following the harrowing post of 4chan, the images would be shared to law enforcement as well by board members, and police would quickly begin work in tracking down the individual responsible for the grisly submission. And later in the evening, while police were trying to track down this killer, David would continuously go onto this 4chan thread and update his status and just share random thoughts about his murder. Unfortunately, though, archives of these comments have been lost to time. What happens next is the discovery of Amber Copland's body. Amber's body was discovered on the evening of November 4th by her own son, who would call police after finding it. Police would search the residence and David was nowhere to be found, but the man did leave behind a picture with words scribbled on it relating to his killing. The picture left at the crime scene said, quote, "She killed me first." And police noticed on Amber's driver's license it appeared that David had written the word "dead" on it. With Amber's body discovered, police now define David the
Why do you need to be such a piece of shit?
killer. Police were able to track David down thanks to text messages that he had sent to a friend sometime after the killing. These text messages saying, quote, "Shit is all fucked now. You'll see me in the news." And
Yeah, shit is all fucked now, yeah.
quote, "There'll be no more me, ever. You'll read about it. That's all." Metadata from these messages indicated that he was still in the Pacific Northwest and hadn't tried to, flee to the other side of the country. And around this time, warrants were issued for his arrest and police were put on notice. And it wouldn't be long before police officers spotted his vehicle in Portland, Oregon. When officers attempted to pull him over, David sped away and a police chase ensued, one involving David swerving and weaving through oncoming traffic. Police would catch up to David sometime later, and on November 5th of 2014, Caleb would peacefully surrender to the Wilsonville, Oregon police and was taken into custody without incident. He was then charged with the second-degree murder of his girlfriend, Amberlynn Copland. And in the wake of these charges, it wouldn't be long before investigators discovered the messages that had been posted to 4chan, and this all of a sudden became a remarkable, unprecedented case. It became a national news story, as this was really the first time that a murder had been connected not only to 4chan, but that, a murderer had posted images of his victim just moments after killing them to the internet. Many wondered why someone would do something like this. Many psychologists at the time speculated that David did this as a final act of cruelty to Amber and her loved ones. As killing her is already terrible enough, but then sharing her photos to the world is just another level of dark and demented humiliation added.
Hope
to
it was
this
worth
crime.
it.
A criminal psychologist says, quote, "It's a last way to humiliate her, to take away her dignity. That's just cruel." After a long trial, several years later, in April of 2017, David Kalick would be convicted of first-degree murder by a jury. And in May of 2017, he was sentenced to serve 82 years in prison. During court hearings, David reflected on his crime. Quote, "The only thing I can say is, I am sorry, and I will never forgive myself." David Kalick is probably the most notorious criminal in 4chan history, and sadly, the murder of Amber Copland will go down as one of the darkest tales to ever take place on the site. And well, you've made it to the end. Let me know what you guys thought about this video down below in the comment section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Waiting to serve out. Peace.
Oh, we got it. Yeah. I killed their Junkrat and we got it immediately. Junkrat's such a piece of shit. Fucking shitter ass class for shitters. Oh no. Oh no. Yep. Please, 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 please. Oh god. Oh my god, kill him. Somebody do something. I can't tank this team alone. All 6 of them are just fighting me. You can see it immediately. Please do something. Nope. Oh, 1 kill all match. I've got triple this other DPS's kills. Why? No. No. Nope. Oh my god. Please do something. Please kill him. What? Oh my god. Nice. Nice, nice. Wait, did we lose it somehow? How did we lose it somehow? Okay, well, that works for me. Please stay a little bit more clumped and like not like all over the place. Ugh. Oh god. Please, you're LOSing me. God. God damn it. Oh, what? Come on, he's a Junkrat. He came at me like a Genji. What was that? That is not what I saw on my screen at all. Okay. Oh, please. It's 4v2. Please don't get 4v2'd. Or 2v4'd, I mean. Oh, no. We won this? I can't believe we won this. Can't believe we won that. Can't believe that. Well, I got more heals than Lucio somehow. That's fun. This was fun. What else has he done lately? Let's see. I haven't done Wavy Web Surf in a while. I like Wavy Web Surf. 9 plus 10 equals 21. Kid goes missing. What really happened? Okay, this was from 2 years ago. I'm looking for videos like recently, you know? Saw it. How this joke website put criminals in jail.
The internet's more criminal offerings are generally secluded to the dark web. But then there's a website like rentahitman.com. With its slogan, "The dark web is not safe, but we are," this apparent murder-for-hire service website exists on the normal internet. The page features testimonials from alleged customers who have supposedly hired hitmen using the page. And the page's existence becomes even more puzzling when you discover that Rent a Hitman has been publicly active and available since 2005.
Rent a Hitman?
Authorities not seized this domain and prosecuted the people behind this apparent contract killing operation. Well, buckle up, because I'm about to take you all down one of the internet's most darkly intriguing rabbit holes. It's the tale of how one man's joke website ended up catching some of society's most dim-witted would-be killers, arresting dozens and potentially saving over 100 lives in the process. This is the story U.S. Products like this handy machete from Bespoke Slashbox. This lightweight machete is extremely sharp out of the box, and I use it all the time for yard work. It cuts through just about anything you can throw at it. And Bespoke has plenty of boxes of awesome to choose from. They've got everything from hygiene to cooking to camping, you name it. Each box of awesome has about $70 worth of product inside, while the subscription to Bespoke costs less than that. To get started, you simply take a short quiz, and Bespoke will match you up with a box they think you like.
I love this joke, right? He's so fucked up. He's so fucked
before
up.
it's shipped, you'll get a preview of what comes inside to decide if you'd like to keep it, swap it for a different box, or skip the month entirely for no cost. And there's an ever-changing lineup of boxes that should keep your interest. Boxes like this Chill box. Chill features this super high-quality soft-bodied cooler that's perfect for these hot Tennessee summer days that I'm currently experiencing. If you've got some brews that are in need of a home, the Chill cooler is the best place to put them. It even comes with this handy bottle opener as well. Speaking of refreshments, I'm a big fan of Bespoke's Copper Box. It has everything you need to make Moscow Mule, which is one of my favorite cocktails. These mugs are super high quality. All I gotta say is cheers. So what are you waiting for? You guys can go to bespokepost.com/wavy20 and enter code wavy20 at checkout to get 20% off your first Bespoke box of awesome. The link is in the description, and big thanks to Bespoke for
Counted your tank.
The legacy of Rent a Hitman all begins with the website's creator, California man Bob Innes.
This is just a lot of solicitations from people around the world. And I'm the webmaster of rentahitman.com, your point-and-click solution.
During Bob's time in university, the man studied risk analysis and computer network security. As a student, part of the man's curriculum involved him being tasked with network penetration assignments. Exercises where one essentially tried to find security exploits and vulnerabilities within computer systems so that they could be fixed in advance. It's called penetration testing. You can think of it as a form of white hat hacking, if you will. Bob had aspirations to become a pro penetrator, and him and a handful of colleagues would attempt to start up a business to do just that. The website that Bob purchased and created to advertise his services was none other than rentahitman.com. This name, Rent a Hitman, was a tongue-in-cheek joke playing off the fact that if hired, Bob was essentially contracted to help customers kill flaws in their own network. He was a penetration testing hitman. Unfortunately, though, this Rent a Hitman business idea never truly came to fruition, and after graduating college, his business partners had moved on. Bob, who had to spend some money on this now seemingly useless domain name, felt like, hey, maybe I could auction it off and get that little bit of cash back. But the man struggled to find any interested buyers, and eventually he got fed up with trying to sell it and simply put up his email address on the front page of Rent a Hitman and went his separate ways, completely abandoning the site for some time. But after forsaking this project for some time, something strange began to happen. About 2.5 years of not really interacting with the rentahitman.com domain, Bob decides to log into the email address attached to the website. And to the man's surprise, he had actually been contacted. Quite a few times, in fact. Bob had received close to 300 emails during the time away from his comically titled website. But as the man
I can't believe you did this.
read through these emails, it became clear that not everyone...
Yeah, I imagine if you were to say, I am a Hitman website, you probably get a ton of people in the world being like, I got problems, I really will pay you to kill the man who killed my father. I'll pay you $100,000 to kill the man who killed my father. Please, 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 please. You know, that you'd be surprised probably.
One was in on the joke. In these emails, some folks appeared to be genuinely trying to contact this rentahitman.com website in an effort to get people killed. These individuals operating under the assumption that rentahitman.com was an actual murder-for-hire website on the normal internet. And upon seeing these emails, Bob was both bewildered and disturbed. I mean, we've all heard tall tales of hitmen being hireable on the dark web, but, you know, for people to be messaging him legit requests, like when your site is just on the broad day internet, he couldn't believe it. Granted, many of these hit requests were people trolling, but a small handful of the requests Bob
We're like, please kill the guy who killed my father. Yeah.
And the man felt a moral obligation to turn these murder-for-hire solicitors over to the police, which segues us
What?
into the many people that have been arrested and criminally convicted thanks to rentahitman.com and them essentially self-reporting their murderous desires to Bob.
Oh,
believing
wow.
his website's actually legit. Bob's
What?
first murderous page visitor was a woman named Helen Kaplan. Helen Kaplan contacted Bob via
I knew it. I knew
in
it.
2010. The woman claimed she was located in Canada and explained in an email how she had been swindled out of her father's inheritance by estranged family members.
Helen's email was pretty long and convoluted. I can tell this lady was not healthy, let's put it that way.
The woman continued, stating that she had no money, no place to live, and that she was stranded in Canada with no passport and couldn't get back home to UK. Her life was essentially a mess and she wanted that money back. This disgruntled and apparently isolated woman was soliciting hitman services from Bob's website and sought retaliation against her estranged relatives, wanting them dead so that she could have sole claim to the aforementioned inheritance. Bob found Helen's inquiry particularly disturbing as Helen had provided full legal names and physical addresses of the hit targets. The majority of the requests that Bob received on his websites were never this specific. When people got detailed like this, that's when red flags flew. While he was disturbed by this initial email, Bob wouldn't immediately act. It wouldn't be until he received a second follow-up email that the man decided to engage with this would-be hitman solicitor. The second email from Helen was simply titled Urgent. This ominous communication
Fucking kill him.
contained additional
Yeah, I hope that
details
was
about
worth it.
Helen's hit request, as well as corroborating information about her targets. Feeling confident that the woman was genuinely seeking out a hitman, Bob would reply, saying, "Do you still require our services? Would you like me to put you in contact with the field operatives?" Confirming her intent, Helen would simply reply, "Yes."
It was pretty eye-opening. I could tell. I just had this instinct that she was serious about what she wanted to do.
There was no doubt regarding the woman's interest at this point, and Bob would spring into action, printing out his emails and turning them over to police. Bob took everything he had to local authorities. His findings would make their way to Canadian law enforcement, and an investigation was launched into Helen Kaplan and her rent-to-hitman messages. During the course of the investigation of the woman, police found that Helen Kaplan was actually a wanted woman with active warrants out for her arrest in the United Kingdom. And after reviewing Bob's evidence, Canadian authorities felt confident that she really was trying to kill her family members. She was taken into custody.
What?
The woman spent 126 days incarcerated in Canada before being extradited back to the United Kingdom to face justice. This initial incident with Helen Kaplan made Bob realize that his website could actually be used as a tool to aid law enforcement and stop killers. And with this in mind, he decided to dedicate more time to the Rent-A-Hitman project. He would redesign the page, check the emails more regularly. Bob even adopted a satirical hitman pseudonym / alter ego, going by the name of Guido Finelli when he communicated with would-be hitman hirers.
Guido
It's important to note that when
Finelli.
designing his website, Bob made a conscious decision to lean into the satirical nature of the page, nestling small jokes and gags throughout its directory. Take, for example, the website's promise of confidentiality by way of HIPAA, the Hitman Information Privacy and Protection Act, which is an obvious parody of the real-life HIPAA confidentiality agreement within healthcare. These comedic Easter eggs made it glaringly obvious to both law-abiding citizens and law enforcement that the page was a joke and that nobody was actually being hired to kill people here. However, for the less intelligent with murderous intent, these people were often so desperate for contract killing services that they would ignore the blatant red flags flying all over the site and would go through with contacting Bob under his Guido persona. And some of these people were trying to kill folks for the pettiest of reasons. Take, for example, Danae Wright. Apparently, this woman had a vendetta against a handful of people in her local community. The woman claimed that she was the subject of mean-spirited gossip and wanted some locals killed.
Stun
Danae
me.
Wright would email Bob's Guido persona and
My
provide
God,
him
he
with
hit a lot of
names
people. You should have hit them all. You're an idiot.
dead in her community.
Oh.
3 names were given. Bob was able to identify that these were indeed real people by using Facebook. All of them were residents of the city of Oakley,
that?
Kansas. Using rentahitman.com, Danae requested that these individuals be taken out by using, quote, guns, bombs, or anything else that was necessary.
After receiving confirmation that this was an urgent request, Bob then reached out to the Oakley Police Department, who then forwarded the case to the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. As a result of requesting these killings, Danae Wright was later arrested and eventually
That's
found
good he left her.
He was sentenced to serve 34
What?
months of
Oh, God.
supervised probation after admitting to criminal solicitation to commit murder.
What?
And then there's a guy like Devin.
Why does Big No do no damage? I mean, it's like 9 melee hits.
To request the killing of his ex-girlfriend, her parents, and the kidnapping of his ex's child. In February of 2018, a 20-year-old restaurant worker by the name of Devin Fowler found himself vexed at his ex-girlfriend. They had somewhat recently broken up after a big falling out, and Devin blamed his ex's parents for the dissolution of his relationship. Overcome with anger, Devin Fowler decided that he wanted his ex and her family dead, so he takes to the internet in search of a hitman and discovers rentahitman.com. Devin then submitted a request form on the site. He was soliciting the murder of his ex-girlfriend, her mother, and her stepfather.
Wow.
Also adding that he wanted his ex-girlfriend's baby kidnapped and taken to Texas so that he could start a new life with the baby and his new girlfriend. Bob, under his Guido alias, would receive this communication and felt that it was a serious inquiry, so he probed the guy a little bit to get more info. Bob says, quote, "This kid was so persistent. Again, I asked the 2 questions. He responded right away, said yes, this is the address. Make sure you get the job done." He was so persistent over the next 10 to 12 days, the guy saying, "How come the job's not done yet? I've given you everything you need to know about where they can be found.
Textbook hiding.
Don't kill the baby." It was clear as day this dude was really looking for a hitman. Following his normal protocol, Bob would then report Devin to the authorities, who then launched an investigation and set up a sting operation to try to nail down Devin. This operation involved a sheriff's office investigator posing as a hitman and contacting Devin over the phone. This call was said to have been recorded and reportedly contained Devin confessing to wanting the killings done. It said that in regard to the child kidnapping request, he said, quote, "I could be a really good father to her, but I need those 3 people taken out before I can do anything."
Oh,
In light of this
God.
confession, Devin Fowler would be arrested on February 12th of 2018. While in jail, it said that
Conspiracy to
Fowler
commit murder.
unwittingly bragged to a police informant, stating that he was only going to get probation from his crime and that when he got out, he would attempt to kidnap his ex's child. This obviously didn't help things when it came to his trial. In March of 2019, Devin was sentenced to serve 20 years in prison with 10 years suspended after pleading guilty to 2 counts of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Rentahitman.com's next notable perp was busted after trying to hire a hitman in a way to satisfy his sexual fantasy. In December of 2019, a New Mexico high school student, 18-year-old Colton Beal, attempted to solicit the services of rentahitman.com. In his communication, he requested to have 2 16-year-old girls from his high school strangled to death. Colton would unwittingly fill out 2 forms on this parody website, giving great detail on how he wanted his victims to perish, explaining that he had a sexual fetish for strangulation. Colton sent over his full name, street address, email address, and phone number in his forms, along with the names of his intended targets and their addresses as well. After receiving these disturbing communications, Bob Innes would hand the information over to New Mexico authorities. Colton Beal was later arrested in Manchester, Tennessee, on 2 counts of criminal solicitation. On February 27th of 2020, he was extradited back to Roswell, New Mexico. Colton pled guilty in May of 2020 and was sentenced to serve 5 years of probation as a part of a plea deal. In addition to the probation, he has to complete counseling, drug and alcohol screenings, and perform 200 hours of community service. Some turn to rentahitman.com to kill ex-lovers. Our next individual...
Rentahitman.com! So bad. So bad. Every time he says it, I keep cracking up. Rentahitman.com. Why? Why?
Her ex of being a pedophile and wanted him dead. On
Why?
July 17th of 2020,
Why?
Rockwood, Michigan woman named Wendy Wine completed a form on
Wendy Wine
and was requesting the assassination of her ex-husband.
That sounds
who
like a
reportedly claimed
like a
that the
person
man
who wants to buy a
pedophile and
hitman.
owed her $20,000.
At first, it said that Wendy attempted to use a sort of pseudonym in her
Well, I think it's probably a good thing that nobody was ever killed.
communications on rentahitman.com, but she would eventually get sloppy and reveal her full name to Bob. The woman expressed that she was surprised that such a
Oh man, when one is using hireahitman.com, one must have discretion. Goddamn. Fucking humans. Fucking humans are so goddamn dumb. Fucking humans. One must use discretion when patronizing hireahitman.com. Ouchies. That's very bad. Oh my god. Why is the tank just sitting there? What the fuck? Like nothing's going on because you guys didn't do anything. Kept waiting for something to happen. You wouldn't push. Fucking pussies. Oh no. That's no good.
a grisly service was even available on the normal internet. Quote, "This is kind of weird that your company is not on the deep or dark web." After speaking with Wendy under his Guido persona, Bob then contacted authorities, informing them of her treachery. Police were able to establish a line of communication with Wendy and managed to set up a sting operation with an agent posing as a hitman. This undercover cop met with Wendy Wine in a parking lot in South Rockwood, Michigan, and confirmed the woman's murderous intentions. Shortly after this incident, Wendy was arrested and confessed to her involvement and the communications with rentahitman.com. She was charged with solicitation to commit murder and
What?
use of a computer to facilitate a crime. In early 2022, a judge would sentence Wendy to serve 7 to 20 years in prison on both counts. The sentences were being served
Come on.
And to round off our motley crew of idiots that have fallen for this Rent a Hitman parody website, I'd like to discuss the story of Josiah Garcia, a man who wasn't trying to hire or rent a hitman. He tried to apply for a fucking job. In 2023, an Air National Guardsman from the state of Tennessee named Josiah Garcia allegedly filled out a request form on rentahitman.com. Josiah was 21 years old at the time and was said to have been in desperate need of money to support his family. Curiously, though, instead of trying to hire a hitman, Josiah was offering his services as a killer. Apparently, Garcia had been scouring the internet for mercenary jobs when he came across Bob's satirical website. Josiah, not detecting the obvious trap, saw Rent a Hitman as an employment opportunity. The man allegedly applied on the site to be a contract killer, submitting a resume, in which he described himself as an expert marksman and that he had a nickname where people called him the Reaper. Josiah would tell the website administrator that he wanted to get work as soon as possible.
Oh
I'm
my
looking for a job
God.
that pays well, related to my military experience, shooting and killing the marked target. So I can support my kid on the way. What can I say? I enjoy doing what I do. So if I can find a job that's similar to it, such as this one, put me in, coach. Bob, posing as Guido, continued to pry for information and requested a headshot and photo of Garcia's identification, to which the man reportedly provided. From February 20th to
March 13th of 2023, Josiah Garcia allegedly sent multiple follow-up emails to Guido Finelli, aka Bob Ennis. Little did Josiah know, Bob was in touch with the FBI, who had been coordinating with him behind the scenes. Near the end of Bob's communications with Josiah Garcia, he sent the following instructions to the hitman applicant. Josiah, a field coordinator will be in touch in the near future. You will receive a message when they are ready. Timing is based on client needs. An FBI agent would pose as someone involved in the operation and conducted a phone interview with Garcia. According to WKRN, Josiah allegedly told this agent that he was interested in the hitman position because he was in the military and felt that it would be more exciting than civilian law enforcement. Josiah Garcia would later meet with an undercover agent on April 6th of 2023 at a restaurant in Nashville. It's reported that during the meeting, the man continued to demonstrate interest in being a hired killer, and it wasn't long before the ruse of a fake job opening up was deployed. And in this interaction, the man was said to have been offered a fake hitman job by the undercover agent, asking him to meet up with someone associated with the mercenary gig in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Josiah would go to this meeting and was reportedly given photographs and false information about a fake target that the FBI had created.
A little late with the
Josiah
tire.
would allegedly accept the kill request and was then immediately arrested by the FBI. Josiah Garcia has yet to go to trial and is facing
HireAHitman.com.
if he's convicted of his alleged crimes.
Asinine.
Nearly 2 decades after its creation, people are still falling for Bob Ennis's RentAHitman.com creation. Despite this enigmatic webpage being covered by national media on numerous occasions and the overtly satirical nature of the page, some folks out there still find themselves requesting killers through this website on the normal web. Thanks to Bob's diligent work in busting these malicious individuals, it's been estimated that dozens of lives have been saved by his work in tandem
What?
with law enforcement, and I can only imagine that more arrests will be made in the future. If you wish to support Bob Ennis and his work, I'll have a link in the description to do so. Well, you've made it to the end. Let me know what you guys thought about the RentAHitman.com story down below in the comments section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace.
Did I knock him off? I did. Oh, I didn't knock him off. Wow! It was worth the trade. Kill him. It is fun, I gotta say. It is really fun just like meleeing these idiots. Melee is where my strength has been lately. Maybe I should use it. How's he flying around? What the fuck? Woo! Victory! The e-girl killers, no. Esper, wait, e-bird killer, the world of killer e-girls. Uh-oh. Yeah, Reddit's most wanted, dating app killers, waiting for a chance to disturb the internet. There's a dash to achieve next. Oh, is this, oh, it's over somehow? How's this over? Oh, yeah, the bash, you know. The man who faked human cloning. Yeah, let's, no, I don't really like Firewatch, though.
On YouTube, we've seen many prominent creators seemingly vanish from the site. YouTubers stop posting for a variety of reasons. Perhaps they become bored with content creation, their channel dies out, or drama and controversy drives them away. However, in some bizarre cases, a YouTuber's activity ceases because they've literally gone missing in the real world. And in some of these cases, fans, authorities, and loved ones are still searching for them to this day. From a spelunking YouTuber disappearing in the desert, to a doctor foreshadowing her own disappearance, to a dancing YouTuber who vanished in the night, these are the missing YouTubers. This story is an unsettling unsolved mystery involving a YouTuber who went on a hiking trip only to never return. This is the disappearance of Kenny Veach.
Hello, people of Shark Tank. My name is Kenny Veach, and get ready because I'm going to show you a few things about myself, and I'm going to let you know just what I do, what I am, and how much I enjoy life, and how I go about doing that.
Kenny Veach, born in 1967, grew up outside of the city of Las Vegas, Nevada. As a child, Kenny had an immense fascination with the desert and the animals that inhabited it. He was said to have been fun-loving and always had friends and family laughing. That said, Kenny's life wasn't without hardship and tragedy. When Kenny was 20 years old, his father perished after losing a long battle with depression, and sadly, Kenny was the person who discovered the aftermath. This ordeal proved to be quite traumatic, that trauma manifesting in bouts of depression following his father's untimely death. But Kenny's optimistic outlook and lust for life would prevail. As an adult, he kept the adventurous spirit developed in childhood. Exploring the desert surrounding Las Vegas was a hobby that stuck with him as an adult. He became an avid hiker and was obsessed with testing his distances and seeing how far he could push himself. He really liked caves, too. In the Las Vegas deserts, Kenny would fearlessly explore caves for the sake of his own enjoyment. The man was so infatuated with cave exploration that he often discussed the hobby online with other enthusiasts, particularly those on YouTube. Kenny frequented YouTube and had a channel of his own where he went by the username SnakeBitMcGee. Kenny wasn't a YouTuber in the traditional sense, he was more so a commenter who would occasionally upload rough-cut videos to his channel of various activities and adventures that he went on. In late 2014, within the comment section of another YouTube user's spelunking video, Kenny shared his insights on caving and described a certain M-shaped cavern within the Sheep Mountains near Area 51. Kenny shares his story of how he explored the outside area of this cave and was hit with an overwhelming feeling of dread. This ain't nothing. I'm a long-distance hiker. One time, during one of my hikes out by the Nellis Air Force Base, I found a hidden cave. The entrance to the cave was shaped like a perfect capital M. I always enter every cave I find, but as I began to enter this particular cave, my whole body began to vibrate. The closer I got to the cave entrance, the worse the vibrating became. Suddenly, I became very scared and hightailed it out of there. That was one of the strangest things that ever happened to me. He continued, I solo hike across mountaintops that most people wouldn't dare go. I've been in more caves than I can count. I play with rattlesnakes for fun, but this particular cave was beyond anything I had ever encountered. Kenny's commentary regarding this mysterious M-cave encounter sparked intrigue amongst the comment section of this spelunking video. Commenters would implore Kenny to seek out the mysterious cavern again and record the experience so they could witness the unsettling phenomena he was reporting firsthand. Kenny, being the intrepid person that he was, obliged these curious commenters and set out on an adventure to find that very cave. Armed with a 9mm handgun and a video camera, Kenny set off to find this seemingly forbidden cave and record adventure. What we find, though, is that Kenny departs on this quest, brings his camera and everything filmed, but is unable to find the mysterious M cave that he spoke of in the comment section.
Oh,
regarding the
what
ominous
killed
cave
me?
that
Oh, the
recent
Hanzo.
fascination of the spelunking community.
And I'm looking for a cave that I found, and I didn't have a sidearm when I was here before. And something about this cave just spooked me out of all the caves I've ever gone in. Hopefully I'll find it. It's shaped like a big M. It's a big cave that looks just like a gigantic M.
He admits that he couldn't find the cave and just starts giving a reconnaissance report of the area.
Here's a beautiful canyon I'm just now walking past. I just now got past that little mountain. And I gotta walk past this canyon and just keep on going. I tripped. Okay.
Yep.
Off again. Here's the mountain. There's another range I'm walking down. I'll just give you an idea how long it takes to get past these mountains.
In all reality, Kenny doesn't talk about M Cave that much in this video. He actually just talks about the dangers of the desert and how easy it is to get lost out there.
Here's a beautiful canyon I'm just now
Ooh.
walking past. I just now got past that little mountain. And I gotta walk past this canyon and just keep on going. You gotta know which canyon to go down, otherwise you get lost up here.
Kenny does explain that he was able to find multiple caves in the area, but none of them were the M Cave. He explained that the M Cave was deep, dark, shaped like an M, and even underground.
There's lots of little caves. They're not the kind of cave I'm looking for. The kind of cave I'm looking for is deep, and it's dark, and it's shaped like it's shaped just like the letter M. So lots of little caves and stuff along here.
Kenny zoomed out his camera to show the vast amount of caves and rocky
Hey, what's up, bitch? Yeah, oh yeah, we gonna fight. Oh yeah, we gonna fight. I'm gonna kill you.
The M Cave would be like finding a needle in a
Oh.
haystack. While Kenny couldn't find the mythical M Cave, he was happy to report that he did find a mountain goat.
I haven't found the cave, but look what I did find.
Ooh.
While Kenny's video was charming, it left viewers frustrated because he didn't find the actual M Cave. And Kenny received a massive amount of criticism
11
in
and
the
3.
comment section.
I do better there. I do better than myself as a healer than their entire team on Brigitte, no less. Oh my god.
Commenters wanted Kenny to go back and look for the cave again. While all were pushing Kenny to return, one commenter left an ominous warning. No, do not go back there. If you find that cave entrance, don't go in. If you do, you won't get out. Kenny replies, what makes you say that? The poster never replies. After seeing the continuous stream of comments encouraging him to return, Kenny would oblige. He announces his trip via YouTube comment. I'm going again this weekend. I will be hiking solo for 3 days. I plan on covering about 40 miles. I will cross through the same canyon where I found the cave. If I don't find it again, I will just continue hiking over mountain after mountain to the north of the canyon. I dare any of the people that hike to run their mouths on here to join me. My hikes are brutal on the body. After one of my long hikes, some of my toenails turn black and fall off. I lose about 13 pounds of body weight. It takes me about 3 days to recover from the abuse I've put myself through. There is no guarantee that I will find the cave again. The region that I cover is vast. There are many caves. The M Cave is the only cave I ever feared going inside. I really want to find it again. And not only would this be the last YouTube comment ever published to the Snake Bit McGee channel, the M Cave hike would be the last hike ever taken by Kenny Beach. On November 10th, Kenny informed his girlfriend that he would be going on a short overnight trip. However, Kenny didn't return in the parameters given to his girlfriend. He became concerned and contacted authorities, and it would soon be reported on a local Las Vegas news station that Kenny Beach was missing. On November 22nd of 2014, near the same mine shaft that Kenny once stood in the YouTube video, rescue volunteers found Kenny's cell phone. Quote, we found his cell phone close to a very vertical mine shaft. We can't find another trail. It doesn't mean that he's down the mine shaft, but we have tracked him as far as we can. We're having our other crews come in from the search area. The cell phone was indeed proof that Kenny had gone back to the area featured in the MK video and likely was looking for the cave, but despite this, Kenny nor his body was ever found in this area, and he still hasn't been found to this day. And there are numerous theories regarding what happened to Kenny Beach. Online, much speculation exists. Conspiracy theories range from Kenny stumbling upon a mysterious military secret and being killed in the process, all the way to Kenny discovering an extraterrestrial rift and being teleported into a different dimension. It wouldn't surprise me if the government has him locked up in Area 51 for finding something he wasn't supposed to. Hopefully he is found and okay. There were also irrational explanations, such as, Kenny just got lost, died from dehydration, or could have been killed by some sort of animal in a far-off area of the desert. And of course, there's a possibility that Kenny found the mysterious cave and perished in it. As days and weeks passed and it became clear that Kenny wasn't coming home, the comments underneath the M-Cave hike video became filled with theories and prayers alike. But eventually those in the comments would get a theory posted by Kenny's girlfriend herself, one that seemed to have some credence to it. This woman, Sharon Pilgrim, claimed to be Kenny's girlfriend and posted the following. I am the girlfriend that Kenny spoke of in the video. There are so many posts. I had no idea until a friend let me know. So many people are wondering what happened and guessing different things. You are heartfelt about the sadness around what has happened with Kenny. He has not been found, and I feel that he probably will not be found for many, many months, if ever. I want to share what I know and feel about what happened, so that you might bring some closure and understanding in your own lives. Kenny absolutely loved hiking in the desert. It was his very, very favorite thing to do. We explored many caves and mine shafts. We were always careful how we explored them, but Kenny was a bit more daring than I was. We wore snake guards, sun-protected clothing, and used walking sticks. Brought enough water and food for the hiking hours and had extra water and food in the car. I want you to know that I do not think Kenny had an accident. I believe he committed suicide. He battled depression for many years and would not take medication or see a doctor. He quit his job a little more than a year ago before he disappeared. The search for him was started within a couple of days of my call. Over 30 search and rescue team members searched 3 different times on foot. One helicopter flyover was done and there was no trace of Kenny or any of his camping things. They found his car in the area I told them it would be. They did find his cell phone by the mine shaft in the video. The mine shaft was only about a 4-hour hike from his car. Behind so that he could not be tracked from the scene. He also did not take
15 and 7, 93-43.
It was left in his home, so he had no intention of filming anything. I share this with you for 2 reasons. First, so that you have more of an understanding of who Kenny was and to bring some peace or understanding to the situation. I had many wonderful experiences with Kenny. I will always remember them and have a place of love in my heart for him and those wonderful things we did together. So Sharon, Kenny's girlfriend, someone who knew Kenny very well, believed that he had gone off somewhere in the desert and taken himself out. And honestly, she makes a pretty convincing case for this. Folks begin speculating that the reason why Kenny's body wasn't found was because the man went to great lengths to make sure that it wouldn't be. They felt that Kenny purposely went somewhere extremely hidden if he did.
He got killed by a brig over and over and over again. I really love clowning on these guys. Really love doing it. Get 15 and 7, stop him in on brig or something.
That being because
you spent 5 years in competitive and then you really shouldn't go to quick play. It's just unfair. It's like being a smurf. But it's quick play. You can do whatever you want. Once you get used to it and you start training the people how to play and how to move and you hang around for some years, they start playing well and you start having fun again. You just got to get in there and keep doing it. Got to keep smoking the salmon, like that guy said in the last match.
All those years ago. As mentioned in the write-up, Kenny's girlfriend mentioned that he left his camera at home. Why would Kenny leave his camera at home if he was planning on recording another M-Cave adventure and posting it to YouTube? It seemed like the man might have had a different mission in mind when going out to the desert in November.
He
Police
does,
also
don't
made various
lie.
statements supporting the ideas that Kenny's girlfriend purports. Apparently, after authorities had performed a search of
He
Kenny's
does,
computer,
don't
they
lie.
found that he had Google searched phrases which YouTube doesn't like me repeating. But let's
Losers.
just say these searches corroborate the girlfriend's theory. One of these phrases searched was
Isn't that
literally
the
help me.
point?
But some have not given up hope in finding Kenny, and many to this day still search the area of the MK video in the hopes of finding him alive or his body. Some have even claimed to have found the mythical M cave that Kenny had been searching for, but it's impossible to say for sure if this is the cave that Kenny was looking for. Kenny's story continues to fascinate the YouTube community to this day, and while it appears as if he met a fate similar to his father, the Snakebit McGee saga will remain a mystery until Kenny is found. Before we get into our next story, a brief message from today's sponsor. Today's video is sponsored by Raycon. Raycon provides premium quality wireless earbuds at a price that won't break the bank. Boasting a stylish and sleek design with a variety of colors to choose from, Raycon's everyday earbuds bring you top-notch audio quality in a package that won't fall out. See, look at it staying, okay? They're not going anywhere. So you can listen to podcast, music, and wavy web surf videos throughout the day seamlessly. Raycons are a must for me when I'm at the gym, but I use these earbuds for a variety of circumstances.
Fucking raffle stomp this team. I carved through him. I got more kills than the DPS.
Boys on Discord when it's game night.
Where are we dropping that?
Anytime you need to interface with audio, Raycon will get the job done. And it'll get the job done for 8 hours of continuous playtime that you get out of these bad boys. Raycon is on a mission to prove that you shouldn't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon earbuds come with a noise isolation mode for a noisy environment, and they also have an awareness mode that you can toggle that allows more sound in when you want to hear more of what's going on around you. Yeah, you're getting top-of-the-line features here at an affordable price. Raycons are a no BS product. There's a lot of bang for your buck in this case. So what are you guys waiting for? Click the link in the description box or go to buyraycon.com/wavywebsurf to get 15% off your Raycon purchase.
Thank you.
Our next story involves a YouTuber that apparently went missing after investigating distant screams in the middle of the night. This is the Nicholas Sonderegger story. Nicholas Sonderegger grew up in California. A lover of the outdoors and music, Nick has been described as a free-spirited and easy-to-get-along with man. As an adult, Nick became heavily active in the indie techno and rave music scene. In fact, the man helped create video content and documentaries for various bands in his local area. Some of this content would be uploaded directly to his YouTube channel called Sunspike, which was created back in 2009 when Nick was around 20 years old. Along with documentaries and rave videos, the Sunspike YouTube channel contained a number of videos showcasing
5 and 2.
his favorite pastime. That pastime being dancing. The man would take any opportunity and any location to show off his moves.
I love Break. She's exactly like New World.
Around the time of the Sunspike channel's creation, Nicholas was living with his friend Austin in San Diego, California. However, due to unspecified circumstances, eventually these two were compelled to leave this residence and were essentially made homeless. Around this time, Nick and Austin were essentially vagabonds who would move to the Salton Beach area living in a makeshift shelter. Salton Beach is an ecologically bizarre area in California that deserves its own
like dueling the Lucio in the tank by myself in the corner, and they're like, "What the fuck?"
And was once a massive tourist attraction in the mid-20th century. However,
6 minutes and we're like almost there.
but ruins. The town has become mostly
Everybody
abandoned
died but
due to
me.
environmental
Oh.
changes within and around the Salton Sea. The sea was at one point considered a beautiful oasis, but now due to a rise in
Yeah.
salinity, it has become uninhabitable. The once bustling tourist trap that surrounded the sea has become an utter ghost town. The area littered with abandoned houses and forgotten relics of its former 1950s glory.
I'm not sure Salton Sea ever should have been famous.
Still attracts attention due to its legacy and bizarre ecosystem. Many tourists travel to the area motivated out of morbid curiosity. Over the years, Salton has attracted the likes of curious YouTubers who come to explore its shores and share the bizarre area with their followers. Which brings us to a YouTube channel that you guys might be familiar with known as Explore With Us. In the summer of 2018, the Explore With Us YouTube channel was live streaming themselves investigating an abandoned house in the Salt Lake area. While they're exploring, a man pulls up to them on a scooter.
Fucking Widow is so annoying. I'm trying to like suicide fucking kill her because I really don't like her. I just went at her. Bro, I'm sorry, but I did. I pressed W and I pushed this so far.
Everyone called him Scooter Boy.
Yes.
When he came scootering up.
Wow, they killed a lot. But...
This scooter riding man was
What?
other than Austin, Nicholas's old San Diego roommate. Instead of accusing the YouTubers of taking the piano or something like you might think this guy would, he's actually overtly friendly to them. And later footage would show that Austin actually introduces the Explore With Us team to Nicholas Sondreger. Both of these guys were still living in Salton Beach all this time later.
You guys are gonna put on the show.
Explore With Us, Nick and Austin would then explore different abandoned areas of Salton Beach together as the free-spirited duo gave the father and daughter operated YouTube channel a tour through various locations of this ramshackle town, which included a supposedly secret compound. Nick and Austin expressed they hoped to fix up the area and make it habitable once again. Their ultimate goal was to create a venue for the rave scene, something Nicholas claimed to have quite a bit of success with in different parts of the country. Nicholas also warns the YouTubers to tread lightly, informing them that various people
This
have
sucks
gone
so
missing
bad.
from the area over the years. Some had even been murdered, he said.
Are we moving this thing? Yeah, we are. Oh my god! What?
His interaction with Nicholas Sondreger Austin in Salton Beach proved to be quite the compelling content. The channel established
Kill somebody, you idiots! I can't do this alone, please. Kill. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Follow-up encounters throughout that summer. The Salton series proved quite the success on Explore With Us' channel, but with more attention to the series came issues, as trolls would often pop into the live stream chats and demean Austin and Nick for wearing the same clothes all the time, making fun of their living conditions as well. There was also one incident caught on camera where Nick and Austin went into an abandoned gas station and took copper wire out of it, and the chat started freaking out and calling them crackheads.
One thing that made Emma really upset, and I wasn't even aware of
Woo!
One night while we were live streaming, they led us to an abandoned gas station, and we were in
Victory!
exploring. They found this wire.
Fuck around, stop them like 7 times in a row. Oh, sorry.
Okay, they are tweakers. LOL, took them on a robbing spree, LOL. They just stole that. Stealing wired? Hashtag copper pays. Assisted with theft. Ooh. Nicholas felt so bad about this that he would actually end up apologizing with us and told them that he knew the owner of the gas station and was allowed to take things from there and repurpose them if he wanted. The whole copper wire incident was really a non-issue, but I thought that interaction was interesting. After several encounters with Nicholas and Austin and Salton City, Explore With Us would eventually leave Southern California in August and lost touch with the two. However, several months later, a fan of the Explore With Us channel would reach out to them with something that brought them back into the fold. It was an update saying that Nicholas had gone missing. This is the story that Explore With Us was told. On September 7th of 2018, Nick and Austin were hanging out at their Salton Beach compound, staying up late into the night. At approximately 2:30
Staying up late
p.m.,
into the
they
night.
heard an alarming sound in the distance. A
Ooh, we
sound
got
that
kills, that's good.
resembled a screaming woman. After hearing this chilling scream, they debate on whether they should go out and investigate or stay inside. According to a report by Austin, the two decided to stay in, and Austin would fall asleep. But when he woke up in the morning, Nicholas was nowhere to be found. He
police and reported Nick missing. About a block away from their compound, search efforts managed to yield several of Nick's belongings and clothing items. Those items being a boot, a pair of pants, and a knife sleeve. A message from Austin explains the situation. It was over a week ago, Saturday night. At like 2 a.m., I went to sleep, and when I woke up, he was gone. I found his flashlight a block from home, then investigators found one of his boots and pants near the water with his knife sleeve and no wallet or keys. In light of the man's disappearance, the Imperial County Sheriff's Office would announce a $10,000 reward for anyone able to provide them with information that could lead to
I think I can actually shoot, yeah.
The Explore With Us team would travel back to Salton and aid in the search
Fucked
for
up,
Nick.
man.
While
Fucked up.
performing would prove to be a fruitless search for the man, the Explore With Us team heavily criticized the Imperial County Police and proclaimed that the local PD did not care about the case at all, as it seemed authorities were willing to offer little in terms of any sizable search party.
Imperial County doesn't seem to care. They have not been out here. There was no
My God, she was hot.
Search party.
Imperial County doesn't seem to care. They
My God, she is fucking hot.
have not been out here. There was no search and rescue from what we can find. They just do not seem to care at all that Nick is missing.
Communications with Austin from this time show he was concerned that Nick had been murdered. He also suggested it was possible that Nick had ran away to Slab
What the
City,
fuck?
an off-the-grid unincorporated community in California popular with drifters and vagabonds. Unfortunately, after 2019, there have been no new updates in Nick's case, and the man is still missing to this day. No new evidence or any sort of information has been released in regards to his whereabouts. This hasn't stopped those online from speculating and creating conspiracy theories regarding the disappearance, though. There are theories ranging from Nick falling prey to a serial killer, with others expressing suspicion towards Austin regarding the matter. There's reports around of people faking someone in need of help, like a lady screaming or a baby crying, to lure others into vulnerable positions to attack them. Austin could be lying, sure, but he could have gone to sleep thinking the discussion was over and they weren't going outside. Then after he fell asleep, Nick went out anyways to check or whatnot, and things went bad. Personally, I remain hopeful that Nick just decided simply to move away from the Salton Beach. Being a known drifter, it wouldn't be too out of the ordinary for him to just up and leave. However, the personal belongings and clothing found at the scene certainly make you concerned for his safety. Whatever the case, that was the ongoing mystery surrounding the disappearance of Nicholas Song Director. Our next story is a bizarre missing persons case involving a woman foreshadowing her own disappearance through YouTube videos. This is the Talika Patrick story. 30-year-old Talika Patrick was born on September 18th of 1983. She spent the first 2 years of her life in Hyattsville, Maryland before moving to Queens, New York. There she was raised.
Oh, are they taking
Talika
it?
excelled in
Yeah.
academics as a child and earned many awards in math, science, reading, and spelling. Her childhood academic penchant would continue to translate into adulthood as she pursued her scholarly goals, moving to California and attending medical school. While in medical school, she would meet her husband, Ismail Keldron. The two met online and quickly got married in 2006. Being in medical school, getting married, possibly starting a family, Talika's life was on the up and up, it seemed. Unfortunately, though, as Talika started hitting her late 20s, friends, family members, and loved ones started noticing subtle changes in Talika's mental state that started raising eyebrows. Ismail has reflected on this time, stating that Talika became progressively paranoid, distressed, delusional, and often heard voices. Talika often spoke religiously and appeared to be experiencing delusions of grandeur, once stating that she thought to be directly sent to Earth from God. At one point, Talika had told her husband that the movie A Beautiful Mind, which depicted a schizophrenic math
God damn it.
was similar to her own life story.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good movie, by the way. You guys need to watch that. During the peak of Talika's delusions, Ismail pleaded with his wife to get help. However, she refused to see a mental health professional. Quote, I begged her to get mental help. When I urged her to get help, she told me she didn't need help and that I was trying to destroy her career. Ismail thought that Talika was fearful of being branded with a mental illness and was convinced it would destroy her medical career. Due to the immense stress created by this burgeoning mental illness, Talika and Ismail would separate by divorce in 2012. 1 year after this divorce, Talika, despite her ongoing issues, would manage to graduate from medical school in the spring of 2013 with a medical degree and doctorate in biochemistry. After the divorce and graduation, Talika's mental illness would become more pronounced. Around this time, Talika had become obsessed with a gospel singer known as Marvin Sapp. She would listen to this Grammy-nominated religious musician.
Oh no. Oh no, she got like a... You know, I knew somebody like this. She had a broken mind, and she was a hooker living in a motel room on the west side of Denver. And her mind was broken, and she was the nicest person I ever met. But she would sit in her motel room, and she would smoke her speed, and she would listen to the same Marvin Gaye like album over and over and over again. And throughout, like, we knew her for about 5 years, and throughout the 5 years, you know, not that I hang around prostitutes, we just knew her. She always had that album going. Always. That album broke her. Something about it. Please kill him. I'm tired. At least it's not on me this time. Yeah, someone else. God damn it. God damn it. Fucking ult on me again. Had him so low. Yeah, at least we had it for a while. Oh god, please do something. What? Annoying. Nice. Oh my god. Some of light flash before my eyes. Please kill him. What? Well, we traded at least. Jesus. Why am I doing the tank alone for fucking 15 minutes in the corner? Let's go. Where are you guys and what are you doing? Yeah, I kicked his ass. What of it? Fuck. What? Oh my god, we had that. Looks like this match takes an hour. Thank you. Fucking trap. I need to learn to not move. I just stand in the fucking trap all the time. Come on, win. Oh no, don't die. Kill them. Yeah, kill them. Yep. Ah! Oh god, what happened? What? I got trapped. Okay. Come on, win this. Yep. Comes. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh god! I am constantly trapped and I don't understand it. Wow. What? Don't die, Reaper. Yes, you got somebody. That's good. No, I couldn't make it. No. What are we doing? Wow. Are we winning? I think we are, though. No, it goes to overtime, I guess. Oh my god. What? Yeah, I didn't see 2 grenades on my screen. I saw instant death. Oh my god. Please, 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 please. Oh god! It went so long without a kill. Oh, damn it, we have 25k and they have, well, they have about the same, really. And the other guy is hauling weight. I guess I better switch up here if I want to win. I think we lost this here. We did lose this. We lost this. If they don't go back, we lost it. And there's the Heartless Tire. Yep. And it's over. First game I played in a long time. That tire was really fuck you. And on top of it, he was just like eating the sim trap the entire time too. Which is just sick. What? Maybe since maybe if I ate the tire it was a good thing? I don't know. Let's go see. Ugh. No. Oh my god! Can I get some warning? Jesus fucking Christ. Come on, man. That's fucking horse shit. Fuck Junkrat. No. No. What? Fucking what? Oh my god. We don't have it, we lost there. Oh well, nice try, guys. Yeah, nah, I got kind of toxic, man. Yep, still gonna get off that game. That was fun, but it, you know, hung around for too long. Played it for a long time, but it was very fun. I enjoyed it. It was a great session. You know, got kind of negative there at the end. I don't really care about that. I think I'll close with Skyrim here, and
with this pastor and musician got so bad that she would move from California to Michigan, where this guy lived, just so she could be in closer proximity to him. After moving, Talika would serve a medical residency at the Western Michigan University School of Medicine, which was at the Borges Medical Center in Kalamazoo, Michigan. After the move, Talika sought out Mr. Sapp's church, that church being the Full Life Center Church in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Here, the man would perform and give sermons. Talika frequently attended the pastor's congregation and reportedly got to speak with him in person on occasion, but apparently this wasn't enough for the obsessed woman. It's been reported that the woman sent hundreds of messages to Marvin Sapp on social media, messages that the man never once responded to. It's also said that she would publicly go around telling people that she was Marvin Sapp's wife. She was even said to have contacted
Marvin
Mr.
Sapp's wife.
children and even showed up to the
she went
pastor's
nuts.
home
Yeah, she just
uninvited
lost
on at
it.
least one occasion. Yeah, with Talika, we're entering some pretty dangerous waters here. As a result of this harassment, in September
They were
of
like,
2013, Mr. Sapp was forced to file a restraining order against Talika. The man stated in a court document that he had over 400 pages of correspondence from Talika that he had ignored. Marvin Sapp was given a personal protective order by the courts. Quote, I am a national recording artist on the RCA label who Talika Patrick has claimed as her husband. She has moved from California to Michigan, joined my church, contacts my children, and has been to my home. I have at least 400 pages of correspondence from her, which I have never responded to. And curiously, after the restraining order was filed, that's when Talika's YouTube channel pops up. Soon after the issuance of the order, Talika would begin posting strange videos to YouTube under the username Sandra3000Cassie. In November of 2013, in a video titled My Awesome Day,
It's always
the woman
Cassie
appears
for some
quite
reason.
jovial and talked to the camera as if she was speaking to some sort of love interest far away.
Baby, good night.
Oh wait,
Talika. I am just coming to you to
Talika.
say hi and just to tell you about.
She just
my-
really likes you, dude.
It seemed as if she was making this video for one specific person who she really loved. If you know what I'm saying. After
Really,
she
really
finishes
loved.
recapping her
Yeah.
day, she then begins to sing.
You walked into my life and stopped my big tears.
Oh no.
Everything's easy now.
Oh
and signs off
no.
with the words, I love you, have a good night.
Oh
Bye, I love
no.
you."
Oh
In
no.
another video published November 10th of 2013, Talika showcases herself cooking an
Oh,
extravagant
no.
breakfast made for 2 people while singing and talking to the camera.
And both have orange juice. And here are the flowers from last time.
It's important to note
flowers
that
from
Talika
last
lives
time.
by herself. Naturally, one can speculate here that Talika is making these videos and is addressing Mr. Sapp, the person who filed the restraining order against her. And with that context in mind, these videos are extremely disturbing to say the least.
First, I had morning report. No, not morning report.
There's the music. You can hear it.
Conferences for pediatrics.
That's exactly like this other girl. That's exactly like this other girl that I knew in Denver. They sat in hotel rooms and listened to the same album over and over and over and over again.
And things would only get even
And you can
more
hear the music in the
bizarre
background,
when
and I
just a
hated
month
it.
or so
After a couple of like days of hanging out with her, I realized the music wasn't ever going to change, and she was like on a broken loop, and she'd been spinning on it for years and years, and it just got to me.
videos had been published, Talika Patrick would go
I
missing.
felt for her.
This is what happens. In December of 2013, before leaving work, Talika would tell her medical colleagues that she was about to take a trip to Chicago under the premise of visiting some family back home. But Talika doesn't go to Chicago. Rather, hours later, security
course
camera
not,
footage
no.
taken at the Radisson Hotel in Kalamazoo, Michigan, captures the woman
Kalamazoo,
entering the aforementioned
Radisson.
hotel building at approximately 7::30 p.m. On camera, Talika looked visibly tired and tries to book a hotel, but then for whatever reason changes her mind and backs away from the counter, displaying strange body language. Talika was then said to have informed hotel staff that she needed a ride back to the hospital that she worked at. Staff complied, providing a complimentary hotel shuttle to the location. She was dropped off at the Borges Medical Center next to her car, and this hotel shuttle worker would be the last person to see Talika alive. This hotel worker would go on to comment that the woman seemed agitated and paranoid, and when he dropped her off at the hospital, she backed away while saying that she was very sorry and also said, quote, "I can't go back there with you." Approximately 2 hours after Talika had been dropped off, a motorist would call police reporting that a white vehicle was driving out of control. This vehicle said to have been driving at speeds upwards of 90 miles an hour, slowing down along the median and passing other vehicles in the process. And the vehicle's description fit that of Talika's. On December 6th, the following morning, Talika Patrick failed to show up for work, and staff grew extremely concerned after she didn't return any of their phone calls. It was then discovered that her purse and cell phone were actually left at the hospital from her previous shift. It was at this point where the woman was reported missing. Just after 10 p.m. that night, a vehicle matching the description of the concerned motorist was found in a ditch off the westbound lane of I-94 near Portage, Indiana. There was nobody present in the vehicle, and authorities weren't able to find a wallet or ID. For the time, they had no idea whose car this was. On December 10th of 2013, it was determined by police that Talika's vehicle was actually the one that had been found in the ditch on December 5th. Authorities then went back to the crash site where the car had been found and conducted a thorough search of the area, aided by search and rescue and bloodhounds. The hounds were able to track Talika to the edge of the roadway, but after that, the scent was lost. They searched the areas for hours but couldn't find the woman anywhere. Considering Talika's mental health history, this was turning out to be quite the concerning situation. Along with leaving her cell phone and purse behind, Talika also left credit cards back as well, meaning that authorities couldn't track her by way of purchases made, and her social media had been curiously deleted around the time as well. Talika's family had suspected foul play and hired a private investigator to look into the case. Through his findings, the investigator was able to report that Talika was stressed and agitated on the night of her disappearance. But the investigator could not determine the source of the stress or if it had anything to do with her looming disappearance. However, what was found around this time were some extremely unsettling tweets posted by Talika. "I'm like a squirrel. Squirrels take their nuts underground and then they eat them when mostly no one is looking.
What?
Nuts are people, and I take them underground into my secret."
No, you're just nuts. No, you're just nuts. You're saying that you're nuts, but you're trying to get it out in some really weird...
That is why I'm so excited to spend time with you, because we can go underground together.
What do we mean?
One tweet talks about a
What?
psychiatric drug called Invega, which is used to treat schizophrenia. The tweet read, "I guess Invega is not as powerful as they advertised." It was highly speculated that the person that Talika was referring to, that she wanted to take underground was, Marvin Sapp, the gospel singer that she was obsessed with. And the family of Talika actually thought that Marvin Sapp was somehow involved with her disappearance. Like, perhaps, he had killed her or kidnapped her or something. Which, I don't really think that's the case when the guy's filing restraining orders, but, they have their reasonings, I guess. Whatever the case, eventually there would be some sort of closure to the story. In January of 2014, police would search the area that Talika went missing in, which included Lake Charles, but they didn't find any evidence of her at this time. However, a few months later, in April of 2014, as the winter began to diminish and spring began, a man was fishing at the very same lake in the northwest part of Indiana. This man reported seeing something resembling a corpse. He would inform authorities about his findings, and they would perform a subsequent search. A search that uncovered a dead body in the lake. After an investigation from the coroner in Porter County, Indiana, the authorities were able to determine that the deceased body was indeed that of Talika Patrick.
Oh, she
She had finally
died.
been found, and unfortunately was no longer with us.
Oh.
Sheriff Richard Fuller had said in a news conference around the time that there seemed to be no signs of trauma or foul play found on the body, and that the initial cause of death appeared to be drowning. A second autopsy would be performed by 2 forensic pathologists. This autopsy revealed that the cause of death was from asphyxiation by drowning. The official ruling on this case, at least from Kalamazoo police, was that Talika's death was caused by an accidental drowning. To this day, the events that led Talika drowning in a lake remain somewhat of a mystery. And I say somewhat because given her previous mental health struggles and the sort of behavior showcased in the YouTube videos, the instability, one can sort of rationally put together a timeline here. That being, Talika had a mental health crisis that remained unaddressed, which led her falling into a delusional state that ultimately results in her winding up into a lake and drowning. That being because she couldn't swim, or she was lost, or it was dark, who knows. But with multiple coroners confirming that it was drowning and no foul play was involved, in my opinion, that's the series of events that happened. In what was a bizarre story of a clearly struggling woman foreshadowing her own disappearance on social media, that was the Talika Patrick story. A missing persons incident that fueled constant speculation back in 2016 was the case of YouTuber Marina Joyce. Marina is a British YouTuber who started her career in 2010.
Hi guys! So today's video is talking about am I pretty enough? So this is based around society and society's beauty standards, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about how everybody is beautiful and that you should never believe what society thinks or says about you.
Her content was mostly dedicated to makeup tutorials and how-to videos. In 2016, she found herself a part of a worldwide conspiracy when concerned viewers became convinced she was in danger after YouTube viewers reported Marina appearing frightened and distressed in recent videos, with viewers noting uncharacteristic behavior from the woman, such as her staring blankly into the camera as well as making subtle gestures as if she was asking for help.
Explain the bruises. It's actually a private story. It's quite a sad story, but like recently, it's actually the bruises. I wasn't okay recently, so like it's really sad about the bruises, but I can't say what happened.
It was thought that she may have been kidnapped. Marina's bizarre behavior caused the internet to devolve into a frenzy, with some convinced that Marina was being compelled by some outside third party to make videos under duress. One comment from the Times says, I have the feeling, along with many other people, that someone is forcing Marina to make these videos. Most likely her boyfriend, but it's possible that she could have been kidnapped. Or she's overdosing on drugs. Her eyes keep trailing off behind the camera, and her body language makes her seem incredibly uncomfortable, almost like she's repeating what someone else is doing. She can barely stand still. She's shaking, and her whole body appears stiff and wobbly.
This is I'm not in danger. If you guys wanted to know. I really love you.
On July 26th of 2016, after YouTubers began to make videos expressing their concerns for her, hashtag Save Marina Joyce trended #1 worldwide on Twitter.
What?
It caused mass mania within social media regarding the woman. Marina attempted to quell the concerns with a tweet advertising a fan meetup, but her tweet only made folks more concerned, with some suggesting that Marina was attempting to kidnap fans or perhaps even recruit them for ISIS. Yes, that was the thing.
ISIS.
We really need to spread awareness. Even though I have no idea if she is being hurt or not, I want her safe and sound. Hashtag Save Marina Joyce. Can someone please phone the police and tell them about all of this and mainly about the meetup? It seems so dangerous. I am dead scared for the girl. What if she is abused? The official law enforcement account of Marina's local area, the Enfield Police Bureau, ended up tweeting that they had made contact with Marina Joyce and that she was perfectly fine. Quote, officers have visited YouTube user Marina Joyce. She is safe and well. Marina herself would follow up this tweet, also confirming that she was fine. I am totally okay, guys. I'm feeling very good today, and it's actually so heartwarming to see so many people care about me. She also put out the following statements. I care about my YouTube channel, and after this, I have got lots more viewers, which is really good. But I am really okay. There are no ISIS terrorists here. Naturally, Marina's affirmations did little to quell the online frenzy. The online fans that felt she had been kidnapped now believed that Marina had performed a publicity stunt / hoax that made light of kidnapping victims. Whether that was her intention or not, the undeniable fact of this matter was that her channel was growing rapidly because of this controversy. Keemstar from Drama Alert would report that she was receiving close to 100 million views a month on her channel.
About
Wow.
Marina Joyce, that YouTuber that had about 500,000 subscribers, but then everybody thought she was kidnapped by ISIS. So her channel blew up to over 2 million subscribers, and she is currently receiving over 100 million views a month.
She would continue to ride this wave for some time without directly addressing her strange behavior in prior videos. However, in 2017, Marina would upload a video wherein she explains in her view the cause of the strange behavior in that old content. She said that she had gone through, quote, a traumatic experience and that she, quote, suffered from depression and that hashtag Save Marina Joyce helped her get better.
When I started to think about what I had to say to you, I started crying because a really traumatic experience happened to me that I kind of want to explain to you. All these videos that you watched about me, about people guessing what happened to me, I'm so glad that Saving Marina Joyce was a thing simply because it helped me to get better. And now I feel like I'm so much better.
She insisted that the conspiracy theories were all lies.
I simply don't want you to believe any of the conspiracy theories because none of them are true, and I can promise you that. It's always best to believe the truth directly from the person themselves.
While Marina does vaguely touch on personal issues in this video, she does a poor job explaining her 2016 behavior, and many left unsatiated. People would continue to speculate what was going on with Marina Joyce for years. In 2018, Keemstar would speculate that Marina Joyce was on drugs. Quote, none of it makes sense. Very vague statements after very strange statements for 2 years. I suggest that she's on drugs, and she denied those claims and was upset with me. I don't think she's got a right to be upset with anyone speculating when she won't provide a reasonable explanation. Marina Joyce fired back and criticized Keemstar in a now-deleted video.
Not to mention, this guy is actually egging on his fans to send death threats to me and Marina.
He's trying to cause drama just for fame and money, and he's trying to make it out like I'm trying to make views from this, and he's just trying to generate drama over my private life. He has no consideration for me. He does not worry or care about me whatsoever. He's lying to people saying, we're just worried about you, Marina. And it's such BS because honestly, he is just trying to make me look bad and spread fake lies. He has been so manipulative towards me.
Keemstar would reply to Marina in a Twitter video.
Marina Joyce and Brendan whatever your name is.
Marina Joyce's boyfriend, basically, because you're very irrelevant, and she's only relevant because people thought she was kidnapped. You say you're good people, but you're not. The video you just uploaded is filled with clips from my trolling days when I used to make trolling videos, completely taken out of context. You started off the video showing a clip of me saying that I want to kill somebody and I want to strangle them. The reason why I said that on a live stream was because they were saying horrible things about my young child. And as a parent, yeah, I had that reaction. We've downloaded this. We've downloaded Brandon's, we archived his Twitter. We've got everything. So I'm gonna make a full response to this, show how you guys manipulate it, lied, show you guys being complete hypocrites when you say, oh, we're good people, spread love and positivity, but then you're calling me gnome and everything else. I mean, this is pretty much career ending what you guys just did.
After this squabble with Keemstar, Marina would continue to upload regular YouTube content and things would normalize. However, this period of normalcy would be short-lived as the Marina Joyce mystery would find reason to return. She would find herself in the headlines once again in 2019 when it was being reported that Marina Joyce had gone missing. It was announced by MPS London Haringey Police that Marina Joyce had been reported missing on August 7th of 2019 and was last seen on July 31st. Can you help find Marina Joyce, 22, missing from Haringey? Last seen on 31st of July.
Oh no, did you crash? Oh, you did.
Call with any info. Upon the announcement of Marina going missing, fans leapt into action once again with hashtag Find Marina Joyce trending on Twitter. Many were extremely concerned for Marina's safety and felt that she may be a danger to herself. As just a month prior, the famous YouTuber Etika had tragically passed away in a situation quite similar to what was playing out.
The internet was up in arms, collectively trying to track down this perennial mystery girl. However, just a few hours after police had made Marina's disappearance public information, Marina's boyfriend published the following message to social media. This is a temporary post to send a message to everyone worried for Marina. Everything is being dealt with in a professional manner. Please don't worry about her as she is safe and well. You have my word for that. Also, everyone who thinks I'm acting suspicious are only misinformed and don't know me at all. Good night, people. In a now deleted Instagram post, the boyfriend would explain in more detail that Marina had gone to stay with some mutual friends. Naturally, though, fans didn't believe Marina's boyfriend's explanation and vigorously questioned the validity of his claims. Marina Joyce's boyfriend is being shady as fuck. I hope she's safe and healthy. I don't trust Marina Joyce's boyfriend at all. There's something so off about him, and those messages where he said she was okay, I hope she's genuinely okay. Keemstar makes a tweet mocking Marina Joyce's fan base. Marina Joyce's friends. Marina is not missing, she is safe. Marina Joyce's boyfriend. Marina is not missing, she is safe. Marina Joyce's fan base. Marina was kidnapped by aliens. Thankfully, Marina was found within the next few days. She was fine and healthy. A few months later in October, she would make it clear that this was simply a misunderstanding and defended her boyfriend in the post as well. Quote, I never went missing in the first place. Also, Brandon has been so loyal throughout all of this. So don't trust anybody but him when somebody says something because he's the only one who knows everything and is my closest and protects me more than any other person out there. The language of this tweet made the more die-hard Marina Joyce conspiracy theorists feel as if the boyfriend was now manipulating her into making these statements. But the majority of people were now comfortable believing that Marina was safe and sound. Marina Joyce would lay low on YouTube for the next several years and never really addressed this fiasco, or the fiascos beforehand. However, in a recent video published December of 2022, Marina talked about her prior controversies and gave a lot of background information as to why she came off the way she did in those 2016 videos that started it all. Marina would reveal in this video that she suffered from multiple sclerosis and had lost vision in her left eye.
The reason why I was so laggy in 2016 and all that kind of stuff was because I actually was going through MS. So if you don't know what MS is, it's multiple sclerosis, and it's a condition where your body will eventually die. It's kind of like cancer, but it's not as bad. But what it is, because it actually disables your body, I went blind in my left eye completely, and I had to go to the hospital and be put on steroids to kind of cure my eye as much as possible. My eye is still kind of blurry at the moment, like my left eye, but I can see through my right eye, so I'm not completely blind. I'm kind of partially disabled in that kind of way.
This disorder could also explain many of the body language quirks presented in this content. In regard to the 2019 disappearance, she said that she didn't technically go missing. Her parents were just really worried about her after being out with friends for several days.
And also about the, when I went missing, I didn't actually go missing. It's just my parents were worried for me. It got really out of hand.
Marina Joyce has become quite the enigmatic figure on YouTube over the years, with many believing to this day that she's still part of some conspiracy or is kidnapped and being compelled to make content. But the majority of the internet by this point has come to the realization that all of the hype and controversy surrounding her was nothing more than an internet frenzy and people wanting to latch on to some sort of mystery. But maybe I'm speaking too soon. We'll have to see what's in store for the next chapter of the never-ending saga that is Marina Joyce on YouTube. And well, you made it to the end. Let me know what you guys thought about this video down below in the comments section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace.
Yeah, but I mean, that's pretty much what I'm doing. But the camera's actually fine. I don't have an actual issue with it.
21-year-old Jewel Jean Buskin, or Julie as she will be referred to, lived in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma in 1996. Julie was born and raised in Benton, Arkansas, and moved to Oklahoma to study at Oklahoma University. She worked at the university's golf course. Julie was on her way to earning her bachelor's degree in dance. She was an aspiring ballerina, and after college, Julie wanted to open up a studio and teach children to dance. Julie was described as popular and had many friends at school. She was also very talented. Julie spent the evening of December 19th of 1996 with her friend Ryan James at his grandparents' house. Ryan worked with Julie at the golf course. After dinner, they watched a movie. In addition, the two made plans to have lunch the next day. Julie stayed at his grandparents' house until 10 p.m., then left to hang out with some of her other friends. Julie and her friends played Monopoly and exchanged Christmas gifts at one of the friends' houses. Julie said her goodbyes and she was scheduled to move back home the next day. Her semester at college had just ended. Her roommate Megan was also there. Julie promised Megan she would give her a ride to Will Rogers Airport the next morning at 5 o'clock a.m. Julie and Megan decided to pull an all-nighter. They left the friend's house and drove to a restaurant called The Kettle around 2 a.m. When they were done, Julie and Megan drove to the gas station, got some gas and a cappuccino. They returned to their apartment a little after 3 o'clock a.m. to pick up Megan's belongings. A while later, the two left the apartment again and headed towards the airport around 4:30 a.m. It took them 30 minutes to get there. Julie dropped Megan off, and Megan watched Julie drive away from the airport in her red Eagle Summit. Around 5:30 a.m., at the Dublin West apartments where Julie lived, many of the residents heard a woman scream in terror. One of the residents made a 911 call to report what they had heard.
Number 911? Yes, we were just sleeping, and my wife heard a really strange, like a really awful scream from a parking lot of our apartment complex. Do you see anything outside? No, I'm kind of afraid to go outside, actually.
A few hours later, Ryan James turned up at Julie's apartment for their scheduled lunch date. Julie was nowhere to be found, however. Her car was also missing. Ryan then reported her missing. Not long after that, Julie's parents arrived at her apartment. They drove from Arkansas to help Julie with her move back home. Instead of their daughter, they found policemen who informed them that Julie was missing. 12 hours after she disappeared, Julie Buskin's body was found on the bank of a lake about 15 miles from her apartment. Her hands were tied behind her back with a pair of shoelaces, and from the waist up, she was in the water. Julie had been shot once, execution style. The gunshot wound to the back of her head was a contact wound. There was also some evidence that she had been assaulted. At the lake, investigators found possible evidence in the sand near Julie's body. There were 2 sets of footprints that went down to the lake, and only one that returned. One set belonged to Julie, and the other police believed belonged to the person who shot her. After examining the footprint and consulting Nike, it was determined that the footprint was consistent with a size 9 men's Nike running shoe, specifically a Nike Air 2 running shoe. About 20 feet from Julie's body, investigators found a crumpled pink leotard with the initials JB on the label. It was Julie's. The leotard had male DNA on it and was subsequently stored to be used later when DNA technology was more advanced. An autopsy confirmed Julie was shot with a single .22 caliber bullet. The specific gun used was quite distinctive, but more on that later. Julie Buskin had quite a lot of friends at the university, and investigators set out to interview as many of them as possible. They hoped someone could provide useful information, but that was not the case. There was no one that openly disliked Julie, and she didn't have any bad breakups or anything of the sort. Police found Julie's apartment in perfect order. There were no signs of any struggle taking place. They found Julie's car in an apartment complex just 1 block away from where she lived. Red sand on the floor of the car looked similar to the red sand at the banks of the lake where Julie's body was found. This was seen as rather bizarre by investigators. Why would someone abduct Julie, take her life at the lake, and then drive her car back to almost the exact location where the abduction took place? Frustratingly, there were no foreign hairs, fibers, or prints in the car. Also, no evidence of a struggle taking place. Julie's phone was missing. Investigators obtained her cell phone records to see if it could be useful. The cell phone records indicated that someone made 2 phone calls after she was not alive anymore. One of the calls was for the weather forecast, and the other to a number not in service at the time. Despite the lead and a $70,000 reward, there were no significant breaks and the case went cold for a short while. Then a month after Julie's life was ended, a man called the police. He said that on the night Julie was abducted,
Oh, that was it?
he
That's
saw a
all,
car
huh?
like hers pull out in front of him and they almost collided. This was near the lake. The witness followed Julie's car for about 5 miles because he wanted to confront the driver. The driver kept looking at the witness constantly through the rearview mirror and sped off. The witness saw a glimpse of the driver's face and was then tasked with describing him to the investigators. This is the sketch they came up with of the young man that was driving Julie's car away from the lake. He was possibly a college student, possibly Hispanic with long black hair and a muscular build. The composite sketch was broadcast repeatedly by the local media in Oklahoma. No one recognized him. The case went cold for 4.5 years. Police received a letter from a female inmate at the Oklahoma County Jail. She said an old acquaintance of hers might have taken Julie's life. He was 23-year-old Dennis Sturmer. Sturmer was a construction worker and had no criminal record. But at the time of the crime, he lived just 4 blocks away from Julie's apartment, and he bore a resemblance to the composite sketch. Sturmer refused to answer any questions and would not provide his DNA sample. Police had to get a court order to collect his DNA. His DNA profile was very, very close to the sample that was taken off the leotard at the crime scene. Very, very close is not a match, and he was not considered a suspect anymore. Sturmer's only immediate living male relative was his brother. This had to be him, right? It seemed like the 5-year-old cold case was finally going to be solved. But in a twist, his brother's DNA didn't match. Again, the case went cold. Sadly, Julie's parents had